Thank you, and we will move into roll call.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. We're calling roll for Wednesday, February 26th, 2025 Reno City Council meeting. Vice Mayor Taylor.
Here.
Dorr.
Here.
Martinez.
Here.
Ebert. Absent at this time. Reese. Absent at this time. Anderson.
Here.
Sheevy. Absent at this time. Madam Vice Mayor, you do have a quorum of the Reno City Council.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll go into public comment, but we have two proclamations first, and I believe Council Member Anderson is going to help us with What Works Cities proclamation.
I am, thank you. So this morning, I'm going to tell you a little bit more about what the What Works City certification is about. Results for America has awarded 21 cities with the Bloomberg Philanthropies What Works City certification for exceptional use of data. The certification recognizes cities who have established exceptional data capabilities to improve people's lives. This is a really great award because data-informed decisions are really important to me, so I'm really proud of the City of Reno for receiving this award. Among the 21 cities being recognized was the City of Reno. Since the program was launched in 2016, over 700 cities have submitted assessments, but only 104 have achieved certification, highlighting Reno's commitment to data-driven decision-making. Reno joins the esteemed rank of international cities, including Calgary, Edmonton, Boston, Chicago, Dallas, Washington, D.C., Guatemala City, Bogota, and more. Some examples of the city's key achievements to receive this designation include: we identified and adapted the HXGN CAD platform as a high-quality, evidence-based program to improve services for residents and make data-driven decisions for public safety. We use data and evidence in monthly downtown updates and presentations to City Council to publicly communicate the work and impact of government on the downtown core. We use qualitative and quantitative data through community services or surveys and input to make policy decisions around micro-mobility, downtown placemaking, and redistricting. So this morning, I am presenting a proclamation to recognize this certification. And this afternoon, our team will be sending a press release and posting the official announcement on social media. With that, I'd like to invite all of the staff in the room who worked on this project to join me at the podium for the reading of the proclamation.
I just reset it. Oh, you just reset it? I did. So one meeting. What's that? Yeah. I was just thinking. Madam Vice Mayor, some in the back. Do they want to come to the front? Or- Okay.
This is really cool. If anybody wants to hold that up. It's probably really heavy. Oh my God. It is really heavy. That might be one of my favorite awards I've ever seen. Okay. Our proclamation, whereas a growing movement of cities and city leaders are using data and evidence to more equitably deliver services and solve problems, invest public dollars in programs that work, increase transparency, and improve the lives of residents. And whereas Bloomberg Philanthropies What Works City certification is an international initiative launched in 2017 by Bloomberg Philanthropies and led by Results for America that helps cities adopt foundational data practices, develop data skills throughout city staff, and put in place critical data infrastructure. And whereas in 2024, the City of Reno completed the What Works Cities certification assessment to benchmark its data practices and to develop a roadmap for building the infrastructure skills and culture needed to effectively use data and evidence to deliver better service delivery and outcomes for its citizens. And whereas the City of Reno has made measurable progress in its foundational data practices, including committing to strong leadership that consistently communicates and upholds a culture of data-driven decision-making, and designing a framework for future strategic goals that incorporate aligned and diverse performance measures. And whereas What Works Cities certification evaluates, recognizes, and celebrates cities for their exceptional use of data to inform policy decisions, allocate funding, improve services, evaluate program effectiveness, and engage their residents, thereby connecting data directly to quality of life. Now, therefore, I, Brandy Anderson, on behalf of Mayor Hillary Sheevy, do hereby proudly announce that Reno has met the What Works City Certification Standard of Excellence for Data-Driven Local Government and achieved 2024 What Works City Silver Certification. Congratulations on all of this work.
Okay, and our next proclamation is Frontline Homeless Service Workers Day recognition. I believe Grant Denton is going to help us with this one. Welcome. Welcome, all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. The Office of the Mayor of the City of Reno, Nevada is doing this proclamation for the frontline homeless service workers. Whereas community well-being is shared responsibly, and we are all proud to support a network of essential services that provide care, support, and pathways to stability for those experiencing homelessness. And whereas the case managers, outreach workers, shelter staff, social workers, all the boots in the ground that you see here. Raise your hand if you're a frontline worker. In this vital field, dedicating themselves daily to addressing the complex, often urgent needs with compassion, skill, and resilience. And these dedicated professionals offer a practical assistance and a sense of hope and dignity to some of the most vulnerable members of our community, striving to ensure that no one is left behind and that each person has the access to the resources needed to rebuild their lives. And on a daily basis, they go above and beyond, working long hours, navigating difficult circumstances, and enduring personal and professional sacrifices. I'm going to read that again. Personal and professional sacrifices to ensure that those they serve receive care, attention, and deserve without recognition or public praise. The work of the homeless service frontline workers is essential not only to individuals they directly assist, but to the whole community for the overall health, safety, and dignity of our entire community. Now, therefore, Hillary Sheevy, Mayor of the City of Reno of Nevada, do hereby declare February 26, 2025, Frontline Homeless Workers Service Day. This isn't just Karma Box. It's not just VOA. It's not just RISE. It's the Clean and Safe team that drives and directs a lot of our outreach. It's the sheltering folks. It's the guys at Restart, the ladies at Restart, Miss Jackie Brown and her squad. And so thank you for allowing us to do this. And also, if I just have 1 second, I just want to point out that a lot of these folks, these boots on the ground folks, if you want to be really good at this job, you have to love people. That's it. You have to see something in people that you know you can grow this human. We're not in the sheltering business. We're not in the outreach business. We're in the human growing business. And it's really important. And we know that a lot of these folks, you don't get to not take your job home. Sometimes we take it home and it sits in us that we're working with these folks. And so it's important that we acknowledge these people for all the hard work that they do in making our community a better place. So Volunteers of America.
Thank you, Grant.
RISE. Thank you. And Karma Box. Can we have a second?
Of course.
Come on, brother.
Good morning, City Council members and audience and colleagues from the community. As a representative for VOA, as well as my peers, we want to say thank you for this. And extending beyond what Grant said in just 1 second, we knew it was like 10 seconds. Our appreciation also extends to Reno PD, our REMSA crews that are constantly supporting us outside of the shelter in our program area. Their dedication and their professionalism can't go unnoticed, so thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much for everything that everybody does in this community. Very much appreciated. Did you want a picture? Yeah. Okay, let's come get a picture. Why don't we get all of?
Do you mind
Oh,
if
I'm
I
sorry.
say?
Rise. Sorry.
Oh, no worries. So good morning, council members. I just want to say, to kind of piggyback off what Grant already said, the work that we do is, it's beyond just the community, like we need our community partners. This goes beyond just you can't just have anybody just do this. Like, it takes a very unique human being, as the hands that were raised behind me that state that, lived experience, because at once upon a time, people used to look at lived experience being like, oh, well, like, maybe that's the substance. No, there's untreated mental health. There's people that are struggling with trauma. There's people that are struggling with domestic violence. And all of these natures of life, they circle and they arrive at the front doorsteps of our shelters. Our frontline staff deal with them on a daily basis and show them how to walk through that. Our outreach teams, they all engage with these people in reminding them that they are noticed because they're just as human as you and me. Somebody once asked me, how do you not get nervous speaking in front of people? I said, because I don't look at people as somebody being nervous speaking in front of. Sometimes the only real difference is what I take home for a payroll and what you might, But other than that, like, we're all same human beings. We're all just one mistake away from ending up at a doorstep. And the best thing that we can do is just be there and represent in the best way we can as possible. And that goes to all of the teams you see here today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you bring the product for a picture? You know who you are. Down too low?
Hi, thank you.
So much.
Yeah. Tyler, is there still a lot of people outside?
Madam
Thank
Mayor, we're
you.
heading into
Thank
public
you.
comment. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. We're now going to move into opening public comment.
I didn't hear.
Members of the public may hear, observe, and provide public comment virtually by registering through the following link, which can be found on reno.gov/meetings, https://reno.gov/COUNCIL02-26. It should be noted for those in attendance that comments are to be addressed to the mayor and council as a whole. Comments heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the council's agenda. Council may not take action upon any matter not agendized on today's agenda. When you're called on for public comment, please state your name for the record and begin speaking. The timer will begin when you've stated your name, and you will be afforded 3 minutes. For those participating in chambers, in accordance with Council Rules 6.3.11, while in this room, please be respectful. Disruptive behavior from audience members like clapping, yelling, whistling, etc., which impede the meeting, may result in a warning issued by the presiding officer. If this behavior continues, you may be removed from chambers. If you're an attendee in the Zoom meeting and would like to make public comment, please raise your hand at this time. Our first public commenter today is Leah Moser, followed by Terry Brooks, followed by Frankie Sue Del Papa.
Well, I know this young lady. I've known you for probably 30 years.
Yeah.
It's so nice to see you. Go ahead, Leah. Take it away.
My name is Leah Moser, for the record. I am here representing the Progressive Leadership Alliance of Nevada, as well as speaking on behalf of myself as a private citizen of Reno. I am here to express my support in favor of the moratorium of data centers as proposed in Agenda Item D2. From a pragmatic perspective, data centers are illogical, specifically for the Reno metro area. Firstly, the number of jobs that will be created by the project is paltry. Less than 10 employees will be permanently hired, and NRS only requires 50% of those to be from Nevada. This is hard to reconcile when one considers the amount of water our regularly drought-stricken state and region will have to provide to maintain the data center. Secondly, we have a limited amount of developable land in the Washoe County remaining. This council should be focused on using that land that is limited to provide a solution to our affordable housing issues or to a local business that can offer a much higher number of jobs than the data center proposed. This is not NIMBYism. This is simply thoughtful consideration of where certain industries best serve our community. Can we not look to other counties such as Story County to house these data centers, saving the metro area for those to live in? Lastly, when we consider that our city is in budget deficit, we should consider looking for ways to fill that deficit by approving projects that give Nevadans what they need: employment opportunities to sustain a life in the Reno area. 5 to 10 permanent jobs will not be enough for the Reno community to thrive off of. And given that these data centers will be given a 75% tax abatement, as in law, the city will further not be able to fill the budget deficit. It is not easily lucid as to why there is support for these data centers, as to when considering how few benefits they offer, other than housing, unlimited data consumption. If we do not take time to think through the impacts of the unintended consequences of our mismanaged planning, we will be in a larger hole in the future. If we have learned anything in the recent past as a board, it is that large tax abatements do not help sustain a vibrant city as we had hoped for. Considering the budget deficit, the limited amount of jobs, as well as the impact on our resources, I encourage the board to find different routes to assisting data centers to exist in the northern Nevada region. The city of Reno metro area is just not the right fit. Thank you.
All right, future senator. Nice job.
Terry Brooks, followed by Frankie Sue Del Papa, followed by Trey Abney.
Good morning, it's me, Terry Brooks again. And today I'd like to share with you some of my thoughts on employment and pay and what seniors have to go through. When seniors get a job, they usually stay there for a long time, while younger people usually don't stay there for such a long time. And when seniors stay there longer, they wind up getting paid more because their employers want them to stay there and accomplish more. And the longer seniors stay with the same occupation, then the better their chances are of getting a promotion. And the more they learn about each level of a job, then they more likely know about everyone else's job. And when their knowledge helps to improve a business's profits, then all employees there will gain from those profits. Seniors tend to work with others as birds of a feather, and they help all employees to try to work together. The older people are, the longer they have worked, and they know what it's like for others who have worked. So the older people are, the more they know about others, and the more they know about how to help others. Older people seem to be more caring and more wise, so when they get promoted, it is no surprise. And the older a person gets, the more they get set in their way, which makes them more dependable and results in even more pay. And the more an employee winds up getting paid, then the longer that employee will probably have stayed. When seniors stay at jobs, more problems seem to be solved. That's how seniors have successfully evolved. I would like to thank you all for listening to me today. I did not come here to ask for a promotion or for a raise in pay.
Terry, great job. Okay, where are we at?
Oh, this is only chapter 2.
Chapter 2, okay.
So I got almost 2 more years to go.
Right, and for anyone that doesn't know, you can get one of Terry's published books here at the city. Great job.
Frankie Sue Del Papa, followed by Trey Abney, followed by Henry Dalton.
Well, what a nice surprise.
Thank you. Good morning. Frankie Sudell Papa for the record. I have lived at the same house in Reno for 45 years. I think, and I'm a newcomer to the neighborhood, but I think that qualifies me as a dinosaur. I am here today as a long-term resident and respectfully ask for the moratorium, the tactical pause on the data centers and related projects. It's my understanding that Tumwa is reviewing water use, possibly establishing new criteria. It has been long documented that the water demands of data centers and related projects is reason enough for the pause to explore all ramifications and plan accordingly. As a former 49er football player who worked for me said once, failure to plan is a plan to fail. It is my understanding as well that the Nevada legislature is examining the issue in bills such as SB 69. In and of itself concerning because the way the state may be defining data centers would include crypto mining. It is documented that crypto mining, particularly Bitcoin mining, requires a significant amount of water. Some suggest as much as one mining episode would fill a swimming pool in a backyard. Some of you are too young to remember that there was a major 7-year drought during the 80s. I remember it because I was trying to learn how to ski, and I was called a geek because I was trying to learn how to ski on a carpet. But the impacts of that drought were severe and concerning. I do subscribe to the thought that when you're through changing, you're through. That said, I think a pause to examine and plan in our community is in the best interest of all of our citizens, residents, everyone who comes here. It is time to look forward as to where we want to go and grow and how to best get there. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, Frankie Sue.
Trey Abney, followed by Henry Dalton.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, members of the council, Madam Manager. Good to see you. For the record, Trey Abney here today representing NAIOP Northern Nevada, the largest commercial real estate association in the region. I'm going to go ahead and speak on item D2 because unfortunately I have to head to Carson City after this. So your staff and community stakeholders such as NAIOP spent the last 2 years combing through your development code standards. The council just recently voted to approve an updated and simplified code that included new language governing data centers. The ink is not even dry on that code, and we believe that you should allow that to work. As of right now, every data center must go through a CUP process and through the Planning Commission and through this body. And we appreciate everyone's hard work, certainly your staff, Angela Foose and others. 2 years worth of attention and collaborative effort. Data centers are included as a newly defined use. They're allowed in a broad spectrum of zoning districts because they have far less intense impacts on surrounding properties than more traditional commercial uses. Data centers are a foundational part of any modern economic system, critical for businesses and residents alike. If you're going to, yet again, make an update to data center requirements, then you should go back out to the community and create a clear path forward that governs power, water size, locations, et cetera. Angela's staff report that you see in your agenda has an outline from ULI, the Urban Land Institute, that could help you with this conversation. We do not need to reinvent the wheel here. There are plenty of model jurisdictions and model codes to examine if the preference of this council is to open the code once again to work on data centers. If that's the direction today, we should focus on the known impacts of data center, not statewide energy policy or other policies that put the city at a competitive disadvantage due to non-uniform regulation in the region. We also need to ensure that the code provides enough flexibility for the ever-changing speed of technology, and we would urge that the CUP process no longer be used for these projects if you're going to move forward, and that it be developed according to the adopted standards by right. Ideally, any update to the area of code would prescribe operational standards that can be uniformly applied to the development of data centers in a predictable manner, so each data center built here in the biggest little city gets to play by the same rules. Done well, this could eliminate the need for a conditional use permit, as I mentioned, and ensure consistency in development across the city. As for energy use, the state legislature has already taken steps to ensure that Nevada is powered by renewable energy. We have a PUC for a reason. Power production in Nevada needs to be uniformly regulated. Imagine if each individual jurisdiction regulated our power supply. Not only would that be a mess, it's illegal. Data centers are the future. They can fulfill a vital need as office and residential projects are slowing. They bring in a lot of tax revenue and add very little traffic and add nothing to city service needs. NAOP is a resource and partner for you, and we will work with you if the council moves forward on further regulations. Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's good to see you.
Thanks.
Appreciate you.
Henry Dalton, followed by Beth McMillan, followed by Beverly Harry.
Good morning. My name is Henry Dalton, for the record. I'm speaking today in favor of the agenda item D2. I believe that a moratorium on data centers is important and necessary at this time. Reno is the fastest warming city in America, and the environmental impacts that agenda item D2 would have are incredibly negative. This is, as per every year since I've been alive, the warmest winter on record. I'll be graduating from the University of Nevada with a Bachelor of Science in Computer Science and Engineering, so I do have a pretty good understanding of data centers, the resource needs, and the usage of them. They use a monstrous amount of water to cool their systems, and they pull a huge amount of energy from the grid in a city which has already had energy blackouts last winter, which I personally was affected by. The needs of data centers in terms of environmental and economic resources is not equitable with the value that they will provide the community. To the gentleman's point earlier, they are absolutely necessary for business needs, but they need to be further looked at, and a moratorium on this would be important to put better regulations in place in regards to them. If a 75% tax cut is necessary, in quotes, for these data centers when we are already in a budget deficit, I don't understand how they would provide any value or benefit to citizens of Reno like myself. I'm in support of this moratorium for these reasons and would be in support of one until such time as the Truckee Meadows Water Authority and NV Energy can put better restrictions and regulations in place around the usage of data centers in both regards to the water usage as well as the economic impacts, which from my outlook at this point would be very negative to the citizens and residents of Reno. Thank you.
Thank you. Nice job.
Beth McMillan, followed by Beverly Harry, followed by Tyler Colton.
Good morning. I
Good
have to bring
morning.
somebody to help me. This is Tanessa, everybody. She works with me.
We all need a
and
helper.
She's smarter than me. Good morning. For the record, my name is Beth McMillan with Art Town. 30 years ago, Art Town was launched by the City of Reno Arts and Culture Commission. Originally a grassroots initiative, it has evolved into a 31-day summer arts festival that attracts hundreds and thousands of residents and tourists to explore downtown Reno's vibrant art scene. Downtown Reno is undeniably Art Town's home. The City of Reno and Art Town share a common goal: to bring people downtown. Over the past 30 years, this area has transformed into a magnet for urban lifestyle, with people appreciating restaurants, the Truckee River, professional baseball games, public art, and the history of our region. What was once a quiet summer month squeezed between a rodeo and a car show when many would leave for vacation has now become a beloved time when community morale is elevated through the arts. Research has shown that many people have relocated to Reno because of Art Town. Let's explore the city's commitment to Art Town's public art projects and their impact on our community. In 2002, Art Town launched the Counting Sheep Project, showcasing 25 artistically designed bighorn sheep throughout the region. Other artists created the successful Black Sheep Project, igniting the Nada Dada movement. By 2015, Art Town partnered with the Midtown Merchants to decorate 50 statues for the Art Town People Project, contributing to Midtown's vibrant atmosphere filled with murals, restaurants, and a growing real estate market. For its 15th anniversary, Art Town organized the Re-Piano Project, allowing artists to embellish 15 pianos. This initiative led to the creation of the Generator, a creative workspace, as well as the development of Dickerson Road. As we celebrate our 30th anniversary, we are planning the enormously transformative Alabrias project, 8 22-foot-high spirit animals that illuminate at night. The art town is being created in Mexico City and will begin its tour in San Francisco, followed by Reno for the entirety of Art Town, before continuing to San Jose, New York, and other world-class cities where they will be remembered forever. We're grateful for the funds we have secured, and if the city agrees to donate $5,000 today, we will need an additional $52,000 to make this exhibit a reality. This plan includes 2,000 small spirit animals that will be given to and painted by children in our community. Please help us make this vision a reality, and I have a few seconds to show this PowerPoint. That is the size and scope that you're seeing of these. The artisan is on your left. Go to the others. And there's another one. Keep going. There's another one. These are what they're all going to look like. These are them what they're going to look like completed, illuminated at night. Keep going. There's another one. That one. And his tail's going to go up like a peacock. And this one is not completed, but that's the basic design of what it's going to look like. So that's what it's going to look like, and that's what we want to bring to downtown Reno for Art Town. Thank you. Thank you.
Beverly Harry, followed by Tyler Colton, followed by Jeeve Iverson.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Beverly Harry. My daughter and I are the founders of River Justice and have worked throughout the riparian corridor for 35 years, at least I have. So I approach the council with respect to Mayor Sheevy and Naomi Dewar, and hope that they can help bring a more inclusive public process that allows the city council to listen to the members of the community. My late husband is Norm Harry, or was Norm Harry. He was a water protector and a wisdom keeper who spent his life providing his teachings to Native people and non-Native people. He brought them to understand the deeper meaning of work in the environmental and traditional sphere. He often was drawn to the question of, what is our purpose here on earth? Years ago, when the internet was created for our use, we did not know there would be discussions about the megawatts of power and the mass amounts of water required to cool down data centers. Currently, there are possible proposed projects of many data centers that seem pretty harmless, yet they can abruptly change once companies get their foot in the door and demand to expand to larger companies or larger data centers. Years ago, I worked as a worked on the water quality standard for the lower Truckee River. I had the opportunity to learn about the total maximum daily loads. And on the river, with issues with oxygen, total dissolved solids, which are the salt species, and nitrogen and phosphorus. The Truckee River has been on the TMDL list since the 1990s and has yet to be a priority for riparian health restoration or a priority for keystone species like the Lahontan cutthroat trout and the kuyui. The environmental impact assessment of any proposed data center should include a hydrologic analysis of source and potential impacts with respect to water quantity and quality. A hydrologic study of groundwater and surface water could take more than 1 year to achieve. Where's the water coming from that would be used for the data centers, and where will it be discharged? Is there any net consumption loss of water? If so, who is the owner of these water rights as the Truckee River Basin is fully appropriated? What will the water quality impacts be on the groundwater? Will any heat be produced by the data centers that leads to elevated water temperatures ultimately that would flow to the river. Thank you for your time. I appreciate your service.
Thank you so much.
Tyler Colton, followed by Jeeve Iverson, followed by Maribel Garcia.
Hello, hello,
Good
hi
morning.
everyone. I'm here to be a really good person today.
Oh, because
not gonna
usually you're not a
attack
good person.
anybody.
Is that
Yeah.
what you're saying? Usually you're not?
Well, you know, I'm the worst. So I'm here with a couple things. One, Western Lights, that was amazing. Congratulations, what a great event. And to Rachel McIntyre for putting that on. Two, to Mayor Sheevy and City Manager Jackie Bryant for arranging the town hall for residents and other bar and restaurant owners in Midtown regarding entertainment zones and really trying to create a level playing field. And we look forward to that coming to council when that topic starts coming up. But what I'm here to talk about first is back in the 1980s, I came out as a gay man here in Reno at a bar in Midtown called The Shoot. That was my first gay bar, that's where I came out. The second bar I went to was a 1099 Club right across the street, which now is Chapel Bar. Back then, there was a vibrant city, there was a big gay community within Reno, but since COVID and as the times have passed, all those bars have closed. Currently, we have one gay-owned gay bar in all of Reno. That's all that exists for our community. I didn't realize coming back to Reno that on my bingo card it would be that I was gonna open up another bar or any bar in Reno. But here I am before you, my privilege license is coming before you for my new bar called The Selden, S-E-L-D-E-N. The Selden is going to be the first gay-owned by a Mexican queer bar for LGBTQAI people in this city that I will be opening this summer. So before you is that privilege license, and I wanted to come before you to document this moment in time, what is happening with the Trump administration, that they're trying to take away gay rights, our rights, trans rights, and I want to tell you that we are opening up queer spaces, we are taking up space, and we are going to continue to fight for our rights. In the 1980s, I fought for my rights when administrations were taking my friends' lives by not helping, and we're going to stand up and we're going to fight. And then I hope this council, I hope that our governor, and then I hope that our senators will stand up and fight when the time comes, and as we all know, that time is coming. And so before you will be my privilege license today that I'm very excited to say that I'm able to commit to and be part of this beautiful, vibrant city, and I hope you will approve it, and thank you so much.
All right, congratulations.
I know.
Love it.
Jeeve Iverson, followed by Maribel Garcia, followed by Lisa Hill.
Good morning, Mayor Sheevy and council members. My name is Jeeve Iverson, and I want to start by saying thank you in advance for your approval of the Selden, Midtown's newest LGBTQ bar. It's just not any bar, though. It is LGBTQ, meaning it's a sanctuary for the LGBTQ community, a place to celebrate, connect, and feel safe. As a DJ, I've had the privilege of creating spaces where community can come together, dance, and express themselves. And in my work doing nonprofit healthcare marketing and communications for Northern Nevada Hopes, just a shout out to them because I love them, an organization that started as an HIV clinic, I've seen firsthand how vital safe spaces are. I work with members of the LGBTQ plus community every day, and I can tell you that right now, people are scared. With LGBTQ rights under attack, especially for our trans siblings right now, places like this bar are not just wanted, they're needed. But this just isn't a safe place. It's a space for expression. Queer art, drag, music, and culture are being attacked across this country. This bar will be a home for creativity, for joy, for resistance. Because the real 1% that needs to be looked at under a microscope isn't the trans community, it's the billionaires. This isn't just a business for me, it's personal. I'm also the proud partner of the bar's owner, Tyler Colton, and I know the heart and passion going into this space. It will be a home for those who might not have one, a beacon of resilience in a time of uncertainty. Our passion is building communities. So again, thank you for supporting this. Thank you for recognizing that Reno thrives when all of its people have a place to belong.
Nice to see you. We haven't officially met, but I've heard a lot of nice things about you.
Thank you. I've heard a lot of great things about you.
That's not what my email says. Okay.
Maribel Garcia, followed by Lisa Hill, followed by Kathy Fulkerson.
Good morning, Hoshivi.
Good morning.
And City Council. My name is Maribel Garcia, and I am here today to express my full support for the Selden, a new LGBTQIA bar. As many of us know, Reno has long been a place that values diversity, inclusivity, and community. But while we made progress, safe and welcoming spaces for the LGBTQ+ community remain limited. The opening of the Selden is not just about adding another nightlife venue, it's about representation, visibility, and creating a true safe haven for people to gather, celebrate, and be themselves without fear or judgment or discrimination. LGBTQ+ spaces are more than just bars. They are cultural hubs, places where friendships are formed, support systems are built, and community members can feel seen and accepted. As our city continues to grow and evolve, it's critical that we support businesses that reflect the diversity of the people who live here. We look forward to your approval of the Selden and recognize the importance of having a dedicated LGBTQ+ space in Reno. Representation matters, safety matters, and fostering inclusivity in our city matters. This is incredibly personal to me. Growing up in a space that I was not able to be openly gay, when I hear of things like this in a space that is about to be open, it's so important that we support these businesses because it does matter. It makes a huge difference, and we appreciate your approval, and we look forward to continuing to be part of this community. So thank you for your time.
Good job.
Lisa Hill, followed by Kathy Fulkerson, followed by B. Fulkerson.
Good morning. My name's Lisa Hill for the record. I live in Ward 5, and I am in support of the council providing further guidance to the Planning Commission as requested by their leadership on the city's administrative interpretation of Title 18, that's item D2. I'm not anti-data center, I'm not anti-development. I am in favor of the city setting power limits as well as noise limits. Those were not included in the list. And if data centers cannot meet the power limits, I am in favor of the council requesting that they bring their own sustainable power so as not to overburden the ratepayers and to not contribute to climate change further. State-level barriers have been cited by several people on the dais as an impediment for bringing your own sustainable energy. Just on a cursory search of the Nevada Revised Statutes has exempted data centers from these from this use, and so I would like to see further public investigation on this. I would also point out that during this interpretation process over the last couple of years, you will hear the staff say that they obtained wide public comment, and I want to tell you in Ward 5, there were 6 meetings in 2024. And nowhere on those agendas was there any mention of data center or the interpretation of this Title 18. There was not an opportunity for us to comment on this. And in 2025, there have been no NAB meetings for us to comment on any of this. The first I learned about data center approvals was at the Planning Commission meeting and through publications like the Barber Brief and This is Reno. There was not widespread public ability to comment on this. And so I think we need to look to you to provide further guidance on these power limits and noise limits. I would have said so if I had had the opportunity, but I did not have that opportunity. And in my public, I did submit some writing, and I did refer to a number of Nevada Revised Statutes that I would like to have looked into and further discussed. I would like to also thank Jennifer Alvarez, if she's in the room, for answering some questions for me, and all of the development staffs. I emailed them with several questions after these Planning Commission meetings, and they very graciously answered my questions. I want to be a part of the solution, but we as community members have not been given an opportunity to participate in this discussion and what it means to us. So thank you for hearing my comments today.
All right, thank you so much.
Kathy Fulkerson, followed by B. Fulkerson.
Good morning, Mayor and council members. I'm Kathy Fulkerson, facilitator of Third Act Nevada, which is a national organization empowering seniors to protect the planet. I'm here to support the Reno Planning Commission resolution that recommends adopting a temporary pause in permitting data centers. Data centers are already here in Reno and across the nation. The use of data centers and AI is becoming more and more integrated into our daily lives and fundamental to our day-to-day operations. Data centers typically demand huge amounts of energy to operate and require either additional energy or large quantities of water for cooling systems and have been described as thermal dissipation centers. The infrastructure costs to generate and deliver energy are currently borne by Nevada ratepayers. A recently approved data center in Reno will demand an energy load of 30 megawatts. This is comparable to the total output of the Steamboat geothermal power station. Nevada ratepayers will pay for the design, construction, operation, and delivery of something equivalent to Steamboat in order to generate enough energy to meet the demand for a single data center. Low-income Nevadans already carry severe energy burdens, where more than 10% of household income goes to cover energy costs. The Urban Land Institute report indicates that new large load energy customers, such as data center operators, can actually catalyze a green energy transition, but only if driven by their own climate goals, or I might add, they're incentivized to do so. Fun fact, in Nevada, data centers are an exception to Nevada Energy's limitation on the amount of solar energy that entities can produce. The report goes on to quote the U.S. Department of Energy, quote, near-term data center-driven electricity demand growth is an opportunity to accelerate the build-out of clean energy solutions, end quote. It also goes on to say, quote, thus, the collaboration between data center operators and local governments, such as you, is pivotal in driving the clean energy transition and ensuring grid modernization. The City of Reno has an opportunity to take the time to investigate the right way to permit large load data centers. I urge you to consider pausing the development of data centers until a comprehensive permitting approach is developed. Thank you.
B. Fulkerson, followed by Paul Lenart, followed by Bill Miller.
Good morning. B. Fulkerson, 64-year resident of Reno and lead national organizer for Third Act. I'm here today to voice my support for a moratorium on data centers, and I also want to thank Commissioner Becerra and the Planning Commission for bringing it forward. And I'm glad that we have members of the Planning Commission who aren't there just to do what they're told, but who actually take a real strong stand in the affairs of our community. You know, there's no clear process for you right now to evaluate data centers based on energy, based on water, based on the taxes that they pay versus the services they consume and other issues. Yet we're facing a huge influx of these proposals, as well as expansion of existing facilities like Apple. When it comes to weighing the risks due to the potential impacts on land use, infrastructure, water, energy, environment, and tax revenues, basically we're all shooting in the dark. It turns out geezers like me have some memory and some history around this. I know that data centers have been taking our town and our state to the cleaners since 2012, when Apple got the largest tax subsidy in state history at that time. Since then, Apple, Nova, and other data centers have been able to take advantage of Nevada's corporate subsidy gravy train and amass hundreds of millions of dollars in state and local tax breaks. I can also remember when Apple asked the City of Reno for even more tax breaks. In 2017, as now, they had clever lobbyists, and they played an inside game with the City of Reno. Apple and its lobbyists then devised a scheme to stop paying sales tax paid by every other business to the city. And they snookered this council into including Apple as part of a tourism improvement district. So this lowered their sales tax rate by 94% in the city. So just to bring it from 2017 to 2025, a houseless woman who is now subject to arrest for sitting on a bench at Wingfield Park has a higher tax rate than the Apple Corporation, which is worth $3.65 trillion. Data centers don't pay their way because they enjoy a 75% reduction on property, sales, use taxes, and others. And seniors on fixed income and the rest of us pay more for our energy than they do. So by enacting this moratorium, you can help end the free ride for data centers and put our people first. Thank you.
Paul Lenart, followed by Bill Miller, followed by Dr. Carol Peterson.
My name is Paul Leonard. I live in the newly formed Ward 6 Element Apartment Complex. So much has been said so eloquently by Plan and by members of the Fulkerson family that I really don't have that much to add to it in terms of data. I rise in support of a moratorium. I would prefer a permanent moratorium on the data center. The Fulkersons have already pointed out many of the front-loaded costs and externalities of the data center. I would want to add to that one additional one, backloaded, which is that insiders will have the opportunity to do Bitcoin mining as insiders with prior knowledge, as large investors who can use small investors as stepping stones. It's just one more boondoggle to transfer wealth from those of us who actually created through our work. I was a respiratory therapist for 30 years, keeping people alive, and I have nothing against technology. I used it widely. I am against the monopolization of the benefits of increasing production by one class of people who are a small minority of the population at the expense of all of the rest of us. I thank you for your attention. Mayor Sheevy, I'm sorry I don't have any more poetry. These are not poetic times. These are not poetic times.
Bill Miller, followed by Dr. Carol Peterson, followed by Janet Nelson.
Thanks. Good morning, Mayor Sheevy, council, members, staff, fellow citizens. I'm Bill Miller, Reno resident, profoundly concerned local climate advocate. As always, I'll open my comments with an affirmation for all this council has done to mitigate this crisis locally, planting trees, installing solar, generally reducing the amount of carbon the city emits. Hats off. And yet, in the blink of an eye, that is actively being undercut by you by approving data centers that will force our utility to build gas-fired power plants that will exponentially increase our greenhouse emissions. Fact, a typical 50-megawatt data center consumes as much power as 40,000 houses. Fact, NV Energy's CEO recently predicted Northern Nevada's energy grid could quadruple in the foreseeable future to power new data centers. Where is that power coming from? Based on Nevada Energy's Byzantine business model, it will come from building more methane-burning power plants, spewing more greenhouse gases, and erasing all your gains in sustainability. Data centers are coming, and I'm personally not opposed. In fact, all of the numbers I cite today came from ChatGPT. So the real question is, where do these data centers go, and how do they not destroy our future? First off, they don't belong in Reno. Fact, since 2010, our population has increased by 23.5% to over 238,000. Fact, since 2015, the median cost of housing has increased by 106%. It's doubled in just 10 years. Fact, since 2010, Washoe County's job growth has been a whopping 6.6%, almost twice the national average. We don't need another handful of maintenance jobs. First obvious conclusion, instead of a gluttonous data center, Reno needs a new housing vision that consumes fewer resources while building a vibrant new business community to serve it. Only this action will support our growing population while bringing down the cost of housing. So where do data centers belong? The Tahoe Reno Industrial Centers or Victory Logistics come to mind with common sense requirements. 1, data centers supply their own green power from dedicated solar farms or untapped geothermal hotspots, which Nevada has in abundance. 2, they do not overtax or pollute our scarce water resources. Second obvious conclusion, data centers need Nevada more than Nevada needs them. These reasonable requirements will not turn data centers away, but will make them good citizens and good stewards of our fragile ecosystems. One more paragraph. So, for the business at hand, please enact the Planning Commission's modest request for a 6-month moratorium on approving data centers, and then please use that time to remember the actual needs of Reno, which are people, families, livable communities, and the creation of a thriving, sustainable future, not more empty, soulless data centers. Thank you for your time.
Dr. Carol Peterson, followed by Janet Nelson.
Hi, I'm Dr. Carol Peterson, Ward 6, and I'm a former chemical technology manager for ExxonMobil for 29 years. And my responsibilities included analysis of emerging technologies and advising the chemical company vice presidents and president of technology options. I'm not a data center expert, but I believe this rapidly changing technology deserves further study. And I support the pause on data centers within Reno's city limits. I retired here because Reno has done a good job managing the open for business and preserving its natural beauty. And I believe that can continue even in the really challenging case of data centers. There's no question urban data centers are now and will continue to be a part of urban landscapes. In many places, including densely populated countries like Germany and France, they already are. Tremendous challenges. You're aware, data centers bring tremendous challenges in energy, land, and water, and especially waste heat management. And the pace of technology change with new technologies coming out in data centers every 2 years on average is also a challenge. But in the challenge, there's an opportunity. With high efficiency direct-to-chip and immersion cooling, higher quality waste heat streams are generated and they're much easier to manage in urban planning. In some cases, producing hot water for entire commercial buildings and neighborhoods. So just the what ifs. What if Peppermill were being built today from a blank sheet of paper instead of drilling for geothermal? Would they simply have added several floors of data centers into their building design to provide the hot water? Reno's citizens deserve the best possible solutions to its urban data centers. Let's put the moratorium in place and consider all the options. Thank you.
Janet Nelson, followed by Isla Friedenthal, followed by Seth McCoy.
Good morning. My name is Janet Nelson, and I'm here to ask the Reno City Council to put the horse before the cart and not the other way around by placing a temporary moratorium on allowing data centers to be built in Reno until we get more information about the impact that they would have on our community. Before handing out permits, a specific ordinance needs to be created based on information gathered through an investigation of how these data centers work. How much electricity and water would a proposed data center demand? How big is a proposed data center? Size determines the impact on our community. I think that data centers should be made to generate green energy to offset their energy use and have a means to recycle water for cooling their equipment. These companies need to create and maintain energy and water efficiency. Please allow time necessary to prepare a suitable ordinance before allowing any more data centers to be built in Reno. Thank you.
Isla Friedenthal, followed by Seth McCoy, followed by Shannon Parado.
Good morning, Isla.
Hi.
Nice to see you.
Thank you. Nice to see you. Thank you for having me or allowing me to speak. If I set this here, are you guys able to see it?
There we go.
That's terrible.
We'll focus it. Give us just a second.
Okay. Thank you. Isla Friedenthal with Nevada Women's Fund. With only 10 days left until International Women's Day, I wanted to share some updates with you. What began as a simple idea to turn the city purple, hence my crazy wardrobe choice today, and encourage businesses and organizations to recognize and celebrate the contributions of women has evolved into a day-long, community-wide movement. This incredible momentum has been driven by the support of over 100 businesses, government agencies, and organizations, all uniting to support a day that will inspire and empower. In response to our call to turn the city purple, nearly every casino in Reno and Sparks will be illuminated, along with the Believe and Love signs, the Aces home sign, the airport, and marquees community-wide. Employees, businesses, and students, thank you Washoe County School District, are proudly wearing purple, and that's just the beginning. Once again, I'm reminded of why we are all so proud to call Nevada home. This event is something we should all be proud to be a part of. On behalf of Nevada Women's Fund, our board of directors, and the women we serve, I want to extend our thanks to the City of Reno for your support. Nevada Women's Fund has invested significant time and resources into this event because we believe in the women who make up Northern Nevada, and we believe our city should be recognized for this incredible showing of solidarity. Finally, I personally invite you to join us from 5 to 7 p.m. in downtown Reno, where we will illuminate the iconic Reno Arch in purple. By participating in the IWD Light Up Initiative, where landmarks worldwide will be lit in purple on International Women's Day, we aim to elevate our local efforts and the biggest little city to a global stage. I want to quickly share that the cost for this event, for us to light the arch, is exceeding about $22,000. We were very intentional in not making this a fundraiser, not creating sponsorships around it. We wanted this to be a collaborative, inclusive event that everybody could be a part of. With that being said, if our city can support us, we would be grateful for that. Thank you again for your support, and I can't wait to celebrate International Women's Day with each of you.
Thank you so much. I'm just curious, how did you get all those businesses to agree to that?
It's because it's amazing. They care. And I think it says so much about this community, and it says so much about the message that we're sending, which is let's just recognize and celebrate the contributions women bring. And everybody wants to be a part of it.
Oh, Isla, great job.
Thank you.
Okay, we're excited. March 8th, 5 to 7.
Seth McCoy, followed by Shannon Parado, followed by Scott Murray.
Good morning. My name is Seth McCoy. I'm a graduate student here at UNR studying environmental engineering. I'm also a representative of the Reno Sunrise Movement, and I'm here to speak in support of the proposed data center moratorium. I understand that the Reno Master Plan aims to develop the tech sector within the city. However, allowing development of data centers without fully understanding their implications is unwise, in my opinion. In order to protect our people and our limited natural resources and in the best interest of ratepayers, several aspects of data centers, such as power supply and cooling methods, need to be regulated by the city. Additionally, it seems doubtful to me that allowing data centers from out-of-state tech companies to move in and use our resources will really benefit our city economically under current regulation. It should be noted that when the applicant for one of the recently approved data centers was asked why they chose Reno as a location for installation, their response was that they had already exhausted their allotted resources from California. That doesn't sound like an answer from a company that actually cares about the cities that they develop in. If we truly want to develop Reno as a tech hub, then our focus needs to be on local business and guaranteeing that revenue from new data centers isn't being taken to another state where it doesn't serve our economy. This moratorium will give us the time to ensure that any incoming data centers will serve our city's people, its economy, and most importantly, protect our natural resources. Thank you for your time.
All right, good job. Thanks.
Shannon Parado, followed by Scott Murray, followed by Hallery Farini.
Good morning. My name is Shannon Parado, and I'm here with my husband, Tim, and we live near South McCarran and Plum Avenue, and I'm here to voice concern about the dangerous speeding traffic on McCarran. I'm hopeful that working together, RPD, NHP, and NDOT, we can mitigate further fatalities and accidents and decrease noise pollution. I've personally been witness to the aftermath of multiple fatal accidents near this intersection, and seeing that is horrifying and will stay with me forever. This is a popular area for bikers and walkers and is just as dangerous for them as other drivers. I observe daily driver traffic consistently cruising 65 miles an hour plus, if not more. Possibly the bigger issue being the modified vehicle racing, drag racing, sideshows, and many motorcycle groups that race and cruise McCarran for fun all night long. Noise from these recreational racers and drivers has gotten so horrible that we've actually considered moving. However, I feel like this is the better alternative to fight for our neighborhood. We are unable to have our windows open in the summer, get a good night's sleep due to the noise, much less walk safely to the yogurt shop on a Saturday night. I hope that patrol can be increased, especially Thursday to Sunday evenings between 7:30 and 1 a.m. But I'm also hope to see installation of cameras, noise cameras, digital speed indicators, flashing yellow lights. I love Reno and my neighborhood and hope to see this issue resolved in the coming years. So, thank you.
Thank you. Great job.
Thank you.
Scott Murray, followed by Hallery Farini, followed by Barry Levinson.
Madam Mayor, distinguished city council, who knew the data center stuff was so big? I had no idea. As a recovering software engineer, I support data centers, but this is really enlightening. But I'm going to shift gears and talk about McCarran here. My name is Scott Murray, and I'm appearing to you today to encourage you to address the safety issues on McCarran near Plum Lane, as Shannon spoke about. This issue extends all the way up to Collin Parkway, up through Mayberry, up to 4th Street. That corridor is quite dangerous. So let me begin by giving kudos to the NDOT representatives who's here somewhere. I met them in the elevator.
Great.
Can you imagine what Reno would be like if we didn't have McCarran Loop? Imagine what I-80 and 395 would be like if we didn't have the McCarran Loop. It's actually a fantastic thoroughfare that allows traffic to flow nice and evenly. The problem is we've become a victim of our own success. The traffic is crazy on McCarran. Along with thousands of law-abiding drivers commuting, taking their kids to and from school, heading to the grocery stores, we're also beset with a tremendous amount of speeding, tailgating, and running of red lights. That's really a bad problem around here. This section of McCarran is conducive to high-speed, reckless driving, street racing, and more, as Shannon pointed out. And one of my neighbors, Shannon, witnessed firsthand the collision on the corner of Plum and McCarran that resulted in the fatality. So she was the first one there. And imagine being there and seeing the fatality and seeing the person dead on the side of the road. That's what she endured. So not only have there been several fatalities on the stretch of highway, but also numerous vehicle accidents. There are memorials in McCarran for you can go see those honored who have been killed. And just around the corner on Mayberry is Roy Gom Elementary School. And I seriously cringe every time I drive through Mayberry on McCarran and I see children there.
Yeah.
So I come to you today not pointing fingers, not laying blame, and not ranting, you need to do something. So no, we have many people in the audience here today. We want to contribute to find a solution here to the problems to improve the safety on this road. It's for our families, for our friends, and for this great community that we love. So we collectively need to put our heads together and find a way to stop the reckless driving that I fear someday the next memorial be a child or someone we love. Sorry.
Or yourself, right?
Or myself.
It's very serious.
I care about the kids that go to school crossing McCarran. It's scary. Okay. Thank you.
Scott, thank you so much for being here today. I hope that you are staying for NDOT's presentation. I don't know if you are, but I'll make sure that you get a copy if you don't, because it's really, okay, good, thanks so much. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Hallery Farini, followed by Barry Levinson, followed by Paxley Robinson.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Hallery Farini, and I am here to talk about action item D2. I'm speaking on behalf of Make the Road Nevada. We are a nonprofit-led organization led by working families and representing over 39,000 members across Nevada. We're here today because we care deeply about our communities and our future, and we need your leadership to make sure data centers don't come at the expense of Reno families. That's why we need strong rules set in place before any more permits are approved. Data centers should be required to provide their own clean energy, not relying on working families to foot the bill. We're asking you to support the text amendment that sets clear standards for data centers development to consider renewable energy. We ask for you to put a pause on new permits until those protections are in place. This is about our fairness. This is about making sure that Reno's future is shaped by the needs of its people, not just corporate profits. We urge you to do the right thing for our families, our communities, and our climate. Thank you.
Barry Levinson, followed by Paxley Robinson, followed by C. McCombs.
Good morning, Mayor Seavey and Reno City Council members. My name is Barry Levinson, and I'm speaking today in strong support of item D2, the moratorium on data centers. The writing is on the wall. As we all know, data centers are coming and we really can't stop them. Whether we want to or not. I recognize this truth. However, we can put in place reasonable criteria and guidelines for allowing them into our community to protect the public and the environment from their effects. Firstly, data centers consume a huge amount of energy, as we all know. The Webb data center that was just approved is a 30 megawatt facility, which is enough electricity to supply about 20,000 homes. Who should rightly pay for the infrastructure needed to generate this electricity? I believe it is simply not fair to ask the population to cover these costs. Reno ratepayers should not be on the hook to pay for data center electricity demand. Then there's the effect on greenhouse gas emissions. Our state is far from our goal of 45% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. Adding data centers powered by fossil fuel gas generation is going to blow a hole in the city, county, and state goals. I believe that these data centers should be required to supply a large portion, if not all, of their own renewable energy, including solar with battery storage or geothermal energy. We also need guardrails on water usage. Some data centers use a lot of water, whereas there are other much more water-conserving technologies that are available. This issue should be studied thoroughly, and our city should define limits on the amount of water usage. Finally, the economic benefits to our community are far from clear, especially given the large tax abatements afforded to data centers. According to the GOED website, data centers may be afforded a 75% personal property tax abatement and pay a minimal sales tax of 2% for purchase of equipment. This will greatly reduce the financial benefits to Reno. And after construction is completed, long-term employment at data centers is minuscule, at about 10 employees per data center. It is assumed that data centers will attract new businesses. We need to verify and quantify that effect. We need a clear accounting of the true economic and employment benefits that data centers provide to Reno. So, in summary, the City of Reno should have a pause on approval of any new data centers until we fully appreciate the impacts of data centers on our electricity supply, on any projected electricity rate increases, on water supply, on projected greenhouse gas emissions, and to fully understand the economic impacts. I urge you to enact a pause in order to research and develop a more fully informed ordinance governing data centers. Thank you.
Pax Lee Robinson, followed by C. McComb, followed by Kelsey Owens.
Hi, good morning. I'm a resident of Ward 2. I just moved there this weekend. Thank you. I've been in Reno over 7 years, and I want to start, I'm in support of the data center moratorium, and I want to start with a quote from someone who lives in Niagara Falls, which is also a data center hub. My home was invaded by noise. It has changed my life. It is constant, 24 hours a day. I'm here for myself and my mental health. Brian Max, Niagara Falls. I'm in favor of a considered and thoughtful approach to data center planning. I am particularly concerned with the noise pollution these data centers are well known to cause. They operate 24/7 and emit low decibel noise that is similar to leaf blowers or vacuum cleaners. Imagine sleeping next to a vacuum cleaner or a leaf blower every night. These centers can be stressful and unhealthy for residents and wildlife. That being said, there are many ways that noise levels can be mitigated, including setting back the data center's location, architectural design, and acoustical measures. I think data centers are kind of inevitable, and I think we could plan to make them more humane. I feel like the environmental costs have been talked about a lot, but I'm really concerned with data centers close to residential areas where they're going to make really unhealthy noise. I would really like the city to consider strict noise limitations and acoustical consulting to make sure that these data centers do not harm residents. Thank you.
C. McCombs, followed by Kelsey Owens, followed by Chris Bell on behalf of the Sierra Club.
Hello, for the record, my name is C. McCombs. I'm a resident of Ward 3. I am writing in support, or I'm actually here today, in support of the adoption of a moratorium on data centers in agenda item D2. Due to the lack of established policy and long-term foresight regarding data centers, each data center proposition spurs discussion and concession on individual project basis. A moratorium would allow for a more thought-out, long-term policy that could include sustainable, both economically and environmental policy. Relevant stakeholders like myself, residents, environmental groups, and the golden calf of this council, business owners, have yet to be engaged in the public process on policy specific to data centers. Current code is haphazard and based on the idea that data centers are comparable to warehouses despite clear differences. right? No clear roadmap exists for evaluating their impact on land use, infrastructure, water, energy, and tax revenues, and this is troubling. Now I need to discuss specifically why rejecting this moratorium is a terrible idea. I want to ask you seriously, how is this going to help Reno's economy? I hate warehouses personally, but at least warehouses provide large-scale employment. And as you know, you're giving them a 75% tax abatement, so they're not providing tax revenue. They're going to use the power of low estimates, assume 22,000 homes worth of power, and that was for the web center alone. And we will absorb the costs, increased energy rates. The Electric Power Research Institute projects that at this current rate, data centers will consume nearly 20% of all electricity consumed in Nevada. This is particularly concerning given that Reno was designated as the fastest warming city in the nation. Right? Moreover, a lot of these data centers, they're from Silicon Valley, they're from San Francisco. And that sounds like you're allowing people from outside of Nevada to come in and extract resources from our community for draining our limited power capacity and increased LV energy rates, apparently. However, didn't they get kicked out of Santa Clarita, the web center, for using an unacceptable amount of energy? And that was water cooled. Web is air cooled and does not provide its own energy, right? I fear that this is another example of people outside Nevada conceptualizing it as a wasteland. Our beautiful biodiverse deserts are often conceptualized as a dumping ground for nuclear waste and apparently expensive, hot, and loud storage. We need to follow the lead of our native friends like Autumn and Beverly Harry of the Northern Paiute, and to consider, is this policy good for the fish? Because if it's not, then we're not going to have a city to stand on. So I think it's something really important to consider. Thank you so much for your time.
Kelsey Owens, followed by Chris Bell.
Hi, for the record, my name is Kelsey Owens, and I am here in support also of the moratorium on the data centers, item D2. I have to admit, I was extremely skeptical about coming back up here to talk to you after my experience last time. Hundreds of community members came to speak out against the further criminalization of our houseless neighbors, but this council chose to sit stubbornly in the pockets of a handful of businesses instead of our community. I told you my story, you stared at your phones or at me with dead eyes or didn't even show. So yeah, it's hard to come back, to have any hope in this city council. But I have a great deal of hope left in this city and in this community, so here I am. There is so much that we still don't know about the way these data centers could potentially benefit our economy at all. The more I hear, the less I believe there will be any local benefit whatsoever. So it makes me wonder whose pockets y'all are stuck in this time, so ready to make decisions not based on any proof for local healthy growth for Reno. I ask you, what's the rush? Why so inclined to barrel into a future that has not been proven safe or sustainable for any of us? I want to take the rest of my time to state my endless gratitude and solidarity with the Wasiu, Numu, and Newe, the true locals of these lands who have taught us so much and show us that we must treat the land as kin. They know, as we all, they healed the river and brought the Lahontan cutthroat trout back from local extinction. They have robust plans to plant trees along the riverbed and cool the river. Their work truly benefits us all, and these data centers would do nothing but rob us of all of that progress. They will rob us of our life-giving water once again. I stand with the Indigenous women who have taught me that water is life. Thank you.
Chris Bell, followed by Rose Chaska, followed by Alex Batter.
Good morning, council members and Mayor Sheevy. My name is Chris Bell, for the record. I'm a resident of Reno and chair of conservation with the Sierra Club's Great Basin Group. I'm here to comment on item D2 of the agenda. Data centres are not the enemy. We fully recognise their value to society. Their arrival with us is really a way of highlighting our expectations for the consumptive profile of a new community member. I implore you to set parameters for developers of any new project to keep their water and power consumption sustainable. Our river is a precious lifeline. Our grid was on track to supply more and more renewables, but the load growth of the data industry will set this back. How easy and reasonable it would be to require big electricity consumers to supply their own clean power. Please be bold in your leadership and draft a new ordinance with some resource guardrails for new developments. Thank you for this opportunity to speak, and thank you for all your diligent work.
Rose Chaska, followed by Alex Batter, followed by Robin Palmer.
Hello, my name is Rose Chaska. City Council, I'm here in favor of a moratorium on agenda item D2 for data centers, though in actuality I support a permanent pause to data center contracts in our area because they are not inevitable, they're a choice. I've spent my entire life in our state. I was born and raised in Fallon and a resident of Reno Sparks for over 15 years. I believe this has made me painfully aware of water use, water access, and water waste in our state. I'm also aware, even as recently as our current winter, that we have received such little rain and snow that it is affecting agriculture, tourism, and even private urban farming citizens like myself. So in our world's current climate crisis, how can Reno possibly balance the needs of its people and these departments if data centers consume, on average, 5 million gallons of water daily? How can Reno balance stewardship of our natural resources and environment if it builds devices that consume up to 50 megawatts? Numbers I researched without needing AI, by the way, of power a day, which is the equivalent to the electric needs of 800 homes for a year. How can we trust Reno City Council with our lives if you quickly jump on fad technological advances that are already infringing on Indigenous rights and affecting citizens' health across the nation? Within Reno, there are also concerns for wildlife and native plant species, since I'll point out one of your proposed data center sites south of Interstate 80 is less than a mile from the much-beloved Oxbow Nature Preserve. The amount of noise, pollution, and disruption from just the massive building project alone could be devastating for this delicate area. Please remember that technology might be constantly trying to briefly dazzle us, but water is life. Thank you.
Alex Batter, followed by Robin Palmer, followed by James Matthews via Zoom.
Good morning, City Council members. My name is Alex Batter, and I'm a resident of Ward 5 as well as a representative from the Reno Sunrise Movement. I want to start by stating how profoundly disappointed I am in the Council's decision to criminalize homelessness at the last City Council meeting. As one of your constituents, I can't tell you how much you've let down your most vulnerable people. That being said, I'm here to support item D2 regarding a temporary moratorium on data centers with the sincere wish that this time you listen to your constituents. Let me preface my comment by saying that I am not anti-data center. I am anti-uncontrolled development that offers little economic opportunity and brings undue stress on our area's resources. A temporary moratorium on data centers will allow developers and city officials a chance to actually research data centers before allowing an influx of out-of-state tech companies and land developers to continue their business ventures on the backs of Nevada taxpayers. We have a serious problem here in Reno with dubious out-of-state developers like Jacobs Entertainment consistently gaining approval only to develop vacant lots. This is the same Jacobs Entertainment who, I might add, still owes us a neon line district. Data centers, if left unchecked, may be another avenue through which these developers might exploit our city and its snow-capped corporate tax breaks. The Urban Land Institute cites Loudoun County, Virginia's Data Center Alley as the source of approximately 58.5% of the county's tax revenue. The irony that we offer a 75% tax abatement on data centers who employ a whopping 10 people in the first 5 years should not be lost on any of us. If developers are coming to Reno because they see a potential tax break, then their interests are with their company's bottom line, not with boosting the Reno economy. Additionally, a temporary moratorium on data centers will allow for further research on the environmental impacts of certain data centers. Not all data centers are created equal, and a moratorium would allow the council time to evaluate the priorities of our shared resources to find the most environmentally sustainable option possible. We are ultimately a desert climate with limited access to water, so our usage of this precious resource specifically should be the utmost importance to us all. To reiterate, few of us are actually anti-data center. We just want a clear and well-developed plan moving forward to safeguard our resources and prevent out-of-state land developers from exploiting us and our city. We ask with this moratorium that City Council put forth set regulations and protections on land use, sustainability, ethical development, and other issues. Reno is a city of the future, but we need to ensure that our city is developed sustainably by entities that have our best interests in mind, not large corporations that see us as a fallback when they've overused California's resources. Thank you for your time.
Robin Palmer, followed by James Matthews via Zoom, followed by Rosie Walterbeek.
Good morning. Robin Palmer, climate and community advocate. I support a text amendment for data centers and moratorium on data centers until a text amendment is adopted. Data centers are typically resource intensive and can have detrimental impacts on a community and its residents. A planning commissioner for Santa Clara, California, has likened data centers to tapeworms, and that they continue to, quote, they continue to grow, they continue to feed, they continue to consume resources, and they provide almost nothing to the city. Staff eroded public trust by incorporating new language defining data centers and the requirements thereof into City of Reno code by means of administrative interpretation, bypassing the codified process for adding code text and avoiding a public review process focused on data centers. Thereafter, the new data center code language was presented under the guise of code cleanup on page 205 of a 582-page document, and presented to the NABs as simply added data center as new use. Title 18.03.205 allows an administrative interpretation when an application is received for use not addressed by code. The administrator is to consider several facets of the impact of the proposed use and establish standards to decrease potential impacts to the surrounding properties or the community. The full impact of data centers on our community has not been considered. Planning Commissioner Becerra provided lengthy written comment to your December 11th Reno City Council meeting, specifying concerns about data centers and recommending next steps. Other planning commissioners have publicly stated that they provided feedback on data centers to the city that was largely disregarded. The Reno Master Plan, page 27, states sustainable development practices will be encouraged. The Truckee Meadows Regional Plan is applicable regionally, including to the city of Reno. Page 103 of the Truckee Meadows Regional Plan states the plan encourages a regional approach to sustainability. With sustainable development on page 109, practices that promote energy efficient building technology and the use of development of alternative and renewable energy sources. Please hit the pause button and consider the full impact of data centers on our community. Thank you.
James Matthews via Zoom, followed by Rosie Walterbeek, followed by Sandy Roth.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. State your name for the record and begin speaking.
Yes, this is James Matthews, and I'm here because the last meeting that I came to, it was a very serious situation, and I spoke with the city manager assistant, and then they said that they were going to help me with the issue. Well, I get home, and the same officers that were committing the crimes against me are the ones who called me. So I don't understand what kind of help was that. I don't know what you guys don't understand, that there is racist, these cops, it's a division of racist cops that want black people out of here. I live at 2450 Linbury Street, and I'm the only black person in the building, and they do horrible acts to get me out of there. And then the police department, I did 15 police reports. They done broke in my house, vandalized my car. They have me isolated. They hacked my phone. It's so many things that have been done, and I've showed time and time again, and nobody helps me at all. The last person that got stalked by the police ended up dead. So I'm trying to get help, and nobody won't give me no help. Like, why would not anybody look into it just for a citizen is what I'm trying to understand. So, and then for the city manager to have their assistant tell me that they're going to get on top of it, and then next thing you know, the same officer that is doing is call me back. Like, it's like, do you guys know what's going on, and you're going to act like you're going to help me, or are you going to help me? Because this is really racism. The sheriff used to have these things implemented to run black people out, and it's still going on. That's what I need people to understand. City manager, do you hear me? Oh, that's where you can speak. So yes, if you can give me a call or let me know something, I would really appreciate it. But this is going on right now, and I have no other source, and I am trapped, okay? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. What else can I say?
Rosie Walterbeek, followed by Sandy Roth, followed by Doralee Martinez via Zoom.
Good morning. My name's Rosie Walterbeek. Thank you, elected officials and Mayor Sheevy, for being here today and for the opportunity to speak. I'm a 22-year Reno resident and a 35-year resident of the Reno-Tahoe region. I do wholeheartedly support the item brought forward by Commissioner Becerra and the support from the Planning Commission last month to bring this forward to you today, item D2. So I went ahead from going to some of those meetings and I pulled down your Reimagine. And wonderful report, I did read it, and I am going to be referencing that today because I do see a lot of parallelisms of what is the words in your report and what the data centers are actually, and I feel, is doing opposite. So now that the door's been cracked in the city of Reno, and there have been approvals, as you well know, the door's been cracked open and they're in the city limits, but they're in exact opposite of what I'm finding in your report. You're encouraging growth that supports quality of life, the residents' desire. Again, the folks that spoke before me, the folks that aren't here, I'm really hearing echo the same vision we have for Reno and why we chose to live, work, and recreate here for our resources that are very limited. I do realize you're trying to be fiscally, environmentally responsible per page 23, and that you were going to take a proactive role in monitoring the scope of influence for your land and aligning with your resources. On page 28, you talk about collaborating with regional entities. You all have the power to reach out to your partners for data centers and looking at this as a regional approach rather than in a silo, which is what it feels like to us in the public. It couldn't be more perfect to look at these special use permits. Do some fact-finding on your own, like I did. Promote the use of sustainable development, like I heard earlier from the two speakers before me. I'm not seeing a leap forward. I am hearing an outcry from the public for months that this is what it feels like. I too heard about a geothermal Steamboat Springs project that's going to take 30 kilowatts that is sucking away the energy. So again, as a private citizen, I feel I'm recycling, I'm removing trash from my property, but we have a permit right next to the Truckee River that could leach into our river system, which is all of our water. So again, looking at putting in some strongholds where you can look at all these on the projects. For the battery storage and diesel, they need 24/7. Yes, we're open for business, but what kind of business? So I thank you. I found a website called datacentermap.com. Check it out. Do your own fact finding, and please give us the pause we're asking for and that you have the power to do for all of us here and the folks that aren't here. Thank you.
Sandy Roth, followed by Dora Lee Martinez via Zoom.
Good morning. My name is Sandy Roth, and I'm here to speak in support of the pause on data centers and urge you to study the issue carefully. Data centers consume huge amounts of water and energy and are primarily serving companies outside of Reno. One data center coming into Reno has described Reno as Silicon Valley adjacent. That's ludicrous. If they really want to build a center that is adjacent to the Silicon Valley, they should consider San Francisco or maybe Marin County. But it is fair to ask Nevada to host data centers commensurate with our needs and burdens. But we should not be the country's dumping ground for data centers that divert resources from Reno residents and from businesses that actually create jobs to serve Reno residents. We need clear and responsible criteria for permitting centers in Reno. It has been obvious to me that even the Planning Commission is confused right now. There are not clear criteria, and data centers are obviously not warehouses. There should not be greenwashing, which we have seen from these data center applicants. One data center applicant was trying to portray themselves as being responsible with water because they would have a low-flow toilet for their handful of employees. But their data center would have consumed enormous amounts of water to cool. Another data center tried to portray themselves as being responsible with energy because they would have used NV Energy's existing renewable energy resources. That just would have diverted the renewable energy resources from Nevada residents and businesses and required more fossil fuel energy for those other people. These data centers are going to create huge demands on our energy grid. It is going to impose costs and increase rates. And this is something that you all need to study. And that takes time. It takes effort. So it also takes input from the public, which really hasn't happened. Please take the time and effort to responsibly study the impact of these data centers on Reno businesses, and on our resources and the environment. That is responsible for you to do. Please take the public's comment into account, which hasn't been done so far. Thank you. Again, I urge you to pause, think, study, and draft responsible criteria. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I did just want to bring up, because I've heard it a couple times, if you guys know ways that we can better alert you, because we do have to public notice our agendas, and it's required by law to make sure that we do public noticing and outreach before we post an agenda. So anytime there's something that has been on the agenda that that the public knows about it, and then there's a certain time frame. I think, Jackie, like what, is it 14 days? We tried to do it earlier, because I want to make sure that everyone follows those agendas so that you have the opportunity to whether it's a housing issue or anything like that, but if you have better ideas, if there's places that you are sort of using regularly, whether, some people use, is it Neighborly or, things like that. So if you have some ideas, please let us know so we can make sure that we're getting you the information in time so you can come down and comment on some of the issues that you care about. So we really do try to get that information out there. So please let us know what would be helpful to you. Okay, Madam Clerk, go ahead.
Dorley Martinez via Zoom, followed by Nancy Ann Leader. And I'd just like to state for the record that Councilmember Ebert has been present online since 11:39.
Hi, Councilwoman Ebert. Thanks for joining.
Good morning. Could you guys hear me okay?
Yes, just a little low.
Oh, I'm so. Madam Mayor, good morning. This is Dora Martinez. Good morning to you and the council. I just want to thank you, Madam Mayor, and all the council and all the things that you guys are doing. I'm thankful that you guys did the homeless issue, because there's a place that they can go. Just an example, I'm on Ward 5, and we walk a lot, me and my husband, who is low vision, and I have a service dog. We were on McCarran going on Mayan, and I'm totally blind, Madam Mayor, as you know, but I have excellent hearing. Yes. And so I was walking by with my dog, and the homeless people were there, and they goes, "What's this?" She's going to trip over those 3 piles of rocks that I put on the sidewalk. My dog maneuvered around it, and I turned around and told my husband, and I told those people, I said, I'm blind, but I have excellent hearing, and that you should not be doing that. It's not safe. And they laughed it off and just kind of, went on their way. So I appreciate what you guys are doing, because sidewalk is for everyone. I know there's good actors and bad actors, and we all try to do better and make our city, biggest little city and accessible city for everyone. And I thank you so much for all that you do, and keep doing what you're doing. You guys are the best. And thank you, Madam Clerk. You rock. Bye-bye.
Dora, thank you so much. I'm so sorry to hear that. And thank you everything you're doing on Access Advisory Board. I'm hearing great things. So thanks for being our champion.
Oh, thank you, Madam Mayor. Bye-bye. I'll be mute now.
Nancy Ann Leader.
Hello, for the record, I'm Nancy Ann Leader. I have lived in my house in North Reno since November 1965.
Wow.
So I'm here as a longtime resident. I've been active in community affairs all that time. I raised my 3 sons in that house. They all 3 married local women. I have 11 grandchildren who live in Reno, and we all vote, of course. And I am not afraid or reluctant for Reno to grow. I've seen a lot of growth in that time. Growth has facilitated my family remaining in Reno and being able to work here. However, I'm here to ask each of you to vote for a moratorium on data processing center permitting, and to direct the staff to research the needs of such centers, the requirements for their work, and to initiate necessary text amendments to our code. Rather than go through the list of things that you have heard this morning, I'll just remind you of what you've heard about. Noise limits are necessary in order to protect Reno residents and people who need to come here, because as we continue to grow, we have more people coming as employees. Maybe not in data centers, but in something else that we're facilitating. So noise limits you heard about being necessary. Water use, perhaps the use of recycled water. Perhaps there are other systems where the data center doesn't need to use so much water. Power use and generation. We heard a lot about that. Waste heat management. And we're already hot in Reno. The number of employees that are used, whether they benefit Reno or not. The taxes that come in or don't come in. If it doesn't come in, if taxes don't come in, then the use of Reno facilities that are not paid for, police and fire. And environmental concerns. So you've heard multiple suggestions for keeping Reno livable while allowing data centers. Please vote accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you so much. How come I sense, you've been here since 65, but I think I swear that I sense Bostonian accent?
Because my folks came here before I did, and I kept taking them back to Rhode Island and Southern Mass.
Oh.
So I kept the accent. Every 2 years, I would take them back.
All right, I was just thinking, that's not a Reno accent.
Yeah, and since they died.
And you didn't lose it.
Since they died in '08, I've continued going back periodically.
Good for you.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nancy Ann.
Madam Mayor, with that, we have no additional public comment registered. We did receive 9 comments, which were general in nature or not directly associated with an agenda item prior to yesterday, February 25th at 4 p.m. These comments were written correspondence received via our reno.gov online public comment form or by emails to our office. Copies of these have been distributed to the Reno City Council and are available to the public on reno.gov/meetings. 2 letters in favor, 1 letter in opposition, and 6 letters of concern. With that, we're moving on to item A4, approval of the agenda.
All right, thank you. At this time, I'm actually going to send it to City Manager Jackie Bryant. Do you have any updates that you would like to give us on this agenda?
Thank you, Mayor. The only thing that we have is that we are supposed to go in order once we do consent poll. We'll do items D5, D6, D8, then poll consent items, and we have a 2:30 time certain for the ballroom budget and CIP. That proposal, if you accept, is to get the certain guests that we have presenting out sooner rather than later.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, Madam Manager, I know that you said Ms. Ebert's online, or I guess the clerk did. Did she talk to you at all about time certain for D2? She had mentioned in passing that she was going to request that.
We don't have a time certain for D2. We do for D4. D2 is scheduled later in the day, and it just depends on how long this day is going to go.
So what is D4? Time certain?
Ballroom, budget, and CIP.
And what time is it?
2:30 p.m.
2:30, okay. Okay.
Okay.
Motion to approve.
All right, thank you so much. I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Okay, Madam Clerk, approval of the minutes.
Motion to approve.
I have a motion.
Second.
I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, we're going to head into consent. At this time, I'm going to ask Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment for consent?
Madam Mayor, we do not have any public comment registered and have not received any correspondence for our consent agenda.
Okay, then I'm going to ask council members if they have any items to pull. I'm going to start with you, Councilwoman Anderson. Go ahead.
I do not.
Okay, Councilman Martinez.
Nothing for me, Madam.
Councilwoman Taylor.
No, ma'am.
Councilwoman, Dewar.
Yeah. Just a couple, B11 and B12, which go together, West Wash Dam. B13, which is the support for nominating 4th Street on the National Register as a historic district. And then item B18, which is a donation to B City.
Okay, so B11, 12, and 13?
11, 12, 13, and B18.
Okay, thank you so much. Councilwoman Ebert.
No, not at this time, thank you.
Okay, thanks so much. Okay, with that being said, I'm going to ask for a motion to approve all other items on the consent agenda.
So moved.
I have a
Second.
motion from Councilwoman Dewar. I have a second from Councilwoman Taylor. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, we're going to head into item B11. All right.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, we're actually going to move into item D5, David 5.
Or do you want the staff? These are very quick.
Yeah,
comments?
I would like to get into consent really
Yeah.
quickly.
Okay, they're
If
very
you can-
fast.
They're
Yeah,
fast?
it's
Okay.
very fast.
All right, let's do it.
All right, so for item B11 and B12, the reason I pulled it off the consent agenda is this is a project that has been in the works for over 10 years. It has periodically had funding, no funding, funding, no funding. And finally, we are here. For those, is there somebody to speak to this? Yes, thank you, Ms. Could you just tell us where it is so that people know, because West Wash Dam, that could be anywhere in Reno, and what the plan is? And this, I believe, is in Ward 5, I'm going to say, at this time.
Madam Mayor, council members, John Simpson, Engineering Manager and Utility Services. To answer your question, West Wash Dam is located in northwest Reno. It's inside the McCarran Loop. We have UNR, McCarran, and I-80. It's just to the west of Keystone Boulevard. Excuse me, I'm running down from my office.
Take a breath.
You're fine. No, you're doing good.
So the West Wash Dam originally started in 2019, where we looked at updating the dam. It's over 60 years old, and bringing it to current standard. Initially, we started on that project. There was some delays, and since then, we've moved forward with the environmental assessment for the project. We're currently in the environmental assessment of that project right now. This item that we have before you today is to extend the work associated with the geotechnical and seismic stability of the dam as part of that assessment.
Thank you so much. And I just wanted to say why I've asked them to highlight this. Many people don't realize that right in our urban city, we have something called a high hazard dam, which is at risk of failing. And the whole point of this, I think, is to shore up the dam, rehabilitate it, make sure it's safe, and also make sure, so if we do have an earthquake, which we do, and we've had a whole swarm in northwest Reno, that this dam, should there be water behind it, which there's not always, but should there be, we don't want that water pouring down on top of homes. And one of the things that was done, and I don't know the year, but I think it was in the 70, 80 timeframe, houses were actually built in this drainage. So houses are situated right below the dam. So if something happens to the dam, those houses could potentially be impacted in those homes. And it's very difficult to evacuate. I think there's only one, maybe two ways out of that area. So it's a high hazard area. It's right in urban Reno, and we often don't know that we have those areas. So I want to celebrate the staff for getting this on the agenda, for getting the funds. This is over, on B11, over $3 million to take care of an issue. We should not approve homes below dams. This was years ago, decades ago. This is a non-standard approval process. Now, even since I've been on council, we've approved homes below dams that are also considered high hazard dams. And I just want us to all be aware of it. I won't be on council forever. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
Don't know if there's any questions, but I'd like to make a motion.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to move to approve item B11 and B12.
All right, thank you so much. I have a motion.
Second.
I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, thank you. Good job. Okay, heading into item, what, 14?
B13.
Oh, 13.
Yeah.
Sorry. Go
On
ahead.
B13, we are to award acceptance of a grant for $18,000. And I just wanted to identify that it's the Nevada State Historic Preservation Office that is giving this money to us to prepare a proposal, a national proposal, my understanding, to designate East 4th Street. So East 4th Street, again, right in the middle of Reno, as a very special historic district. This is where we've set up the 4th Street corridor, and I guess, would you like to address us, Ms.?
Sure. Ashley Turney, Assistant City Manager. For the record, Megan Berner, Arts and Culture Manager, was not able to join us, so I thought I'd hop in. This is actually for Phase 2 of a grant that council approved back in October. As we know, 4th Street has a very rich heritage and cultural history in our community. This is a state-required match. It is through SHPO, the State Historic Preservation Office. So we would be seeking approval to accept the grant. It is a $12,000 cash match, which has been budgeted for this fiscal year. And the goal of this and identifying the East 4th Street corridor as a historic area will allow a lot of those businesses to be eligible for federal grants and funds that they would otherwise not be eligible for a lot of their business renovations.
So to restore their business facades, the interior, to preserve the buildings? Is
To
that the-
preserve mostly the exterior of the buildings, but yes, correct.
Okay, well, I think it's terrific, and I really think it will continue to help develop the economic vitality of 4th Street. It's becoming so well-known as a district, and I'm just glad that the city can support this economic development. So I would like to make a motion, unless anyone has any.
Please.
For B13, I'd like to motion to accept this $18,000.
Okay, thank you so much. I have a
Second.
motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Okay, heading into
B18. B18.
Is it 18?
Yeah. Pulled B18.
Time must be.
So anyway,
Reading things backwards.
B18, I just wanted to thank Councilmember Reese for offering $500 to Bee City. This was an initiative that started about 2 years ago to recognize how important bees are to our community. And I just wanted to go on record that I plan to match Councilmember Reese's donation in a future agenda. I find the work of the Biggest Little Bee City, the Xerxes Society, and the Bee Campus to be incredibly important to our future in Reno.
All right,
thank
awesome.
you.
Don't you have a little bee farm in your?
I do.
At your house?
Just a note, I had several hives. Unfortunately, this last year, we got a bear in our yard who thought this honey was phenomenal and decided to destroy the hives. We moved the remaining bees out of the area for protection, but they did not make it, so we'll be starting fresh this year.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. All right, I have a motion from you, correct?
Yeah.
Second from Councilwoman Anderson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay.
I think that was 5 minutes.
Okay, thanks so much. Okay, Madam Clerk, I'm sending it back to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We're moving on to item D5, David 5.
Okay, cool. Do we have any public comment on item D5?
We do not have any public comment. We did receive correspondence on item D5, which has been distributed to the council as one letter of support.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, Chief Nance, the floor is yours. Take it away. I'm excited to see what your presentation looks like.
Thank you. Chief Nance for the record, and this is not just my presentation, but this is multiple agencies, state, regional, and local, that play a part in maintaining McCarran throughout our region. So it's important to acknowledge what everybody does in this group. We all have our own individual and collective roles, and we work very well together. So with me today, we have NDOT. The state of Nevada through NDOT owns McCarran. They're in charge of the capital improvements, maintenance, street sweeping, striping, snow removal, traffic signage, crosswalks, and street lighting. So it's very important to have them here to be a part of this conversation, as some of the things that we're going to talk about do have to do with a lot of our different partners. RTC is a metropolitan planning organization. They oversee the planning of our transportation system, and they've recently collaborated with NDOT on a corridor study of McCarran Boulevard that you'll hear more about as this move on. Through the city of Reno, you're going to have your public works team. They handle traffic signals through an interlocal and often plays as the connector. So they share the local constituent concerns with our appropriate agencies for resolution. And then on our enforcement side, you're going to see Reno Police Department and the Nevada Highway Patrol work together for enforcement, with RPD as a primary lead and handling traffic accidents and fatalities. But you're going to hear about our partnership and what we do together. And so today we're going to look at crash data, trends, and efforts that are planned along the roadway. It should be important to note that McCarran's not the only state route that are currently covered by the Reno Police Department. We also have North Virginia Street and Kitsky that are also part of that area. And we do a lot of work on those state routes. We've issued over 1,000 citations in that area, and we have had handled 479 crashes on all of our state routes. So that's not just McCarran specific, which we will get into. And I don't know where my clicker is. Thank you. I'm glad you were over there for me. All right. So we're going to start off by looking at crashes managed by Reno Police Department in 2024 along McCarran. So this is within the Reno city limits. So there is a portion of McCarran that falls into Sparks. So I'm not going to speak about that because I don't have their information. I'm going to talk about the stuff that's specific to Reno city limits. So in these, we've had 247 crashes and collisions. We sometimes refer to collisions or crashes as accidents. We do not like that term in law enforcement and through the safety mechanisms that we're working through because we do not know what caused that actual collision until we work through this. So we're going to call them crashes here as we're talking about it, not accidents. As you can see in that, of those 4 were fatal injuries. Majority of those are no injuries or somebody claimed an injury. So that's a minor injury where they were, maybe you couldn't even see a visible injury, were not treated. So it's kind of an interesting phenomenon how we look at that. No reported injuries, suspected minor injuries, or serious injuries are the way that we brand these and look through them. We have here highlighted our high crash collisions. Where are these collisions primarily occurring? And you can see that both sides of 395 on McCarran, so South Virginia, and then the 395 on the north side, and then McCarran and Mayan. And now those heat maps show that those are, so they're not exactly the specific intersections, but they're a little bit on either side of those intersections that are our high fatality accident, or I'm sorry, our high collision locations, not fatalities, those are high collision locations. I'm going to move forward in just a second, and I'm going to tell you right now off the bat that none of our collisions that have happened, none of our fatality collisions that happened in 2024 were in the same areas where we have the high frequency of crash accidents. They're not in the same space. In 2025, we did have a fatality collision in one of those, but they're not primarily where we're going to see our fatality collisions. And the reason is those are going to be where we see majority of accidents is our high traffic areas. So places where you see more traffic is where you're going to see more collisions. And like it looks on the map, most of those are not injury collisions. They're collisions where minor fender benders, people, rear end accidents, lane changing, those types of things. But they're where you're going to see a concentration of more vehicles, you're going to see more accidents. So it's pretty much a normal phenomenon that we see in our traffic control.
Can you just, it said suspected minor, what is?
Suspected minor would be if we saw, that's injury, so not person.
Okay.
Those are all injuries.
I'm like, wow, there's a lot of minors driving.
Not juveniles.
Yeah, okay.
So we'll separate those into juveniles.
Okay.
This has nothing to do with the age of the involved people. This is the severity of the accident. So what did the officers see when they get there as far as the injuries or suspected injuries to the people that are involved?
No, yeah, no, I know. I just thought you should clarify it.
Not minors, not juveniles.
Right, not spelled.
So moving forward, we are going to look at where our fatality collisions occurred. So looking at fatality collisions, these are the 4 that happened in 2024. So it's important to know what are these? What happened during these collisions? The one at Mayan was a pedestrian collision. The pedestrian was walking in the travel lane and was impaired by narcotics. So the pedestrian was found to be at fault. Speed was not a factor. It was a person in the roadway. On the Plum location, actually I'm going to move to Lakeside first because that's the next one that happened. That is speed and intoxicants. That was a person that had a high blood alcohol level and caused that accident. In the one, and that's a motorcycle. And then at Plum, we also had a speed and an intoxicant with the people that were involved in that. Those were street racers that were happening in that location. So 2 vehicles were involved in street racing when that accident or crash occurred. And the last one that we had was a driver that suffered a heart attack. So the collision was nothing to do with the roadway, nothing to do with their driving or a vehicle. They had a medical emergency and then hit a tree. So That, in some standards, wouldn't even be considered in a collision or a fatality because the cause of the accident was not what caused their death. It was caused by a medical emergency. But according to the NRS, we have to keep those in there. So it's important to note that the fatality collisions that we saw, the only person that was the fatality was involved, the person that was most at fault in these accidents also. And speed is a factor in all but 3 of them. Or I'm sorry, all but 1 of them, 3, not 1. Looking for enforcement activities. What are we doing in McCarran? What are we in Nevada Highway Patrol doing on McCarran? You can see our data here. We have seen that the crash numbers in our portion of the McCarran Loop between 2023 and 2024 have actually decreased. So we have less crashes in 2024 than we did in 2023. So in the portion where the Nevada Highway Patrol took those, so that would be in the Sparks area, that's going to be an increase there. So that includes that city of Sparks. So what are we doing to prevent these types of incidents and accidents happening? We're really working on combined efforts. So we have done joining forces where we've had multiple citations issued. Our 2024 joining forces operation has already yielded 170 citations. In 2024, we had 303 citations. So there is a lot of enforcement happening in these areas to try to prevent the collisions. When we look back at the cause of most of our collisions and our big accidents, speed is the factor in all of them. It's people that are driving over the speed limit. And we're not talking about people that are driving over the speed limit by 5 or 10 miles an hour. We are talking double the speed limit, 25 and 30 miles an hour over. Upcoming, you're going to see a lot of things that we're going to do together. We're going to continue the joining forces operation. In the month of March, we have 2 dates specific where our motor officers and NHP motor officers are going to do collaborative efforts and enforcement together in these areas. And we focus on the areas where the crashes are occurring. That's what our #1 priority is. Where are crashes occurring? How can we prevent those accidents? And then moving into doing our specific enforcement in there. One of the things I'm excited to announce, we just got kind of approval today and we're going to move forward with it, is utilizing the use of speed trailer or radar equipment that can identify what vehicle this is and send a notice to the registered owner of that vehicle that they were speeding in that area. So if we're going to set the bar at more than 20 miles an hour over the posted speed limit. If we see that somebody is doing that, the radar trailer picks it up, that company will send a notice letting the registered owner of that vehicle know that their vehicle was seen going too fast on McCarran. So it's an attempt to try and say, maybe you aren't driving that vehicle, but no, we're watching you if you are. But if you know who's driving your vehicle and going too fast, maybe you have a child, a teenager, somebody else, maybe even sold your car is creating a danger in that area. So we're giving people that additional warning. So that's going to be an exciting thing that you'll see coming up in the next few months. So with that, talking about moving into the next step, I am going to turn it over. I don't remember who I turned it over to, so I have to look. Because now I've forgotten. And I've moved past my notes like I always do. I just start talking and go past all of my notes.
It's all good.
Oh, you're right. I thought you were at the end, so that's why I got confused. I confused myself. So turning it over to Lacey. I'll move all my stuff out of the way, and I will leave you the.
Thank you. Apparently, I can't get myself settled. All right, I'm Lacey Tisler. I'm the Chief Traffic Safety Engineer with the Nevada Department of Transportation. And thank you for the opportunity to talk. NDOT manages the Nevada Highway Safety Improvement Program with the goal of reducing fatalities and serious injuries on all of Nevada's roadways. To do so, NDOT is using the Safe Systems approach to traffic safety. The Safe Systems approach builds upon the traditional ease of engineering, education, and enforcement, and really sets the stage for collaborative efforts of NDOT, local road owners, enforcement, public health professionals, and all safety partners, like the electeds and community in this room. The graphic on the screen describes the approach. Starting with the principles on the outside of the ring. Deaths and serious injuries are unacceptable. A safe systems approach prioritizes the elimination of crashes that result in deaths and serious injuries. Humans make mistakes. People will inevitably make mistakes and decisions that can lead to or contribute to crashes. But the transportation system can be designed and operated to accommodate certain types and levels of human mistakes and avoid deaths and serious injuries when crashes occur. Humans are vulnerable. Human bodies have physical limits for tolerating crash forces before death or serious injury occurs. Therefore, it is critical to design and operate a transportation system that is human-centric and accommodates physical human vulnerabilities. Responsibility is shared. All stakeholders, including government at all levels, industry, nonprofit advocacy, researchers, and the general public are vital in preventing fatalities and serious injuries on our roadways. Safety is proactive. Proactive tools should be used to identify and address safety issues in the transportation system rather than waiting for a crash to occur and reacting afterwards. And last, redundancy is crucial. Reducing risk that require all parts of the transportation system be strengthened, so if one part fails, the other parts are still protecting people. The 5 elements are in the center of the graphic. Safer people, so encouraging safe and responsible behavior by all people who use our roadways, and creating conditions that prioritize their ability to reach their destination unharmed. Safer roads, so designing roadway environments to mitigate human mistakes and account for injury tolerances, encourage safer behaviors, and to facilitate safe travel for the most vulnerable users. Safer vehicles, expand the availability of vehicle systems and features that help prevent crashes and minimize the impact of those crashes on both occupants and non-occupants. Safer speeds, promoting safer speeds on all roadway environments through a combination of thoughtful, context-appropriate roadway design, appropriate speed limit setting, targeted education, outreach campaigns, and enforcement. And post-crash care. So enhancing the survivability of crashes through expedient access to emergency medical care while creating a safe working environment for vital first responders and preventing secondary crashes through robust traffic incident management practices. So while the Safe Systems approach does identify a number of things outside of the DOT's direct purview, thoughtful partnerships, all elements and principles can be influenced. So now I'd like to highlight a few Safe Systems partnerships, and we'll start with the Regional Transportation Commission of Washoe County. So the RTC serves as the region's metropolitan planning organization. One of RTC's key responsibilities is the regional transportation planning and public engagement in the area. In early 2023, the DOT and RTC completed a planning effort to develop recommendations for McCarran using data and community input. More information, including the community input, can be found on the RTC Washoe website. Since then, 14 projects have been identified in the RTC Washoe's Regional Transportation Plan. Upcoming projects include safety and operational improvements in Reno between Plum Lane and South Virginia Street, and over in Sparks between El Rancho Drive and Rock Boulevard. The DOT does look forward to partnering with RTC on these and future initiatives. Next is the Nevada Advisory Committee on Traffic Safety. The committee, it's often called NVACS, and so I'll use that acronym, is a collaboration effort of multiple traffic safety partners. Member agencies include, and it's a long list, so I apologize, but the Nevada Departments of Transportation, Public Safety, Education, Health and Human Services, Motor Vehicles, the Nevada Association of Counties, Nevada League of Cities, Nevada Sheriffs and Chiefs, Nevada State Assembly, and Senate Committees on Growth and Infrastructure, Administrative Office of the Courts, Intertribal Council of Nevada, Nevada System of Higher Education, and all 4 Nevada Metropolitan Planning Organizations, including RTC Washoe. The committee was established at the 81st session of the Nevada Legislature and is tasked with producing a report identifying multidisciplinary traffic safety needs and opportunities. In statute, the committee is managed by NDOT, but the committee is leadership from all of these agencies, and the committee's work can be found in detail on zerofataliesnv.com. NVACS prepares an annual report for the governor and legislature. This slide shows a summary of that report. It's data-driven and focused on best practices that reduce or prevent deaths and injury on Nevada's roadways. Here we see a summary of the NVAC's traffic safety priorities included in the 2024 annual report. All priorities have data and practice to support their efficacy in reducing fatal and serious injury crashes. Last summer actually, the NVAC's representative from the State Senate Committee on Growth and Infrastructure asked the committee to propose 2 traffic safety initiatives to the 83rd or current session. The committee selected 2 data-backed initiatives, including impaired driving prevention and speed safety cameras. The committee and other interested partners are tracking this and other potential legislation. The Senate Growth and Infrastructure meeting on February 13th, Chair Rochelle Wynn agreed to hear both bill draft requests proposed by NVACs. They're identified without language at this to date, I checked right before this, as 43-421 and 43-422. Language is expected any day now, and it will be based on the Safe Systems Approach language, understanding their impact on reducing fatal and serious injuries. I do want to point out the last 2 on this slide. These do not require policy change because any agency and any road owner can undertake initiatives for improving intersections at appropriate speed limits. Next steps. A lot of this came from Chief Nance, so I may call her up here if I get it wrong. But continued implementation is more targeted enforcement, distracted driving initiatives, public safety campaigns, really helping the public understand speed and speeding-related issues and the impacts on their bodies. Also, the predictive analysis as part of the Real-Time Information Center. And I'm also proud to announce before this, I had a conversation with Major Munoz to continue some of our collaboration efforts for better data with the state police. And with that, we welcome questions.
All right, you made it.
Yep.
All right. Okay, who's next?
Oh, I was the last presenter.
Okay. Well, usually we run through the whole presentation, then we'll say, no more presentation? Okay.
The last side of the presentation.
Okay, good. All right, then I'm going to bring it back to the body right now. Madam Clerk, any public comment? No? Okay. Questions? I'm going to start with, to the left of me, Councilwoman Durr. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you so much. First of all, big thank you to you, Madam Mayor. I know it was several of my constituents that reached out to you. They hadn't previously reached out to me, but I really appreciate your request for this item. It's something I've wondered about myself, and it's great to get an update on this very busy road. I also want to thank our law enforcement professionals and our road experts that are here with us today from all 3 agencies, city, RTC, and NDOT. A big section of this road is in my ward. So between Virginia Street, starting in the south, going all the way north up to about Mayberry, approximately. I have focused on street safety in my previous area, my ward, specifically street racing, putting in pedestrian crossing, flashing lights with our Public Works Department all over South Reno and Central Reno. It's been a big initiative of mine. Most recently, working with RTC, they're today continuing to build a sidewalk along Plumas. I mean, it's amazing what is happening there. They are fast at work. It's awesome. This is part 2, something that Commissioner Alexis Hill and I co-sponsored and requested a grant through RTC to get done, and it is getting done. It's another example of how we keep people safe, to the point about 0 fatalities. Many of these have been pedestrian. The collisions or crashes, not accidents, have been pedestrian involved, not just vehicle on vehicle. It's also why when we get developments here that are situated along McCarran, such as Lakeside, which is currently being reviewed in the appeal. We had a previous one for the Lake Ridge Golf Course that was being reviewed. That's no longer being applied for. And we've had others along McCarran and others along other busy streets. I always ask our staff to take a really hard look at what is going on with traffic, and most recently, Matter Academy, where there was major roads coming together and no light, no way for pedestrians to cross, including thousands of children. So I wanted to next, I think one of the proposals that our police chief made was very interesting. So for those that were not aware, we're not allowed to issue citations via camera. It's illegal in Nevada. But what I like is the twist to issue notices that you're speeding using these cameras. I think that's a brilliant next step, and I really think it'll help. I don't know if you want to pick 20 miles over or something else, but I really do think it'll help, and I hope to find out during this presentation of the 380 citations, I think, that you did last year in Reno, how many of those were over 20 miles an hour? Is that 10, 50? You know, I'm trying to get a sense of who would get these notices. All right, thank you.
All right, thanks so much. Okay, go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I just have a couple questions, but first a comment. When we build roadways or design roadways, we're looking at engineering, behavioral, and emergency response. And from my previous life, there were several different things that we had worked on. The Strategic Highway Safety Plan, Zero Fatalities, Vision Zero, Teen Fatalities, and now we have a safe systems approach, which I think are all moving in the right direction. I'm just wondering, does the safe systems approach, is that the umbrella now that everything is under, or how do all of these things work together? And they're all great efforts.
No, that's a brilliant question, and it's one I get all the time. Brilliant. So thank you for the setup. The safe systems approach was developed because we realized that we were missing all these little pieces. And the community or electeds, I'm sorry, I'm using this example again, often felt like they weren't part of the traffic safety world. And your efforts, hearing us today, are as important as what we're doing as state agencies, as enforcement partners. So it's really kind of that umbrella way to capture everything and realize that we all build up on each other to make.
And then you mentioned traffic incident management too, which is super important. Is that rolled up underneath that umbrella too? And when I remember, there were specific objectives and goals and things that you could actually measure to make sure that you were meeting what you were trying to achieve. Is that still part of what's going on?
So traffic incident management is part of post-crash care. And while we have a lot of measurable metrics as part of traffic incident management, post-crash care is all of that. It's a collaborative effort. So it may be harder to measure the exact post-crash care, but we will continue to measure response times, clearance times, et cetera, moving forward.
Okay, thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Okay, I don't see any, I can't tell. No? Yes?
Please.
Sorry, you're,
Yes.
I can't tell if your light is on. Sorry, Miguel.
No worries.
Go,
you're good.
yeah, move your, there you go, perfect.
There you
Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Mayor. I just want to show my appreciation for the presentation, for you all coming together as Regina sort of explaining what we are currently doing to improve safety. Obviously, all of us have heard multiple times from our constituents about dangers and safety concerns along McCarran Corridor, so I appreciate you all putting this presentation together. I was curious about some of the collisions that you had reported on, those, just the 12 that were not reported. Curious how you, if they weren't reported, how you all found out that there were 12?
Are we back on
I think it's like 2.
this one here?
Yeah, that one.
So these are the severity of the collisions. So these are like the injuries that are, and I apologize, it is kind of confusing for us. So a not reported be a not reported injury.
Injury, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's similar
So an
slip up to the
unknown-
minor situation that
Yes.
happened earlier. Okay, and then the last thing was about the radar trailers that you were discussing. Are those within RPD, or is that Highway Patrol, and how are you planning to use those in the future?
So it is a brand new, it came to us because of the legislature that's out there saying that they want to be able to start doing that enforcement with using cameras, that's going before the legislature. So a company reached out to us and said, we know that's coming up. but we would like to give you the opportunity to utilize this technology. We only send warnings or notices, but that way you can kind of see what this might look like. So they're hoping, I think, that the legislature passes and we like this vendor, but we're under no obligation to use them, but they're allowing us the sample and to try it out. So we think it will help for a while. We can evaluate what the risk factors are if we use them at these high collision locations and see what that does to change our collisions with the time that the trailers are out.
Okay.
And we'll work with NHP to ensure that where we put them is appropriate for all of us involved, as we're partners in this.
Awesome. Thank you. That's all I had. Thank you.
Chief, a couple other questions.
I'll stay.
On these cameras, I'm being a mom of 2 teenage boys, or 18 and 20 now. I am a proponent of public shaming as it relates to speeding. So I'm wondering, with these trailers, do they take a picture and provide evidence that the car went by and it was measured as speeding when it gets sent to this residence?
Generally, these do. I worked traffic camera systems when in California where we had them there, and that's usually what happens. They take a picture of the driver, of the license plate, and then you have to go back and identify who that driver is. As we're only issuing a warning, our only real concern and how it'll be set up will be discussed with the vendor and I. Again, I said I found out about this yesterday, so that you are the first to hear about it outside of the people that came to me with the idea. So I will be focused on the license plates and the vehicle, and then sending that to the registered owner, not so much on who was driving it. So it might or might not help in those situations, but I also agree that the publicity of it helps when we're out doing enforcement. We notice that people do slow down. It's important to note how this road is set up. Your line of sight is not very long in most areas. It's very windy. You can't see if something's happening above. So if an officer is out there doing traffic enforcement and they pull over somebody and they usually turn onto a side street, maybe they might not be right on McCarran, it's gone at that moment in time. There's nobody there anymore. So having somebody constantly present in each one of these places is virtually impossible given the nature of this street. So we have to look at alternatives, and those traffic cameras are going to be great.
Great. Second question, on slide number 7, I don't know who would be answering this, but on slide number 7 is when we talked about the 14 projects that were identified in the 2050 Regional Transportation Plan, and then the interlocal cooperative agreement on the Plum to South Virginia section. Because I'm new, would you mind telling me which safety and operational improvements were identified and are being planned there?
Sure. So good afternoon, Dale Keller, Deputy Executive Director at the RTC. So Councilwoman Anderson, to answer your question, so back in 2023, we entered in a 3-party agreement between the RTC, Washoe County, as well as City of Reno to start looking into improvements in these 2 sections highlighted. So when we completed the study, we recognized these 2 areas needed the highest attention and prioritize that. So what we are doing, and I'm not directly answering your question because we're looking into this right now, out of the limited funding that we have, and it's identified here, we're committing about $10 million to these 2 projects along the loop. So we're in the preliminary engineering right now, so as we look into the section between Plum to South Virginia Street, we're working with city staff to understand what is a priority, and then also working with the department about what can we get funded for construction, what makes sense so we actually go deliver those safety improvements.
Okay. All right. I think we have a couple people on the phone. First of all, I want to say, I believe it was Scott, correct? Thank you so much for being here in Shannon. I really, really appreciate it. This has been a concern for me for a couple of years, particularly as Reno is growing. The landscape has changed dramatically on our roads. That's one huge shift that I see. And so I'm also curious to know what traffic mitigation has been put in place since that road was constructed, because things change, obviously, and we have to change with the times and to mitigate sort of the issues that we're seeing, particularly on McCarran. I mean, it's like a freeway. It is just insane, especially in the summer. It's really bad. First of all, I do want to say thank you to our RTC, NDOT, for our regional partners. I really appreciate the collaboration. It means a lot. You guys have all been tremendous. But that's one thing that I think that I feel like we have not kept up on is that mitigation, our mitigation efforts, because we've grown so much. And I'm going to just be really honest. I get really frustrated because, that is not our road. And then it becomes a little bit more challenging, not just with traffic mitigation. I've even seen it with maintenance and snow plows, right? Because maybe NDOT doesn't have enough workers at the time. We had that terrible snow storm incident last year that what happened was because there wasn't enough services, a lot of people on our freeways dumped down into the city. So it put them onto our roads. And so this is where I feel like we need to be better at collaboration if we're really going to make an impact. And so I'm curious, Dale, I'm going to call you up and I'm going to ask you, I want to know what you understand. I want to know what you think. What is the role of RTC? What is the role of the city of Reno? And what is the role of NDOT? Explain to me how you perceive it to be.
So Madam Mayor, Dale Keller, RTC Deputy Executive Director. For the record, I'm going to answer your question through the lens of transportation. So as mentioned in the presentation, the RTC is the Metropolitan Planning Organization. So what does that mean? That means we're responsible for the long-term health and wellness of our transportation system overall. And we're responsible for working.
So is that roads?
That is roads, yep, roads, and we also look.
You are responsible for the long-term
Plan.
Okay. Is that maintenance?
So as we look into it, we have these goals that we identified as the RTC as a region. So we look, how do we keep our good roads good? How do we afford the different funding to help with all these different functions? And maintenance is one of them. And so we look for payment preservation as an example. How do we keep our good roads good? So yes, that is part of the equation as we look for maintenance-wise. And how does the community as a whole, from the locals up and from the state down, and even from federal level down, manage our transportation system? And we're supposed to come together and see all those voices and opinions and come up with this long-term plan, which is the Regional Transportation Plan, which was actually just recently adopted last Friday at the RTC board.
Okay.
So-
And what about mitigation?
So
Like traffic mitigation?
Mitigation. So as we look into, I think the McCarran's a good example of a state route that provides regional connectivity within our city, within the size city of Sparks. And for that, we do a good job at addressing reoccurring congestion. So we need roads widened or lanes reduction, as you see on the exhibits there. We identify those needs out of that study. What we're also looking into is the non-reoccurring congestion, right? So what do we have to, with incidents or crashes on the roadway, how do we address some of these other solutions? So we talk about mitigations, there's two folds of that. I think a lot of the crashes that we're seeing on the loop has to occur with things that are maybe outside of the physical engineering world. So how do we work together to address different solutions? And speed, right? And I think Lacey did an excellent job addressing the safe systems approach, what we can do now from the engineering side, going back to the education and the enforcement side. So Mayor Sheevy, I think as we look into that, those are opportunities that we're addressing. And you see on these two interlocal agreements, what are the highest priorities of this McCarran loop, and try to get some things on the ground.
And I am glad, I just want the residents to know that that was adopted at RTC. That is in the plan, thank goodness. Now tell me, what is the responsibility, Dale, of the city of Reno?
So I think as Chief Nance outlined about what the specific roles and responsibilities are, but also I think this is where we gather information from a regional body wise. What information do we get from Reno PD? What is staff saying are some of the needs in the region? So our goal is to understand those and help deliver those on behalf of the city. So the city staff has done a great job of identifying needs within the city limits, not only in McCarran, but also other hotspots. And how do we implement any of these, maybe the hotspot projects, improve safety, with reflecting the rectangular hybrid beacons, or even the one that by Renown Hospital with that pedestrian hybrid beacon that helps improve safety. So we're not only looking at just the loop, but what are the priorities within inside the city limits to help deliver? And I think we've done a good job to help identify those and put them in priority. Now, do we have all the funding for them? No.
Okay, so basically you're saying, okay, the city comes to you and we identify, here's the problem, correct? That's what I just heard.
Correct, or we have a partnership, right? So RTC, how can we partner together to find a focus issue? For example, like the Central Sparks, or excuse me, Central Reno area, we're looking to improve safety for both pedestrians and cyclists. So those how we collaborate and work together. It's not just RTC saying, city, this is what you need. This is also city saying what we need for help and support to deliver these projects.
I guess I get worried about the disconnect whenever we have sort of, fragmented outcomes, whether it's, snow removal or it's, traffic safety. I want to see a really comprehensive plan of traffic safety measures from the Reno Police Department and obviously from NDOT, what that looks like. Because I have not seen one that has been submitted, or if we do submit them, because one is not talking to the other. Now, yes, you might come together for a couple of initiatives. Yay, that's great. But I want a comprehensive plan. And Chief Nance, I would say, I want you to bring something back that has a lot of meat on it, particularly these motorcyclists that are speeding down McCarran at outrageous speeds. And then not only that, they're doing it throughout the night because they know you guys are not, you've got other things to police. I would love to see some really strict measures. What kind of teeth can we put into that? Because a lot of that is speeding. And I want it to be very, very painful because people are dying, and I can't even imagine your loved one doesn't come home at night because someone wanted to be careless and reckless with your life by speeding down McCarran at 150 miles an hour, particularly on a motorcycle. We're seeing that a lot. And then also you see them in droves. It's like, I don't know, maybe 50 to 100. This is very organized. It's probably actually done like we've seen, with the street racing where they organize online and then they sort of jump, which makes it really difficult. But I would love for you to think a broad plan of how we are going to send the message that we won't tolerate it. And also maybe that's you're arrested speeding on McCarran for, so many days. Or confiscate those bikes, whatever you have to do to keep other people safe. So I'm really serious about it. I know Chief Nance, you'll come up with something really comprehensive because I know, traffic safety matters to you. But I would like to see better coordination between all of our partners because it is not our road, and it does sometimes. I've heard a lot of this. Oh, no, that's an NDOT road. No, that's an NDOT road. I see this all the time. And you know where I see it the most, Dale, where I get super frustrated is on the funding side. And so I think that needs to be taken care of like whose responsibility is what. And I'm very grateful for how passionate you guys all are about transportation. And so I just know that I don't mean to come down so hard, but I do feel like there's a massive disconnect on communication here, and it's affecting our roadways and the safety. So thanks so much for listening. Okay, I'm going to send it to Councilman Reese. You are in the sky. Go ahead.
Oh, actually, that was me because I'm at his computer, so.
Oh, no, he's on.
Oh, okay.
Is he on? I think he's on. Unless.
I went and clicked mine, so you knew it was me.
Okay, is that
'Cause I realized
Councilman Reese, or is that not? No, okay. Councilwoman Ebert. I don't think she's on either. Okay, hanging back to you. Councilwoman Dewar, go ahead.
All right, I wanted to reference this page 7 of your presentation, so I just want to be clear, even though the green is what's showing up, green is just showing us where there's 3 and 4 lanes. Where your focus is, as I understand it, is the orange, right? Is this to Dale, maybe? Could you come up? So the orange is where you and the city of Reno, I believe, are collaborating on design projects. Okay.
So good afternoon, once again, Dale Keller. So we are focusing on 2 areas. So what is shown on the screen, the yellow shows a need for a potential lane addition. And the red area shows, the red dash is a potential lane reduction. So this is, it's a exhibit out of the McCarran Loop study.
Yeah.
And this is just showing where it looks for lane potential for operations.
It shows up on my screen as orange, so just if you called it yellow, but that's fine. So I just want to be clear, though, there's 4 major projects. 2 of them are in my ward, okay? The one, and maybe there's 5, because these red dots, you're saying they're going to reduce lanes.
So let's, just for clarification wise, what's shown on the presentation here does not equate to the projects. I can provide you that, the slides and what the
Okay.
limits are, but there's another list
Okay.
about what those projects
Well,
are.
what I wanted to say is, but it shows where the areas are, where you're, so I just wanted to build on 2 things the mayor said. One is collaboration. So you've been collaborating with the city since 2003, and now we're in 2025, 2023, 2025. And it was me calling you to find out about this project at Plumas, Lakeside, and McCarran. And I was so grateful with the information you were able to provide. But I was a little disappointed that I didn't know it already. That's because I think it was started 2 years ago, and you're working on it, you know, the city's working on it, but I don't know, even though this has been my ward for 10 years. So to the mayor's point about collaboration or communication, I just think we need to work on that a little bit closer, so that those of us who are not on RTC, which includes me, know what projects you're working on in our ward, so we can, what's that? You don't know. So that we can all just be part of, to the point about this whole safety scheme, we too can be part of the safety scheme, okay? So I was glad you were just right on the money, you had the information, you sent me drawings, you know, but to the mayor's second point, you also pointed out that while you had money for design, you did not have money to construct the improvement. And you told me very clearly, well, that's going to be up to NDOT. I don't know where this is in their priorities. It's a state road. Are they going to be able to widen this to 3 lanes? This is one of your 3 areas on your previous map that showed crashes for 2024. I would love to see a 10-year crash list, not just the last 2 years, including 2025, because I happen to know there's been more crashes right here in 2025. Maybe not fatalities. So I just want to say 2 things. Include us as part of your solutions as much as you can. And number 2, engage us in helping to find the funding. If that's, we got to go down and meet with NDOT to get funding, we got to show up at the legislature. I don't know what our job is to help you get the money for these projects. So thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
So let's include that in a motion to figure out who's doing what, who's paying for what, so it's clear.
Yeah.
Because oftentimes, I feel like we have a huge delay in a lot of our projects because we're always told, oh, we don't have money for that. So let's figure that out between RTC and the city of Reno. And I think then we'll have clarity, and then we know where we're supposed to go to our federal partners
Right.
to help with those. Okay.
I'm saying put us to work.
I want to remind everyone too, because I wasn't aware that it was every ward. I knew it was close, but I want to remind everyone at this dais, just so you know, McCarran is in Ward 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So it affects all of us up here. I'm going to send it to you. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have 1 or 2 questions. First of all, I want to make sure that when we're planning for these projects, that we heard what the public commenters said earlier, and I think we did. Can we please pay attention to Mayberry and McCarran? There's some serious challenges there, according to what we heard. So I want to make sure that that is part of what you guys are hearing and planning for. And then speed. I know these are things that you will look at anyway, but I want to overemphasize it. And then, Dale, I don't know if this is a new process, but to what Council Member Dewar just said is in recent, I don't know, being new, I get a letter from RTC or even NDOT that says these projects are coming. And what I have done is look at those projects, and then I reach out to our engineering manager or our city engineer, and then I try and reach out to your staff, which you have been very accommodating, and then have a conversation and a meeting with them asking what can we do to improve safety or operations, or how can we work together. So maybe we have to be a little bit more involved in reaching out too, but I do believe that I get some sort of correspondence from RTC on almost everything that you guys are doing. So I don't know if that's new, but that's what I've encountered.
Vice Mayor Taylor, yes, there's communications that do so, but to the mayor's point, there's things that we can always do better and improve the communication between, I think, city council and RTC board and city staff. So I heard you loud and clear. Happy to take that back and work with our team to find ways where we can better that communication. But not only what projects coming on, but what's in the hopper, and how do we address some of these safety issues that are reoccurring concerns from either from our residents and from the community. So.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Sure, no problem. Okay, go ahead, Councilwoman Anderson.
Okay, so I just wanted to talk about some opportunities for behavior change because there's only so much that the city of Reno can do, RTC, NDOT can do. We need to figure out a way to work collaboratively in the community to change behavior, and that's through communication campaigns and some other items. So I'm going to ask a couple questions that I don't know who they're most appropriate for. Carl Hall, you might be the number one to advise me whether or not this is legal or not. Are we allowed to have special speeding events where, obviously we tell the community it's happening oftentimes like we do with drunk driving, but can we scale the citations during those special events to some extreme reckless driving amount when appropriate during those events? And C, is it legal to publicly publish the people that received those citations during those events? All of those are hypothetical, obviously.
I will answer part one of your three-part question, and then the attorneys can answer the rest, because I don't want to overspeak. We absolutely do targeted enforcement based on what the primary collision factor of accidents is, and that's what a lot of our traffic enforcement grants are based on. So pedestrians, safety, speeding, we look for those moving violations that are causing it, and we go to the areas that have the highest collision factors. I will say, when looking at the collision data, the highest collision locations in the city of Reno, only one correlated to the McCarran loop. So the other top 4 locations were outside of that. So we do focus on that high collision area and areas where we receive the most complaints to target our enforcement, and we do it specific to what the violations are. That was the first part. The rest of it goes to those attorneys. They can do it.
So if I understood your question, it was whether or not we could scale speeding and increase the penalty if the speed is higher. Is that the question? Well, officers have discretion on what to cite, and you don't have to be exceeding the speed limit by 20 miles an hour, for example, for an officer to cite for reckless. The penalties for reckless driving are higher than simply speeding. So the officer has discretion to determine what the appropriate charge should be on the citation. So depending upon the activity of the driver, it's up to the discretion of the officer and what he observes to determine whether or not the level of driving gives rise for a reckless citation.
So can we do reckless driving stings in specific areas in Reno, like this area on the McCarran Loop?
So the officers are very cognizant of what can make reckless driving, what we can do, and what will be allowed to, will be upheld in the citation process is 2 different things. And so while there's these rules that say you can cite for reckless driving at these things, I will guarantee you that my traffic officers, given the opportunity to a person that meets that criteria, are always going to cite on the reckless driving, because in the state of Nevada, all traffic violations are civil infractions, so you cannot go to jail for a traffic violation. And they know that. And so if they can make it something else, we will take that opportunity to do it. So they're all very trained in it, and they will take that opportunity to do it. But the laws in Nevada, and the attorneys can speak to that better, do change how we can process traffic violations.
Okay, great.
And we do have another comment about the public campaigns, if you don't mind.
Perfect.
Okay, just clarify, Chief Nance, you just said all traffic violations they're not?
Civil infractions. I'll let the attorneys talk to what that exactly means, but it's something we've ran into in different.
That you can't arrest for it?
Let the attorneys talk to that.
Okay, what can we do, though? I want you to come back and think of what we can do to take the strictest measures possible in the city of Reno.
Understood that, but everybody understand, and I think the attorneys can talk to what traffic violations in the state of Nevada are.
Yeah. So again, and also I just want to point out that that is done by law. That is not done by ordinance at the city. We can't change that. That's at the city of Reno. Well, that would be a good one for a legislator to go after. All right. Thank you.
And in an effort to expand on the behavioral campaign, one of our very active partners, however, they're not in this room, is the Department of Public Safety's Office of Traffic Safety. They receive funding from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration to help support behavioral campaigns. A lot of grant funding is available to interested communities who want to pursue those efforts. We can get you more information.
That would be great. We have a world-class communications department here with the city of Reno, so anything that we can do together to leverage those types of communication strategies and campaigns would be brilliant.
Okay. You know, going back to communication, I'm curious. So because it is not our road, if we wanted to put signage, let's just say along McCarran, and it was educational, whatever that looked like, would we have to get permission from NDOT?
That would go through the NDOT district office over in Reno. It would require a permit. The manager, the district engineer is in this room, so I'm sure when that permit is submitted, we will look at it and approve it.
Yeah, well, that's exactly going to what my purpose is of sort of the delay and sort of, you know, it's, a lot of people don't understand that that is not the city's road. Again, right? Like, so that's where I also want to come up with better solutions for communication so we can have better services from plowing to traffic safety to messaging. I think that that's a problem. The other thing is there are trees along McCarran that when people are speeding at fast, obviously, you know, really high speeds, that if they hit a tree, they will die. And I have had residents bring that up over and over and over again. And it's not until, say, I finally learned, and it's taken me 10 years to do this, but I have finally learned if I want to address something, I have to get it on the agenda. Because otherwise, they kick the can down the road. They're like, oh, Mayor, we're sick of hearing your voice. And it's kind of becomes the mom that's like, la, 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 la. So now everyone's like, la, la, la. Anyway, so thank you so much, but I know Jackie just reminded me that this was only for discussion. I want this back so that we can take some motions to make sure that, because there's a few benchmarks on here that I want to make sure that I think this discussion has warranted. And then last but not least, Dale, where I get super frustrated, and I want everyone to sort of pay attention, but when you see something in the media, immediately, that is something like we are always trying to monitor it 24/7. Like immediately, if it's in the media, like we absolutely, you know, it's really important that we address it like right away because some of the stuff we don't know unless the media does alert us. So we look at them also as communication partners. And so, there have been times where I'm like, yeah, that's 7th Street. And everyone's like, out of sight, out of mind. So I just want to make you aware of that. But where I get super frustrated is we get these contingency funds over RTC, and I'm grateful for them. But a lot of times I feel like I'm expected to take those tiny, tiny, tiny amounts of contingency funds and put them on a Band-Aid where, you know, there is a really high priority issue with traffic. And I'm going to, you know, maybe put a fence in, when really we should be doing so much more to mitigate those risks for people. And that's where I get to like this level 10 where I'm super frustrated by it. I don't know if you feel the same way, because I see you over here saying yes, but that.
I know where you just spent next year's contingency funds on a small project for City of Reno, which is about public safety, but not specifically about a road problem. It's about, you know.
And it's tiny, so I feel like it's a
very small amount of money.
I feel like it's a Band-Aid. So this is a much broader conversation, but I want us all to be aligned and mitigating traffic issues together and maintenance issues, because I think collectively we can do it better. All right. Go ahead, Councilwoman Anderson.
The next, just the next time that we come back here, I'd like to understand a little bit better about our ability to publish whether or not you've been cited for reckless driving. And there are people in this community that get put in the papers for failing health inspections. They get put in the papers for picking
Randy
up a
really wants to
prostitute
do the
on
public
4th Street.
shaming, I can tell.
We have to change behavior. There's only so much that we can do in any of these organizations in the community. We have to change
Yes,
behavior.
Yes.
It's critical.
I think you're spot on. Yeah. Spot on, right? Can we?
Stop talking about it.
Can we publish someone's name? How does that work, Carl?
I would assume that it's a public record, and I would also indicate that I recall that they used to publish people who were arrested or convicted of DUI in the paper. They used to do that quite a bit, so, yeah.
So there's some way to do that. Okay. I like it. I like it. Okay. All right. Go ahead. Oh, we have someone overhead, I think. I don't know who is it. Is it Councilwoman Ebert?
Councilmember
Is it
Ebert?
Councilman Reese? Okay, Councilwoman Ebert, go ahead.
Kind of understanding who's responsible for which area. I know that on the north end of North McCarran at Virginia, there's been some kind of bad accidents I've witnessed recently. Is that more of an NDOT or highway patrol area to be patrolled by that group, or is that RPD, or who's responsible for kind of patrolling that area? Because I know that NDOT is responsible for North Virginia, the road from North McCarran to Panther, but who's responsible for traffic enforcement, speed enforcement along that area?
Councilmember Ebert, Chief Nance, for the record, the McCarran is a state highway that the Reno Police Department and Nevada Highway Patrol both conduct enforcement on based on where the location is. We primarily the Reno Police Department primarily takes all collisions or crashes that occur on McCarran, but both parties conduct enforcement on the entire loop.
Okay, so, and forgive me if this is not the right place to ask, but are we able to request more highway patrol on McCarran at all?
I'm going to turn that question over.
Good afternoon. Anthony Munoz for the record, Nevada Highway Patrol, Region 2 Major. Thank you for that question, ma'am. Yes, you will see a lot more troopers working in unison with the Reno Police Department. The reason we are here today is to stand in unison with them. Ma'am, sir, we hear you, we see you, and we share your passion. Traffic safety is what we do at the Highway Patrol, and Reno PD is a very capable department, and we are glad to assist them. Madam Mayor, you hit it on the head where you said this can't just be a one-off. I've been meeting regular with Assistant Chiefs Jacobson and Miller. This can't just be a one-time, we have 2 events and move on. Lives are at stake, and this is a call to action. The Highway Patrol is committed to working in unison with the Reno Police Department to solve this issue, so we're not in front of you in a couple months. We're gonna be in front of you with good news and positive results.
Okay, well, you're amazing. Do you need a job?
I'm very happily employed by the state of Nevada.
No, the city's way better than the state.
Battleborn. But I am very honored to be here. I recently moved here, transferred from Las Vegas 6 months ago, and it's an honor to work in such a close, tight-knit
Oh,
community.
yeah, this is way better than Vegas. You're going to be so much happier here.
I'll
Thank
chime in
you.
on that real quick, Chief Nance. Newly here, Major Munoz has been an incredible help and really working on how we can better partner and collaborate. And coming to the table was not even a question for him to be a part of this group. And it's a collaboration we haven't seen since I've been here.
Yeah.
So I'm very excited about that, so thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I had to publicly say that, and don't steal him, because then he won't be working there at Highway Patrol, and then we won't have the partner anymore. So we need this.
No, I understand. Well, I think you are incredible.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for addressing that, to the level that I think people take incredibly serious. Well, we look forward to working with you. And if there's something we can do on our end that you're not getting from us, please let us know. We want to be the best partners possible.
Thank you, ma'am.
But anyway, well, welcome to Reno.
So happy to be here.
Okay, good. We're happy you're here. Okay. Anything else?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Thank you to, oh, okay, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Councilwoman Ebert.
Yeah, sorry. I did want to ask about that map again, the kind of the heat map that showed where things were happening. That show that the most amount of incidents were happening in the McCarran, North Virginia intersection. Did I see that correctly?
Chief Nance, for the record, there's three, in the heat map, three of the highest frequency locations are McCarran in South Virginia, McCarran and Mayan. And again, it's not those intersection specific, it's a broad grouping. And then McCarran and 395.
Okay. All right. So, kind of that north area. Do you think that there's an impact, like there's been an increase due to the construction that's happening in that area?
I can't answer that question. I would have to look back prior to the construction starting to see if that would still be one of the hot spots that we had then. So construction does cause impacts on the roadways because two things happen. Either people are in that area and their driving pattern is different, or they take side streets to avert from the construction. So it can create additional collisions, but I'm not sure if that actually is the reason for that or not.
Okay. And forgive me if I missed this part. It has that map generated additional officer presence in those areas?
Yeah, so the traffic unit responds, their primary focus is where is multifaceted, but really where they go is where most collisions occur. So they focus their efforts on areas where there are high collision locations. And as I said before, if we look at the top 5 locations in the city of Reno where crashes are happening, only one of those was on McCarran. The other 4 were other locations. So they do focus on areas where collisions are occurring. Then they focus also on where are complaints coming from, who is complaining, and if speeders and other issues, and they'll go to those areas. And then they focus on high priority locations for the city, such as sometimes we're downtown or 4th Street, or we were recently in the Yory Park area. They will do additional enforcement there. And then they go to places where they know they can write a lot of tickets because that's what the traffic officers like to do.
Okay.
So we got to let them do that every once in a while because they love it so much.
Yeah. Okay. And just to remind everybody that this is a behavior I'm also trying to change, is to remind everybody to use Reno Direct to report traffic incidents that you see, speeding, unsafe driving, because it does help Chief Nance with that data to get additional officers in those areas. So that's something I know I deal with in my ward. I'm not necessarily saying that happens in everyone's ward, but just want to say to the public, please make sure that you reach out to Reno Direct when you see those unsafe driving habits as well, so that you can get additional enforcement in those areas. So thank you very much for the time.
Okay, any other questions? Yep. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to, I think Councilmember Ebert put her finger on something, which she asked very specifically, who patrols. Now, I just want to get a clarity. You said, Chief Nance, that you respond to the crashes, but who is patrolling McCarran? Is it just Nevada Highway Patrol?
No, it's both of us. We both do patrol.
You patrol as well?
Yes.
Okay. It wasn't clear because I thought you said you responded, but they had the primary responsibility for McCarran anyway. Is that true?
No, we, per our agreement, the Reno Police Department handles all crashes on McCarran.
Crashes, but patrolling as far as speed?
Yes, patrolling is both of us.
Both. But is it mostly on them? I mean, is this any part of our workload, do you think, relative to Nevada Highway Patrol? I'm just trying to understand.
I will let the major speak to what their workload is in the area, but I know that I can just tell you that we, going through, there's a slide here. Which one is this one? This is our McCarran enforcement. So these are the citations, warnings, crashes that we've handled in 2024 compared to 2023. So that's not all traffic stop data. That's just traffic stops that related in citations.
Yeah.
And this is only for Reno city limits specific on McCarran. The Nevada Highway Patrol information, I'll let the major speak to that, is also includes the city of Sparks.
So when you come back, it might be good to try, if you can, to break this down further and try to get to the issue. You have the citations, but maybe there's been a lot of warnings that City of Reno has issued, for example, or is that considered a citation too?
No, that would be the warning category.
Only 12, okay. So it looks like NHP is doing the bulk, and I want to reiterate the comment to Major Munoz is we need him where he is so that we can have a partnership. I mean, that's critical. And I just want to make sure when we're stopping people, how do we get the information back to the road designer? So that's RTC, that's City of Reno. Have we assessed what caused the crash? We had the medical emergency, we had the DUI, but are any things due to the design of the road? And finally, in terms of this coming back, and there was a mention of a call to action, thank you, Major. I'm going to be interested in what do we actually think we'd be bringing back to potentially consider if we've even thought that far. So the question is, how do we translate what's happening on the road to improvements you would like to recommend?
Thank you for the question. Carrie Koski, your Director of Public Works, City Engineer. We work very closely, our traffic engineering team works very closely with the police department. We work with them, we gather the data, we, from the crash data, we utilize our own, actually we utilize NDOT's traffic count data. We combine those together, and we've been recently, because of all of you supporting our new position, we were able to be proactive and put this into a model. So what we are doing is we are working with the police department, we work with NDOT and RTC, and we use this information to make data-driven decisions.
Okay, so like where to widen or something?
So those data-driven decisions are like, what type of intersection improvements would be needed? For example, do we need another left turn lane? There's all kinds of things that would come out of that, but we have to have that data first to know where to concentrate on. And I would like to say that this is a city issue as well. These things that we're talking about today on McCarran are very important. They are, but to us at the city, the whole city is important to us. So we appreciate your support, and we will be bringing more of these these types of discussions back to you.
Okay, thank you, Carrie. One of the things, and you could go back to a public record into my email, it's been a few years that I've sort of harped on these trees that I'm seeing along McCarran.
Yes.
And really, it went nowhere. I mean, it just like fell on deaf ears. And why? Because everyone said, oh, that's an NDOT road. And we reached out to them and nothing happened. So it really does concern me, like I said, whether it's doing traffic mitigation, big, flashing signage.
Yes.
I mean, if I had my way, and I'm sure, thank God I am not a traffic engineer, and I'm sure Damon would probably freak when I say this, but there, I would put speed bumps. So guess what? You're not going to be speeding through there. I'd be speed bumps every, so many feet. And I'm a big fan of traffic lights because I know when I advocated for that at the Bonanza, they had 12 traffic fatalities right there. We got a light right there to slow people down. We have not had a fatality since. And I had to fight like tooth and nail with NDOT to get that to happen. That was brutal. Yes. And so what I do want to see, I want to see this come back because I didn't realize it's not for action. I think there needs to be action taken here so that we all are clear on what directives and initiatives we want to see. The other thing I think to Councilwoman Anderson's point, and maybe this is NDOT or RTC, Dale, I don't know, but doing those types of campaigns take time and they take money. So how does that, what does that look like to tap into the money from Vision Zero and those resources? Because it's never really quite clear, because a lot of times there are people that are holding on to it going, okay, mine, and they have their own sort of idea what's happening. So what does that look like? Where is this money? Is that on RTC? Is that on NDOT? Vision Zero I know is a statewide initiative, but where where is the money that we can tap into, to Brandy's point of messaging and going above and beyond when it comes to traffic safety?
I'll let Dale go ahead.
For the record, Dale Keller. Madam Mayor, I think this is something we can bring back more details on. Lacey did bring up the Office of Traffic Safety and some of the funds we can look into more of the educational campaign of it. But yes, it takes all partners and all agencies from state police, from Reno PD, all of us together. And that Vision Zero task force that we have and implement and work together today on, that's part of that, where that initiative would come through, is that let's go ahead and do a campaign. If you recall, maybe a couple years ago, it did Lock Lives, Save Lives. So those types of initiatives that RTC has brought together previously, what's next on the horizon, we can come back and report what we anticipate bringing up in the future.
Okay, that would be great. And texting is such an issue. It is so bad, such an issue. Okay, so I want to bring this back so that we can take action on it. I apologize, but we will get it right the next time. But I'm going to be looking for tree removal for safety reasons. Whose responsibility is it when it comes to improvements and paying for projects? That still is never quite clear. Everyone does this. Traffic mitigation improvements and much stricter enforcement, Chief Nance. So I'd love for you to come back and give us ways in which we can make it much more painful when you're speeding. And then, Dale, to your point, some of the funding mechanisms that we have at our discretion to really dig into Vision Zero plans. And I love your idea of public shaming is a good thing sometimes whenever. Now, listen, I know we're human, we all make mistakes and life happens, but just the amount of recklessness on that street is just mind-blowing. Mind-blowing, it's unbelievable. So I want to say thank you to Scott and Shannon and the rest of you that I have not met. Really, really appreciate this, and I hope you'll come back for our next discussion. And you probably learned a lot more than you thought. Like you said, you had no idea data centers were a hot topic. All right. So we can't take any action today, but I'm going to move on. Matt, and thank you everyone for your time. Thank you, Dale, for being here, and Carrie, always, always, always. And Mr., is it Munoz?
Anthony, yes, ma'am.
Well, nice to meet you, and I would love for you to work for the city of Reno. All right. Bye, Chief Nance. Thanks so much. Okay, bye, guys. All right, moving on.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We're moving.
One thing before we move on, I have to say, is she down here? Rachel McIntyre, where are you? I can't see. Come over here. Come over here, come over here. I was going to do this at the beginning of public comment. I didn't want to embarrass you too bad because it was a packed house. But can I just say, oh my God, you deserve a standing ovation. An incredible job. Incredible job. Incredible job. And the reason why I want to praise you is because I have been a tyrant. And many of you guys know it. And what I said is, I just want downtown to have an opportunity, a chance to thrive. I have been on everyone. Poor Jackie has had to put up with my cranky emails, and Ashley had to put up with my cranky emails, and she knows it. And I just said, I know downtown can be a place where people want to come and have an experience, in their city and come together and just feel a connected space. And you did that remarkably. I want to say thank you. You made it free. You made it open to everyone. It was very welcoming. I can't begin to tell you how impressed I am. I know it's so hard to do because to collaborate with lots of artists, but our businesses, our sponsors, our vendors. So you should be very, very proud because my job is it's scrutinized a lot. And whenever, just the last few days, I've seen people, they don't even know me. And Mayor Sheevy, oh my gosh, that was incredible. Thank you for providing something that's free at a time where people are having more challenges whenever it comes to, financial issues for their families. And I just think you hit the nail on the head. So I want to say thank you to Ashley and to Rachel for making it happen. Because like I said, I have not been great to work with. And I have just pushed you guys and said, let's do something for our residents downtown. Let's revitalize downtown. and you guys made it happen, and I feel like a proud mama, and I couldn't be happier. And people walking down the street are saying thank you instead of wanting to, yell at me instead.
This is just the beginning, so we have lots more for Virginia
Uh-oh,
Street.
I don't know how you're going to do that, because I was thinking, everyone said, bring it back next year, and I thought to myself, oh geez, you got a pretty high benchmark.
Indeed. The smaller activations will be nice. This activation, we just got preliminary numbers from Placer. So we had 53,000 unique visits downtown Thursday through Saturday within our geofence area for the event, and a total of 60.5 thousand, which means about 7,000 people came back for a second day.
Yeah,
which is incredible.
Saw that.
Yeah.
I saw that. And do you know how many people said, I saw a lot of, the social media comments, because I get a thing that gives you all the data from the hits and all this stuff. But a lot of people said, I absolutely want to come to Reno to visit. This is an event I would come for. It was just phenomenal.
Well, we're waiting on our visitor rate numbers, but we had a massive draw just preliminarily, what we can see from Placer, a huge draw from San Francisco, Oakland, and Sacramento, which we did targeted advertising to those communities. And so the great thing about it is, like, now we've had our first of the activation series. Now is the time to announce the rest of the new activations that are launching downtown and get everyone really excited to kind of ride this momentum and ride the wave of folks who hadn't been downtown, folks who live in Galena, who live in Incline, in Truckee, in Tahoe, in Reno, who hadn't been downtown in a really, really long time, and they're excited to come downtown now. And so I think you'll be happy and pleased, and the community will be happy and pleased with what we have coming. Will it draw 53,000 people in 3 days? I don't know. But we did, our team did a tremendous amount of research on what types of events will make a significant economic impact, and hands down, these lighted art festivals around the world are what cities and municipalities are doing. And so we certainly didn't invent the playbook. We took a page from some other folks, and
that's okay.
It worked out great. So.
Yeah, it was fantastic, because we've been walking the street for, I feel like it's a couple of years now, and just really struggling to figure out how do we create an experience for people that, I also felt like it was really part of the heartbeat of our city, because we do have Burning Man so close that in some ways I kept saying to people, hey, I know you'll never go out to Burning Man, but go and do this, because then you won't have any dust or dirt on you, and it will be a lot more affordable. You won't have to buy a ticket.
Exactly. Yeah, we definitely, the cool thing about those numbers too, doesn't include children, because children don't have iPhones, and Placer tracks iPhones. It also doesn't include downtown residents. So the number's actually much larger, and what was really exciting was hearing the buzz from folks all throughout the 3 days of like, wow, this must be what Burning Man's like. I'm so happy they brought Burning Man to us. And so you heard that sentiment shared over and over again, because right out at Black Rock, we build a city of 80,000 people, and we know that Reno has 450,000 people, and how many of them aren't ever going to experience the magic of that art?
Never, ever, ever. That's what I loved. I loved about it, especially for our elderly folks. There were a lot of elderly folks that came down too, which was really cool. That
all
would always
ages.
wanted to go to Burning Man, but it's really hard, for some folks that might have disabilities, or, their age, if they're, just so many different, variables. But I'm grateful, because I know that we've really, dug in hardcore. And I just was like, I just know downtown can thrive. But it goes to show everyone in this community that when you do something like this, downtown can thrive, and people will come out for it, and they will support it. And I do think it is the city's job to provide free events that brings connectiveness in a community. It's good for your mental health. It's good.
And this was a really beautiful example of when our organizations, we work together. So this was first and foremost, thank you to this body for believing and supporting in the vision, and to our leadership within City Manager's office. It was also the support of DRP. It was the support of EDON. Support of Travel Nevada, this is their first urban sponsorship that they've done.
I'm not happy with RSCVA. That's on a record right now. But they should have been sponsoring it too. And so
across organizational, I think it's amazing.
You had a lot of great partners. So thank you. Did you have any private business?
We did. We had Sunbelt. Sunbelt sponsored. Star Sound Audio is our premier sponsor. Sandy Hut sponsored. Waste Management sponsored. We have 3 fiscal partners. So we worked with AHA Projects, which is a new arts and culture nonprofit here in Reno. We worked with the Reno Generator, and we also worked with the Sierra Arts Foundation.
Okay, that's
and
awesome.
so this event also gave back fiscally to each of those organizations. They each got a percentage of the funding as a trade for being a fiscal partner. So we gave back to the arts community in a really profound way outside of this event. That impact will ripple on, which is wonderful.
And I just really want to stress for next year that we do whatever we can to reach out to the artists, because they were so hard hit and they're still, struggling artists are struggling artists. It's a tough environment for an artist always. So any opportunity we can open up, whether it's a mural or, something fantastic they're working on, let's do whatever we can to foster their creativity and their art space. So good job.
Thank
you. Good job.
Madam Mayor, if I could
Go
too.
right ahead.
I had a chance to visit the second night. It was incredible. Even my husband, who will not go to Burning Man,
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he
Herb
will not.
won't
I go
go?
on my own.
Okay.
But he absolutely loved it. Fascinated by the doors. He opened them all for the kids. But universal praise, and just one thing the mayor hasn't had a chance to mention is it had a significant impact on our downtown businesses. Those that decided
Massive.
to open, I went in a number of them, and they reached out to me on Facebook and other social media telling me, I can't think of anything the city's done to help me more. So I heard from gift shops, restaurants, et cetera, where people stopped in if they couldn't, get to a food truck or whatever. And it just created a lot of vibrancy, but it helped with economic development, not just entertainment and that feeling of belonging that we all want, but just universal praise. I mean, I've heard one out of maybe 1,000 comments that said, I got confused about where the free parking was. So we'll work on that, but there was free parking.
Yeah.
And I saw a lot of people pulling into City Garage.
A lot of people on bikes too, which was really cool.
Yeah.
And
A lot of bikes.
I would be remiss. I missed probably our largest private sponsor was Whitney Peak Hotel.
Yeah.
And this is the first event that the Whitney Peak has come in with this type of sponsorship.
That's fantastic.
In a long time.
This
They
gave
were.
me goosebumps.
I did not know that.
Yeah,
Thank
Whitney
you,
Peak
Whitney
was-
Peak. Thank you.
Yeah, they
That's
were
awesome.
They got the pitch deck. They were the one hotel that got on board and in downtown, and they did so much, and it was incredible to see their restaurant. The restaurant's amazing, and to see it so vibrant. Sierra Tap House, Old Town or Old Bridge Pub, like
Exactly.
all the restaurants along the river. The Eddie, we had reached out to Phil and Kurt and said, hey, we know you're normally closed. We'd love for you to be open. They're like, let's see how this first year goes. And Phil found me on Saturday and was like, we will be open next year, and we will be sponsoring this event next year. This is incredible. And so I think we have an opportunity to expand this in a way where we can even add indoor activations and find ways to get the businesses involved year round in these types of events to drive traffic. So we're really excited.
Okay, that's awesome. If I could get a list of the people that supported you, that would be greatly appreciated.
I will send
wanna
that
make
over to
sure
Brian.
that they understand how grateful we are to make it happen, I just don't think there's anything better when you see those little kids and their faces just are so happy, right? Like, you can't pay for that. That's priceless.
Yes.
So good job. Good job. Good job, Ashley. I think she feels like a proud mom over there, too. Anyway, do you want to add anything? Did you go, Brandy?
Yes, I went Saturday night,
good
and
girl.
I brought my husband, and I brought one of my sons and his girlfriend, and I was most impressed by their comments because they're kind of haters about everything, anything that I'm excited about.
That you
they're
like, they hate?
Yeah, no, thanks, Mom. They were very impressed, and the young lady that was with us, she made the comment that she was really taken by the fact that when you don't have money at this event, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Because events can be free, but your experience oftentimes is affected by whether or not you can afford to get the additional items that are there to make the event better. And that was not an element here. And it was just magic. I'm very, very impressed and grateful for your work.
Thank you. And Councilmember Dewar, the Doors now live in Reno. as a
the
result
Doors
of
live
this
in Reno.
event.
Yes.
So yeah, we had the bulk of the art came from local artists. Megan Berner and the Arts and Culture Commission did an incredible job with their local artist grant for this program. We then supplemented it with international and national artists. So the doors are done by an artist from Canada, Big Art Canada. His name's Paul, and he had such a great response from other promoters who saw his doors and were like, "How do I get these?" He decided to rent space at Art Tech, and he's storing the doors now in Reno.
Oh.
So hopefully we'll see his doors at other events.
Yeah, that was
in the
awesome.
future. Yeah.
I also
Okay.
had a request to keep the firework lights, so in case anybody's interested in sourcing funding for that, those were really, really incredible on the
Abram would
river.
love that. Those, what did he call the electric dandelions actually got their start, and that artist, Abram, with Liquid Pixel, got his start as an artist in Reno.
Wow. I love it.
Wonderful.
I love it. Okay, every
Thank you.
weekend, Rachel, every weekend.
Or at least once a month.
I don't know if we'll do that
love
once
it.
a month, but we have lots of events happening every weekend.
yeah. Now we got to get the sidewalks all activated. Okay, good job.
Thank you.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. Thank you.
They even called for one of my pictures to
Oh, they did?
publish. Yeah.
Oh, good. I love
So
that.
that was fun.
Hello.
Yeah, Megan.
Yeah. Is it too late?
No.
Go
Yeah,
right
I
ahead.
wanted to share too that I took my kids and went with my husband and my dad on the last night, and I could not believe how crowded it was, but everybody was having a great time. It was like a happy vibe everywhere we went, which was awesome. The only downside, and I'm not trying to be a bummer, I'm just being a realist on this, is it really opened my eyes to how many businesses are closed downtown too. To be out and walking around and see so many shops that are closed up, and it really just kind of reminded me how much we need to activate our downtown, because there wasn't a whole lot of places for people to shop down there. It was a great event. There was people out in mass, but there wasn't a whole lot for them to do as far as like restaurants or shopping, things like that. The shops that were open, I'm sure did great, and I'm thrilled for them. I just hope we can get to a place to where we have more shops open down there. It just really, really was kind of a highlight to me of how many shops we have closed down there. So I really, really hope that we can move towards having an event like this. Probably not like this, not this scale, but if we could do some kind of downtown activation at least once a month, like pick one Friday out of the month or one Saturday out of the month and do some big event. Maybe we have bands come and play, and we have, food trucks, and we shut down an area around the Believe sign or something every month. I think it would be fantastic for our local businesses. So just want to kind of echo what other council members have already said, but I think that really showed that we have the ability to revitalize our downtown in smaller ways than, huge, big projects. I think there's some relatively small things that we could do as a council to really help our downtown. So I just wanted to say that real quick. Again, not trying to be a bummer, but just really being an optimist about this. That I think that this highlights the fact that we have huge opportunities to help our downtown businesses. So thank you.
All right, good. Thank you for those comments. They are spot on, and that's why it is so important to provide events and activation so businesses can make it down there. They haven't seen that in a very long time. That's why businesses can't invest in there, and they can't make it downtown unless we help them do so. So I'm so glad that you brought that up, and I hope people see the same thing.
Madam Mayor, just for the record, John Shipman, since we've opened up item H1, could we, if there's other comments that the council members have relative to H1, we could maybe move to that item, keep that item going and close out that item.
All right, Jonathan, I heard you loud and clear. I got you. Okay. Thanks, Councilwoman. Okay, moving on. Madam Clerk, go ahead.
We're on item D6, which is the Washoe County School District presentation.
Well, I am excited for this because this is very rare. I'm trying to think how many times I have seen a Washoe County school presentation in my my time up here, and it's been very far and few between. And I'm excited to welcome you, Mr. Ernst.
Madam
We
Mayor.
had a nice meeting in my office. I was impressed. I know you have a really, really, really tough job. We want to help be your partner. We want to do whatever we possibly can to make sure that the city of Reno is doing, things for our children, our community, that we can support you at the school district. So go ahead and take it away.
Thank you very much. I very much appreciate the invitation, Madam Mayor, City Council members, and Mrs. Turner. Okay.
Yeah, we know who you're talking about.
All right, very good. So
You got it.
again, I want to say thank you for the invitation to come and speak on behalf of Washoe County School District. I didn't come by myself. I did bring 3 other superstars with me. I have Deputy Superintendent McMaster, Chief Communications Officer
Push down.
Anderson, and Chief Facilities Officer Adam Searcy.
Uh-oh, Adam's been here before.
That's,
But this young lady over here, we're glad she's back. She left, came back, but we're glad she's back.
Absolutely, we feel the same way, yeah.
And she looks 10 years younger, too, by the way. Well, we love you, Michelle. Okay, go ahead.
And then before I get going, I wanted to say thank you to all of you for your leadership and for your public service. I'll go ahead and dive into the presentation just a little bit here. So what I wanted to do today is just share a little bit. I've worked in Washoe County School District now over 25 years. I've held just about every position from coach, teacher, principal, area superintendent, up into this position now. And that's been really helpful as we have embarked on our strategic plan. And really, we're looking at 3 critical areas, and that's really our commitment to this community, and that's why this presentation we feel is so beneficial. Achieving academic excellence, and then doing so with integrity and transparency. Just wanted to give a high-level overview of Washoe County School District. You can see our demographics. We serve approximately 60,000 students. We have approximately 97 different languages spoken by our families. You can see that we have 114 schools. 11 of them are district-sponsored charters. And as many of you know, it's a very large geographic region, just about 64,000 square miles, larger than Connecticut, and we're the 58th largest student population in the U.S. And we're giving you a couple of fun facts for today. You can see that our buses drive over 20,000 miles each day. So when you talk about our last presentation and the commitment to safety and keeping our children safe, we're very grateful to listen to and be a part of that conversation. And along those lines, I wanted to also say thank you to Chief Nance. She has been a great partner. She has been very visible and helpful in us in trying to really make sure that we're slowing people down in those school zones. So those speed bumps, we probably can't have enough of those. We are the 8th largest employer in Nevada, approximately 9,600 staff. You can see that we have about 3,400 teachers. 99% of them are teaching in their area of license. And you can see that 70% of our teachers have master's degree or higher. So I think that's really a pretty telling something as far as the teachers that we have in front of our students. And you can see we serve 44,000 meals each day. Priorities that we have in Washoe County School District are really about organizational culture. We have done a lot of work in that area. We have also worked to increase our engagement for students in a number of ways. And we are really committed to raising academic achievement for every one of our students. And this is all done through our strategic plan. And one of the advantages I had as a person who's been in the district for quite some time and with a strategic plan that was already adopted, was able to move forward really productively in my first 8 months in the position. And a big part of our strategic plan is really about doing so in partnership with our community. And so that's what a lot of this is about today. But before I went on, I wanted to say a couple of special thank yous as well. We have been doing a lot around decreasing chronic absenteeism, and that's been in partnership with Strengthen Our Community. We've worked closely with Mike Kazmierski and his team. We, yesterday night, had a presentation on dual credits and concurrent credits, and this has been a great collaboration with President Sandoval and President Hilgerson. We also do a lot of work with Children's Cabinet, Mrs. Kim Young, and then a lot of work with the City of Reno. In my previous position, I had a chance to work with the Parks and Recreation team, from all of the folks that you have that are helping keep our streets plowed and making sure we can get our kids to school if we have a delayed start or we have some inclement weather. And so these are all, I was just sitting in here today, just enjoying to see our community and all the focus that is being put into our community. And as the primary educational provider, that's what we wanted to come and just share with you today. So there's been a lot of discussion around chronic absenteeism, and some of the things that have happened over our past year is we've made really significant progress. Chronic absenteeism, students that miss over 10% of the school year, 180 days, 18 days or more, that's what chronic absenteeism. You can see that last year over 69% of our elementary schools made progress in reducing chronic absenteeism. Our teachers, our educators, our principals will all tell you that when students are there, we know that we can educate them. Middle school, which is an area of good concern, 76% of our middle schools made progress, and then high school, still an area that we're putting a lot of thought in. About 50% of our high schools made reductions in chronic absenteeism. And another thing I think is worth knowing as a community is around average daily attendance. Average daily attendance and chronic absenteeism are two different things, and there's quite a distinction. Average daily attendance, every day in our schools, we have 92 to 94% of our students attending. Chronic absenteeism are the percentage of students that are missing over 10%. So sometimes I've been in different presentations with EDON and other community partners, and it's really been, wow, I didn't quite realize that, but we have 92 to 94% of our students in school every day. And then we look at some of the academic progress that we are working for, have made, and want to continue to make. We had 7 additional 5-star schools last year. We had 15 of our schools earn 4 and 5 stars. We saw excellent growth in math and in reading. And then 7 of our high schools are considered the top 25 best schools in Nevada. And so there's a lot of good things happening in Washoe County School District. And being a person that's been in the district for many years, I'm keenly aware of that. And I also think it's important to try to help others become as aware of some of the accomplishments. Not to say that we don't have plenty of work ahead and plenty of room for improvement. You can see overall our graduation rates. And really over 10 years' time, we increased graduation rates by 10 percentage points. 82% is pretty consistent with the national average. And what I would say there is some of the work we have is around our vanished students. Vanished students are students that simply we no longer can find. They are in our schools. They might move out of country. They might move to another school district. And those students have become increasingly hard to find. And because of our percentage of vanished students, that significantly impacts our overall graduation rates because they do count on our overall cohort number. So just trying to kind of round out some of that. And then you look at advanced credits, 65% of our graduates, my daughter, she completes this year, she's one of these, 65% of our graduates completed advanced courses. And I will tell you, having some older children and having a chance to look at some of the coursework that they have, it can be pretty rigorous. And so this is really a great accomplishment. one of the things that we have done and was a part of our presentation last night was around our commitment, our Board of Trustees, and as a school district, to increasing access for our students to dual credit and concurrent credit. This has really been an emerging area in education over the last 4 to 5 years, where our students are now at Reed High School and as attending UNR at the same time. And this is really significant in so many ways. One is we have paid for our students to be able to access these courses. And what we've seen from that is real progress with disproportionality. So students that maybe have not been able to previously attend a concurrent class or a dual credit class are now having opportunities that weren't previously there. We had a wonderful presentation last night from one of our superstar students over at Reed High School, and she talked to us about how we've opened doors for her and her pathway forward. It was really a rich experience. And so that's some of the work that we are doing in that area. Certainly as an educational system, we're committed to workforce development. And so when we're looking at workforce development, there's a number of ways that we're doing it. Dual credit, some of our students are graduating from college maybe 2 years earlier and out in a job force that is always in need of additional employees. You can see some really good progress in that area. Last year, concurrent credits, almost 2,200 of our 9th through 12th grade students earned concurrent credits. So they transfer to college, those credits go with them, and they start. Some of our students start with an associate's degree when they begin their university experience. District partnerships, this has been some of the real productive work this year. We have been committed, we're trying to find pathways for every one of our students. And so you have those that are very academically engaged, and we have some dual credit options. We also have internships, and this has been a real commitment that we've made as a school district. Last year, we had only 14 internships with various community partners. Thanks to our conversation and the work with City Manager Bryant, we're beginning internships here with the City of Reno. And what's really nice is this year alone, we've moved from 14 internship experiences to over 100 internship experiences. So getting students credits on the job, giving them some of that real practical experience, we think is a great benefit to all of them. And so that's something that we are continuing to push on is the internships. And then here you can see some CTE, career and technical education. Another great pathway for our students. You're probably familiar with many of the partnerships we have with Tesla and various organizations. But this year we've been able to expand aviation technology at AACT. We have our first food truck over at Reed High School, kind of a cool something that our students run. And then you can see down in the corner, Fire Science Academy at AACT. And we've worked with the National Forest Service really on an area that has become increasingly problematic and is another pathway for our students on something that fits their desires, their skills, their attributes. You can see that we have a great deal of CTE programs. And then as a part of this presentation, this is where I kind of wanted to walk into some additional partnerships and collaboration that we have. But we're super excited that we opened Debbie Smith CTE Academy next year. It is an absolute shining star. If any of you want to come over for a tour, we will make sure of that because it is a beautiful facility. We have refurbished the old Hug High School, and we already have close to 900 students enrolled at the Debbie Smith CTE Academy, and it will open right in the heart of Reno to start next school year. So we're really pleased with some of that. Now, looking forward, there are some areas that we are continuing to work on. I mentioned some disproportionality. This is advanced coursework participation last year, and you can see that we want to pay attention to all of our students. You can see, and this is education. We get accused of all the acronyms that you can see up there. What's FRL? What's GT? Gifted and talented, free and reduced lunch, children in transition. You can see students with an IEP. And what we're trying to do is be acutely aware of giving every one of our students the same opportunity to pursue advanced coursework. And as I mentioned, and it's not included in this slide deck, but the disproportionality progress that we've made with concurrent enrollment, could not be more proud of what we've done this year as far as really making strong progress around reducing disproportionalities. That takes us to our facilities modernization plan. And I think this is where we get a chance to walk hand in hand in our work going forward. I think some of the most transformative work that I have, certainly all of you have seen much of that, but as just a citizen and an educator, the facilities modernization plan I really think is one of the most transformative pieces I've been a part of in Washoe County School District. And I'll give Adam Searcy a great deal of credit for his foresight and his leadership in this area. What you may be aware of is that across the country, we're getting school districts that are closing 25 schools at a time. And they can't keep up with the declines in enrollment. And what we have been able to do is develop a 15-year plan that we are doing with our communities, with individual school communities, where we have had the chance to open 9 new schools. Again, WC1 has been just an extraordinary blessing for our school district. And you can see that we've invested over $1 billion locally. And so I just think about that reciprocity, education, the city of Reno, and so you can see some of that. And then, as we are looking forward, there is still a great deal. We are kind of what we're calling in Chapter 2. So we've been able to build some new schools. Now we start to look at various school consolidation, and I'll talk a little bit more about that as we're going forward. But you can see that we are working to revitalize communities throughout the various wards in Reno. You have some up there that you can see: Corbett, Lemelson, Loader, Matthews, Pine, Stead, Trainer, Vaughn. These are all communities, or all facilities that can now be repurposed in ways that have great benefit for our community. And if you just look by ward, in Ward 1, you have the Debbie Smith, you have Matthews, you have Trainer, Duncan, Lemelson. Those are things that are in front of us in the next 2, 3 to 4 years as far as how we will continue to look at those facilities, consolidate schools, and then repurpose facilities in ways that we think are beneficial for the community. Ward 2 has Anderson Swope. Ward 3, you can see right now, anytime you drive by over on Vassar, you can see Vaughn, and just an incredible school that we think is going to be a great revitalization to the community itself. Ward 4, we're walking into Stead Elementary, the old Stead Elementary, and what we want to do with that, and then rebuilding a new Stead Elementary. Ward 5, we're continuing to look at McQueen and Clayton, and then Ward 6, we've had Pulakitas and Jaywood Ross. So you can see the amount of revitalization that's occurring and how important this is that we continue to do this work together. I will go back here. So one of the things I wanted to just point out, I always look at this picture and I look at the McKinley Arts Center, and it always makes me think of our Mount Rose School at first glance because there's some similarities. But when we talk about repurposing and revitalization, we think of McKinley Arts Center as a wonderful example of that work that's been done. Something that has become a community center. You talked about some of the events that have been recently occurring and bringing people together. And so as we're looking forward with our repurposing facilities, we see that we have tremendous opportunity. And then the other thing you can see is our admin building. So those that have been in Washoe County School District for many years, we've heard of this as the greenhouse. And the greenhouse is not always widely and largely recognized as one of the more elite facilities in the area. But we're excited because we're now embarking upon that work. And that work is going to be amazing work on what we want to do with our administrative building. So we have schools, we have community hubs, we have facilities, administrative facilities. And these are really just opportunities that we think are for all of us to walk hand in hand as we're kind of going forward. And really, that was some of the things. I mean, those that know me, I could probably talk a lot longer, but I'm trying to be brief for the purposes of this discussion, and then certainly welcoming any questions that you might have. And really, this is our commitment. We feel like together we'll create a brighter future for every student, and we really believe this at our core. Alone we can do so little. We heard collaboration today, and together we can do so much. And so that's just a high-level, quick overview of Washoe County School District. And again, I just want to say thank you for giving me the opportunity to share with you. Thank you again for that invitation, and I would be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
All right, well, fantastic job. This is one of the reasons I wanted you to come, so that people could also experience your passion for what you do. And I believe you were at the school district already, correct?
Yes, I've been in the school district over 25 years.
Oh, yeah, so you have the experience.
I do.
Yes,
I do. Yep.
but I love that because you are so passionate about it. And, children are, I guess teachers are a lifeblood in a community because they are investing in our future, every day. But I was impressed. Did you guys get those numbers? It was about the transportation, 20,000 miles every day, and then all the meals that you serve. I had no idea. That is remarkable.
It really is. It's a very large organization, and I talked about organizational culture. We've been really pleased. We've seen some substantive progress with our staff at all levels in terms of feeling strong about the direction of our school district and where we're going. And so I think there's been some nice signals early on. The work in front of us is immense. It will be challenging, but when we can do it together, I feel like we can get a lot farther down the road. And so, again, I thank you.
That's awesome. And probably for Brandy and Miguel, during COVID, and we received some, I think they were what we called them at the time, HOPES Act, but it's still under ARPA. We donated $3 million so that we could get new laptops for kids so they could work remotely. So that was a really nice and cool thing that we could do at the city, because typically how we work together is obviously in land and those types of issues. But that was just a cool thing. It was nice to see that we could do that. So, okay, I'm going to ask Councilwoman Anderson, any questions?
I just wanted to know if you could share with the council at large about some of the broadly more unique and interesting special programs that are going to be offered at Debbie Smith Academy.
There's a number of them. One of the ones that we're looking at is growing our own educators. So we're trying to strengthen the teacher pipeline. As we know, employee pipelines in every area have been impacted over time. That's one of the areas. And largely taking what we've had at AACT and building on that work over at Debbie Smith. And so there's a number of different areas that we'll be looking at. Health science, education, hospitality, skilled and technical sciences. Did
I hear there was an aviation program?
That will be over at AACT.
Okay, got it.
And that's exciting new space for us. And we're really fortunate to have received a donation from Guillemot Foundation to help begin that work in our community. Yeah.
All right, Councilman Martinez, go ahead.
Thanks so much, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Superintendent Ernst, for being here and providing the update. I wanted to see if, for the benefit of Ward 3 residents, you could talk about some of the consolidation modernization plans that are included in the FMMP. I know Echo Loader, there's a meeting tomorrow evening, and so just if you could go into some of those specific details about what's happening around Smithridge, Echo Loader, Vaughan, Corbett, and Worcester High School as well.
Fair enough. I'll give it my best shot. I know that our Chief Facilities Officer, he can give you each and every detail of that. But what I will say is, one, we want to make sure that we're doing it with every school community. So let's say Pine, for example. We have Pine Middle School. Next year will be the final year of Pine Middle School. Then we will be rebuilding in that area, and we'll be pulling Smithridge Elementary School across, and it will now be a part of the Pine Middle School campus. And then we look at other neighboring elementary schools and how we want to do that with, say, Pine. Echo Loader. One of the things that's nice about the plan is it is dynamic and it is responsive to the various community variables that we have. Population decline, population increase. We know we're dealing with a lot of factors in terms of just larger aspects around affordable housing for our community and that. And so what we have developed at the high level is a responsive plan that we can now look at Loader and see what we want to do as far as that school and another school. And I'm going to let Adam come up because I think he can speak just a little bit better to this, but really it's about doing it with the schools together and then being responsive to the variables that we have in front of us and what those are going to be for the next 5 to 10 years. So if you don't mind, I'm going to just turn over just a minute or two over to Mr. Searcy, okay?
Thanks. Good afternoon. For the record, Adam Searcy, Chief Operating Officer for the Washington County School District. Really excited about the opportunities in front of us in Ward 3. Superintendent Ernst hit it quite accurately. It really all starts at Vaughan Middle School. Hopefully you guys have had a chance to drive past Vaughan on Vassar. It's going to create tremendous new opportunities that we really tried to signal in this presentation that we hope will ripple through the fabric of that adjacent community. So many secondary and tertiary positive outcomes for the revitalization of those areas. But Vaughan then creates opportunities on the Pine campus where we've already, the Board of Trustees has taken action to begin progress towards reconstructing that into a new large modern elementary school to serve that region. And then you mentioned Loader. Tomorrow evening, we're hosting a community meeting at Loader to talk about the prospects of rebuilding a new elementary school on that campus as well to serve that community. I also wanted to, not to jump out of Ward 3, but really excited about our modernization plans at the Matthews Elementary School campus. Next to the park, along Audi Boulevard, a number of important community partners surrounding that area, an area with a lot of potential that we really hope that the facility modernization at Matthews can really supercharge for great things in that future.
Great, thank you so much for those details. I think the last thing I'll just put on is saying between Councilmember Reese and I, we both sit on the Capital Funding Protection Committee. We've heard a lot of these updates, but just wanted to make sure that everybody kind of hears the great work that you all are doing and what is happening for the school district and the benefit of our children. So thanks again for being here.
Vice Mayor Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will start by saying thank you so much for being here. And I have 2 children that have gone through the Washoe County School District. One is about to graduate from the University of Washington next month, so I'm very excited. So thank you for all of your team and what you have done. 3 quick questions. The first one, or maybe it's 2. You mentioned that there were barriers to chronic absenteeism, and I'm wondering what those specific barriers might be, and if there's anything that the city of Reno might be able to do to help. I don't know if that's a space we normally get involved with. And then the second question, or actually I have two more questions, probably for Mr. Searcy, would be about the review of our development projects, if you guys are still looking at those, and for the repurposing, in addition to the community meetings, what other efforts might we be able to get involved with the projects in our ward or around our city?
Okay.
Thank you.
Very good. I'll take the stab at the first question and let Adam jump up for questions 2 and 3. Really, chronic absenteeism, we look at food security and basic living. Those are critical. And when we talk about continued opportunities for collaboration, we look at our family resource centers. This is an area that has routinely been tricky to fund, and we know that we see really a great benefit from this being a wonderful space of support for our families, who then can in turn support the students. So family resource centers is one of the big areas that I think we may have some opportunity. And, you know, other areas that contribute is disenfranchisement. I mean, when we look at students who fall behind, and then they're working to try to continually catch up, and they're always in that space, that challenge at some point becomes a little too daunting and difficult. So we
Sounds like our budget. No, I'm
Pardon?
just kidding.
And so you've got that, you know, that kind of disenfranchisement that can occur over time with falling behind. And then certainly you have behaviors. And then, you know, certainly there's impacts right now that we're seeing with national implications that we're also trying to make sure that we stay aware of and supportive for our families. So those are some of the areas that contribute to the chronic absenteeism, but it is about getting kids to be successful in school. What we've also done is we've built out 200 additional after-school clubs and activities in high school based on students' desires. And so they have helped design those. And so that's been a massive increase. We only had 100, I think, last year. And this year, we've already put 200 more in. And so what we're trying to do is just increase overall engagement to pull our students in, make them want to be there. The more they're there, the more successful they can be academically.
Thank you. Mr. Searcy, I'll come back to you for my second round and move over to Councilwoman Dewar.
Thank you so much for being here. And like the mayor, I've seen few presentations by the school district here. I've seen a variety out elsewhere. Just two things I wanted to comment on quickly, since others have already commented on some things I would have. I was very interested in your proposal to shift the unneeded schools in the future to resources for our community. And we've heard it from almost every ward that they don't have a community center in their ward. Really, about the only one is Evelyn Mount and McKinley. I mean, virtually none in Ward 2, none in Ward 6, none in Ward 4. So probably none in Ward 3. I don't know where McKinley and, some of them fell out in our redistricting. But the point is a lot of times in order to hold our neighborhood advisory board meetings, they have to travel here and the board has to sit up here, and it's less informal. It's more formal, and it's more challenging for parking, coming downtown and all that. They're not in their neighborhood anymore. So as you're thinking about converting some of these schools, I want you to think of the city, because what a great way to step into the space with an already existing building that might need some rehabbing in various places. Also, the schools have done very little in terms of utilizing their grounds for really sports, right? I mean, there aren't fields, there's not trees, it's just, it's often just open field. And I would love to see those get redeveloped more, for sports activities, whatever those are. I mean, it wouldn't necessarily have to be the traditional ones. It could be some untraditional ones. So I just wanted to say I'm looking forward to that partnership. So, we always say the most environmental building is the one that's already built.
where we can repurpose it, so think of us. And then I love the leveling of opportunity that you mentioned. I saw those charts. I looked at every kind of branch of that chart, and who is getting resources, or who are getting these advanced placement classes, who are getting opportunities, who are not. And I'm so glad that you're focused on that. I really appreciate it. A lot good has been said, and to me, finally, you are somewhat of a breath of fresh air. I loved your predecessor, but I love you as well. I mean, you're very passionate, very well-spoken, very in touch, because I think of your long history with the school district, very in touch with what's happening on the ground. It's not like you came in and had to spend your first year, how do we spell Washoe or say it, and those kind of things. No, you went right to work. And so I really appreciate that. Since Mr. Searcy's sitting right there in my eye view, I also wanted to thank him for his partnership. We just had a huge presentation on public safety on McCarran, but there have been public safety issues all over. And I think more and more, when we put in the new J. Wood Ross School down in South Reno, you guys stepped up and helped us make a safer environment, and it sounds like that's sort of a changing dynamic. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I
Yeah.
appreciate all those comments.
Councilwoman Ebert?
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Great. So I did have some comments. Thanks for the presentation. Councilmember Dewar kind of touched on something that I was going to bring up, was the repurposing of facilities. I have had a few meetings now with Washoe County School District representatives to see if we could potentially repurpose the Stead Elementary School into a community center for a number of reasons. One is, we do not have a community center, and with the library funding cuts, we've kind of been pushed out of places where we would normally have meetings and things like that. So it would be very helpful for the community of Ward 4 to have a space to meet. It would also be really helpful to have that facility for some early childhood development centers, and also a place for our senior community to maybe meet and use a facility during the day. So I just wanted to kind of bring that up again. I just want to continue to advocate for the city of Reno to partner with Washoe County School District to repurpose that facility. And also I want to echo Councilmember Dewar on, using these flat fields that are already existing to help increase the flat fields we have available in the city of Reno. We're really behind on what we should have for the community, and I think that would be a great way to kind of bump our numbers up a little bit with areas that are already existing. But I also had some questions on existing schools. What kind of programs are Washoe County School District working on to maybe bring those educational outcomes up for the schools that are maybe 1- and 2-star schools? I have several of them in Ward 4 that need just some extra attention. Maybe it's through more funding resources, maybe it's additional teachers, different types of teachers. But what is the plan for Washoe County School District to help lift up those schools that need a little extra help?
Thank you very much for the question, City Council Member Ebert. So I'll speak to really one of the initiatives that we're very proud of with our 1- and 2-star schools, and we call it the Comprehensive Schools Collaborative. Again, one of those acronyms, CSC. And what that is we have taken our lowest performing schools and we've banded them together. And one of the things we've seen in the workforce over time, when we're talking about teacher pipelines and administrator pipelines, sometimes at our lower performing schools, we may have a little bit of a less experienced administrator. So one of the first efforts that we have taken over the past 2 years, or approximately year and a half, is we hired one of our highest performing principals to support and mentor each of them. And what we've really been looking at is making sure that these schools have fundamental systems and structures in place. That's kind of step one. Step two is we've also given them an instructional coach. So certainly we know that good teaching is going to lead to improved learning. And so each of those schools has been provided with an instructional coach that goes around, mentors, works with teachers, and not only does that, but also works with some of the most in-need students in the school for intensive remediation efforts. Another aspect that we have done within our Comprehensive Schools Collaborative is we have provided each of them a long-term sub for the entirety of the year. And as an educator on the inside, what can happen in buildings is sometimes a teacher might have a life circumstance and can't make it, and sometimes those positions don't get filled. And so what they've referred to it as the super sub, the person that can really kind of help create stability. Because one of the biggest aspects when we're looking for turning around schools. And by the way, I've had experience as a principal. I used to be a principal over at Anderson Elementary, and we were a turnaround school. And so you've got your systems and structures, then you have to improve the overall teaching that is occurring, and then you have to make sure that you're creating greater stability in the building on a day-to-day basis. So those are just a few of the areas. Then we tie that in with larger scale professional learning around what we call teacher clarity. That's a big effort that we have in our school district. And then to land it in a really good place, you may have heard of the Mississippi Miracle and some of the incredible progress that has been made in the state of Mississippi, a lower performing state academically over the past 3 to 4 years has really made some of the most substantive change across the country. And a lot of that is related to the science of reading. And so we have gone back to provide a comprehensive, right now it's an opt-in training for our teachers because it is definitely after hours and it's 6 days for 2 years, so 12 days of professional learning around really the fundamentals of reading. And sometimes we think, man, didn't they get that in college or didn't they already have that? But we can tell you that this is a critical aspect. When we get those phonemics and the phonemic awareness and phonics in place, then all things are possible going forward, that earlier intervention. And so that has been a big focus that we have made in our school district, particular to kindergarten through 3rd grade. Again, when we put these professional learning initiatives together, we prioritize our collaborative schools. When we have to fill subs, we try to prioritize and fill those schools first. So we're really trying to invest resources to schools that we've identified that really can use some improvement. So I hope that helps give just a little bit of an overview.
Thank you. Mr. Searcy, can I just have you answer that one question about development?
Certainly. Adam Searcy again for the record.
Sorry. We used to have Washoe County School District review all of the development projects or provide some sort of comments or review on all of the projects that, were coming to us. Is that something that still happens? And it seems like some of the questions we get, we don't have the schools for this, we don't have the teachers for this, we don't have for this development, and your division would review that, make sure that there was adequate facilities available.
Correct. So, pre-WC1, really, when we saw rampant overcrowding and even year-round schools out of necessity, that was an intentional commentary on every development application and really a critical element of some of those projects. That's really evolved, right? We've expanded our capacity through the construction of new schools. We now see declining enrollment. We don't proactively provide that same commentary on every application. However, we absolutely review every development application that comes across any agendas, whether it's changes to the Stonegate potential master plan handbook, or a potential Starbucks across the street from Reno High School. We're tracking all of that, and we're commenting as appropriate, because we are very in touch with staff. You know, we're not monitoring this from a distance. So, and mostly because we have the resources to respond to the needs appropriately. I think that's really the crux of the question often. Do we have the resources to provide the services that these developments will create? When it comes to school facilities, the answer is yes today.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Council members, do we have any other questions, comments? Okay, thank you so very much.
I have additional questions, please.
Okay, Councilmember Ebert, you went about 4 minutes over, so if you could.
Oh, I apologize. I couldn't hear any bells.
Well, we wanted to let them finish. So is there something you can follow up with at a later date, or can you make it quick?
Yeah, sure. I'll try to make it quick.
Okay, can we please give her a couple minutes, 2 minutes, please?
I wanted to inquire further about the new elementary school that's being built in Ward 4 to replace existing Stead Elementary School. I have been receiving some questions and some concerns from constituents in the area regarding the pickup and drop-off situation that's going to occur there. I'm just curious if there's been a plan worked out with RTC or Safe Routes to School, or what that's going to look like, and if there's any plans for Washoe County School District to come to Ward 4 for a NAB to explain what that plan is to the constituents, so they can kind of have a better idea of what's expected for that area. For those that don't know, the school's being built right in a neighborhood, which I think is good, except for the pickup and drop off situation might be a little bit hectic.
I'll give that one a stab. Again, for the record, Adam Searcy. So there's a brand new elementary school of a similar model to Polakitas and Jaywood Raw that's being constructed in a new D.R. Horton development, kind of in between the freeway and the North Valleys Regional Park. Just about 1,500 yards as the crow flies from the existing Stead Elementary School. It was master planned into the overall development, similar to, as I said, Polakitas. It's going to have designated pickup and drop-off lanes for school buses, separated from the parents, separated from the staff. That particular site has 3 street frontages, one of which is actually a cul-de-sac. So we like putting our schools, at least our elementary schools in particular, away from the Stead boulevards, for example. We think that will be an improvement. All of our elementary schools are served by Gen Ed transportation with a 1-mile walk zone. So this is going to serve the same enrollment boundary as the existing Stead Elementary School. So all the kids that ride the yellow school buses to school, to and from every day, are going to have the same opportunity to do so. And, similar to that McCarran conversation, sometimes getting into those neighborhoods, pick up and drop off around schools is always very intense. But usually when you're on those residential streets, folks are a little more comfortable going that 15 miles an hour or even slower. As we approach opening, this is 2026-27 school year. So this is more than a year away. Once we get closer to opening that school, we are going to have community engagement activities and things like that, whether an opportunity presents itself at the NAB or just sort of through our school communities, to make sure that we work with Safe Routes to School and a variety of other partners to train behaviors ahead of any changes around, comings and goings around our schools.
Thank you so much for being here. Really appreciate you. Thank you for everything that you do in the community and for our children. Okay, Madam Manager, we have a time certain of 2:30. I don't think we can get through the downtown update in 7 minutes.
Room folks in the room?
Yes, we do, but is it okay if we start a little early? Okay, Let's move on to item D8. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment?
The attorneys are shaking their heads, so I'm just confirming that they're.
I saw a yes.
A time certain. So it's not a time certain on the agenda, so.
This is Jackie. That's correct. It is not. So I think we're okay to move on. Thank you.
Okay, we're moving on to item D4, David 4.
Yes. Do we have any public comment?
We do not have any public comment registered and have not received any correspondence.
Hi. Good afternoon. Vicki Van Buren, Director of Finance for the record. Before you today is the annual presentation of the marketing plan, the annual operating budget, and the capital improvement plan for the ballroom. This is managed by the Downtown Management Company, which is Caesars, and with me today is Brian Carano representing Caesars, and he can answer questions as far as marketing and such. I'm going to run through quickly the numbers side of this. I know it looks a little weird because it says through the year ending December 31, 25, because they're on a calendar year. So you see this normally in February because they come once they close the books in December, and then they bring you the marketing plan for this calendar year, which ends at the end of this year. This aligns with your strategic plan through fiscal sustainability, economic and community development, and infrastructure. As a background, the council approved the amended and restated ballroom agreement in 2011. That agreement is in effect until February of 2028. The agreement provides for the marketing plan, the operating budget, and the capital plan to be approved by council each year, and that's what this process is. And they have prepared those documents for your review, and they're attached to the staff report. I just kind of compile them and bring them forward to you and reconcile to the capital account that the city actually maintains on our side. In 2024, there was a net profit of almost $250,000, and there were not any capital expenditures. The management company is responsible through the agreement for all the maintenance and operating needs of that facility, so we only fund the capital portion of it through the capital account that the city maintains. The net profits that you see here, they'll be shared 50-50 between the city and the management company, and again, that's per the agreement, and any losses are covered by the management company, and that has happened recently during the pandemic. In 2025, the forecast, so this calendar year, I know we get off on fiscal year, so it throws me a little bit too, but in this calendar year, they have a forecasted net income of almost $320,000 and proposed capital expenditures of $100,000. One of the attachments shows the capital expenditures that they've had up to date for a few years and then outgoing what they anticipate. In this $100,000, $75,000 is anticipated, I think, for the roof, and $25,000 for the heating and air conditioning and ventilation system. Pretty sure that was the split on that, but it's between the roof and the heating and AC system. The account balance right now in the capital fund that the city maintains for this is $523,000. $100,000 of the net profit is placed into that account to keep the balance at least $500,000. Sometimes it goes below depending on the capital expenditures, and we build it back up until that point it hits the 500 mark. We had $500,000 in there at the end of last year, so the additional $23,000 you see in there is interest over the year. The gross revenues are insufficient to meet that $100,000 annual deposit. If we needed it, which we don't this year, the management company does contribute that difference. That's the end of my part of the presentation, and there's usually some questions for the management company. Brian Carano, if you guys have questions on marketing and such.
Did you have a presentation, or are you just wanting to answer questions?
Just here to answer questions.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll move to council members with questions.
I'll just say thanks for being here. Love to see the improvements that happen in terms of the event scheduling. Lots of groups use the facility, I think, especially it seems like nonprofits. Is that your experience as well?
Yes.
So it's a great venue for nonprofits. It's a good size. Parking's available, always a good thing. So just, I appreciate you all being here today. I know it's a requirement. And I also appreciate you, in these agreements, covering these shortfalls, when they are there. I mean, we're having a very tight year. I don't know what that bodes for the ballroom itself. You said it right at the end, I thought, Vicki, that we'd be okay or not okay?
They are proposing that they have events planned, and with their marketing plan, they're proposing that they'll have a net profit next year of around $320,000.
Okay, so even better than this year. Okay, well, thank you for being here.
Thank you. Other council members? Councilmember Anderson.
Hi, Brian. Thanks for being here. I was wondering in the future, 30 days or whatever it takes to compile it, if you could give me just an overview of the type of events and usage from 2024, and then also what you have forecasted for 2025, just looking at the different types of organizations and the business that is coming in and out of that ballroom. That'd be great. Thanks.
Councilmember Ebert, do you have any questions?
Yes, I do. Was this project part of a redevelopment project when this was built? Does anyone know?
Yes, I'm seeing our ACM attorney. She's shaking her head yes.
Okay, so this was a project built with RDA funds, and City of Reno continues to own it, correct?
ACM attorney's coming up to answer your questions, Councilmember Ebert.
Thank you.
Hello, Council. Brian McCardle, Revitalization Manager for the record. It may have been redevelopment funds. I don't have any data, only because if funds were expended, there's no current debt from the redevelopment agency, nor does the agency own the land or the property.
Who does, though?
The city owns it. Yeah.
So what I'm getting at is this property tax exempt?
Yes, it is. Because it is City of Reno owned property, we don't pay property tax, and so it does not contribute tax increment to the redevelopment agency.
Okay, so we own it. Caesars operates it, and we split the profits, correct?
Correct.
Okay, but there's no property tax generated on this.
No.
And we don't do any of the scheduling of the events. They're fully responsible for all of that.
Correct.
Okay. All right. That's all I have for right now.
Okay. I guess my question is maybe more of a comment. First of all, I'm glad we're making money, or we're making profit. I think that there is a great opportunity for this event partnership in the future, and I would love to work with you to see what more we can do. One of the things I didn't see in the revenue side were ticket sales. Can you sort of explain that to me, if that is part of the revenue, or where does that go, or if there are ticket sales?
Correct. There's no ticket sales part of the revenue, so we book the concert or whatever's coming in. So we book the concert, take the expense and the revenue. So it's all the food and beverage portion of it, also the room rental and any AV cost that is charged back.
Okay, which leads to one other question. When I look at the expenses and the revenues, the cost of the food, that is purchased through Caesars Entertainment, correct? And do we have an agreement, the city has an agreement with the marketing company where there's maybe a little bit of markup, or what does that look like?
Yeah, so we use our current prices, and then for the cost of sales portion of it, we set it to 52% for food and 35% for beverage, which is part of the contract, so we can keep it even. Anything that goes above that, if there's higher cost food or anything like that, the property ourselves will absorb that.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Councilmember Ebert, did you have another question?
Yeah. So what kind of expenses does City of Reno have for this annually?
Would you like me to answer that? Oh,
You can answer it if you want to. The city's part in this agreement is we share the cost of the capital. So we maintain this capital account, and we ensure that We build it back up to the 500,000. They submit, the management company, their proposal for the capital improvements each year, which is what's before you today. If those are approved by council, those would come back to us. We would pay those through that capital account, and we would build that account back up to that $500,000 threshold.
Okay, so we're responsible for keeping it at $500,000.
Yes.
Okay. Does anybody have an idea of how much property tax revenue this would generate if it was not owned by City of Reno?
No, we don't have that information.
Okay. And how much did we have to fund to keep the account at $500,000 last year?
Last year, which is really this year, because we're reconciling for 24, 0, because it was already at the 500,000. We did not spend any capital expenditures last calendar year, which we're talking about is 24. So it remained at the 500,000. So it's a little bit over, it's 520 something thousand because it accrued interest during that time. So it's actually north of the 500,000 right now.
And who gets the 20,000 over?
It remains in the account.
Okay, so did City of Reno have to pay anything towards the maintenance or operation of this facility at all last fiscal year or 2024, whatever it is?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay, so we got $250,000 that we split, or $250,000 total with no operating costs?
$250,000 that we split. So the city's portion of it will be approximately $125,000.
Okay, I think that's it for me. Thank you.
Other council members? Okay, I believe we need a motion.
I'll move to accept the marketing plan.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Do we have any other discussion? All those in favor?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear. Did we make a motion?
We did, and a second.
Okay, motion, or aye.
All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
I'm
Thank you
sorry,
so
I'm having
much
a
for
hard time
being here.
hearing. Sorry.
That's okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Madam Vice Mayor, we can go back to item D8, David 8 for the downtown update.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any public comment on this item?
We do not have any public comment and have not received any correspondence.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Vice Mayor. Brian McCardle, Revitalization Manager. I'm here to give the monthly update for both in downtown for both November and December. We had skipped November in the January meeting, so we're going to do 2 months of catch-up this time. This downtown really affects all the strategic priorities of the city: public safety, economic development, arts and historic resources. The boundary is the bid boundary in the downtown area. And we're focusing on 3 focus areas, which are strengthening the downtown economy, improving the built environment and the natural environment, things you can see, feel, and touch, and then enhancing experiences when people go downtown and experience the area. So here's our monthly report for December, but we also added fiscal year to date. So for starting from January to where we are now, 2 things we want to notice is, there have been some business closures in the downtown area. However, there have also been a few openings, 7 to be exact in the last 6 months. A few of those of note, Boar's Nest Saloon is one that opened on 2nd Street. We have Wolf Den Bar and Grill over on 6th. But the most prominent one is the Birdies Mini Golf on Sierra Street. That was a multi-million-dollar project that went into the old Antiques and Treasures building. I'll have photos of that in the next slide. The other one is we continue to meet with downtown property owners. It is safe to say that it was mentioned earlier that there's a bit of a lack of pride in our downtown and our Virginia Street core from the business owners down there and the property owners. That is one of the reasons why Restore was so impactful, is that we try to incentivize those property owners and business owners to revisit and reinvest in their properties and try to improve it some way and get some business activity there. But we are meeting with other property owners of other sites. Predominantly, we're meeting with the ones on Compass Point to discuss their development plans. That is the site next to Reno Vulcanizing in between Virginia and University. Riverboat Inn we met with on their development plans, and the movie theater. Obviously, the movie theater is one that everyone keeps talking about. There are a few interested properties. Many of them want to know how the parking gallery will relate to the future development of that site. It really depends on if that property will be continue to be used as a theater or not. The agreement was written to be used as a theater. If it's no longer a theater, we'll have to revisit the parking agreement. So some of the interested parties want to discuss that first as part of putting their pro formas together. So to get to some of the nice photos of birdies, this is over 30,000 square feet, improved. There's a above floor and a basement, 2 bars on both levels. There's 3 courses of miniature golf. There is a dart room. There's private spaces for events. It's a great space. It's adding a ton of activation to the downtown area. They opened, I believe, the first week in December. So moving on, so mentioning Restore project. So we had a few projects finish in December, mainly because we gave everyone sort of a year to complete their improvements. Some have granted extensions due to just construction delays, but they're in process. I believe the Morris Burner is putting their windows on right now on 4th Street. But the projects that did finish were Birdies, were one. If you didn't notice, the horseshoe sign downtown has all brand new paint and all brand new lighting on the entire signage right there. Black Rabbit and Lead Dog resealed their entire parking lot, did some new signage, and Sleeve Brewing, I'll read it in the next slide. Sleeve Brewing not only painted their building and replaced some windows, but also added some outdoor seating, which is one of the metrics we are tracking. So they added a little outdoor patio there. They actually did a mural on the west side of the building that looks really nice as well. Coincidentally, this is a property that the redevelopment agency purchased back in 2006, I believe, and resold it to a private developer who then turned it into a bagel spot and the brewing company. But I believe it used to be a fire station, a City of Reno fire station. Moving on to the downtown experience, the DRP has continued to do cleanups throughout downtown. Predominantly, they have some hotspot areas they keep addressing. Not retrack, but the corridor on Record Street is always a challenge. But their numbers have been doing well. 8,000 business checks, 2,000 wellness checks. And I love their shopping cart program. They incentivize the removal of shopping carts throughout downtown. And then moving on to the downtown experience, our event season sort of slows down in December, but we still had 4 activation days in the area. Homeless services and outreach activities continue. Parks have been doing great. They've gotten up to a 90%. When they patrol them, they report all clear. So 94% of their patrol reports in all clear in our parks. And in December, the biggest event we had was the holiday lights. It feels very far ago to talk about December and Christmas tree lighting, but Thanksgiving Day weekend was the Holiday Lights Festival. It was a great success. We had 2 attempts to turn on the tree lighting, but we finally got it. There's that picture up on the upper right. But a lot more vendors this year, a lot more families came out. We activated Virginia Street up, as you can see in the lower right. Added more events and kids' activities. That was a good event. And that is the report for November and December. Any questions?
Questions, council members?
Yeah, I do, Vice Mayor.
Yes.
The event that went on the night of the tree lighting with all the food trucks, that looked like it was really successful, large turnout. I personally thought it was hilarious when the street light went on instead of the tree with the countdown. I thought maybe it was done on purpose, actually. But, we talked earlier about the event last weekend with all the lights and sculpture and everything. Is there any way that we could kind of use the model of what we did for the tree lighting ceremony and do something like that on a monthly basis?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So we have dedicated some budget through the economic development budget, the room tax budget, special events budget, as well as ARPA funding via the placemaking study and the river plan to come up with even more events than we held last year. So last year, we started the Pilot Plaza activation program. That brought 4 new events. That was Flicks on the Bricks, that was Off the Rails concert series. And those events were planned to be monthly from May to October, which is our predominant event season. We intentionally created this Western Lights event to be an event in our slowest event season in the year, where we have no other events going on. Tourism is low. And so that was one of the intentions, is to see what other cities are doing. They're doing these exciting light festivals during the winter. We can always try to facilitate, either through the city or through promoters, bringing more events in those shoulder seasons. It's just not easy to activate when you don't have a lot of natural tourism and traffic going on. But obviously, that's our intent, to keep people coming downtown and keep them engaged in, visiting with activation events.
I thought we received a memo of all the stuff that was going to be going on every month since May. Wasn't
Correct. So we're adding 3 new events this year. One of those is open air house party in Locomotion Plaza. So Locomotion Plaza will be completed Memorial Day, should be by Memorial Day weekend. So we'll have this brand new Locomotion Plaza with shim containers, outdoor furniture. And so it'll be Beats and Bites is a new one, just kind of a food truck event. Open air house party, and then the third one is an antique fair that's coming to the downtown area. So those will be weekly, if not monthly, throughout 4 or 5 months, which is our event season.
Yeah, thank you for that. I was just asking specifically about the event on because it seemed like it would be lower effort to organize. It was mostly food trucks in the area.
Hold on, Councilmember Ebert, you kind of went over your time, so I want to make sure that.
Okay, sorry about that.
That's okay. Do we have other council members with questions? No? Okay, so go ahead.
Sorry, I'm muted. Yeah, I was just trying to think of things that have a big impact and lower cost. And it seems like just having those food trucks there and just maybe having, I don't know, maybe a couple vendors show up or something like that, seemed like it would be a lower cost thing to do, especially if we're kind of going into a time where we need to be really budget conscious. So thank you.
Sounds like ACM Attorney has a response.
Thank you. And Ashley Turney, Assistant City Manager for the record. One of the things that Brian McCardle and his group with redevelopment has really focused on through the activation component, we've tried the approach of local food trucks. Would you just like to come down and park in the plaza? If there's not other activation happening, we don't have the foot traffic yet. We need to have additional activation components and regular programming that brings that foot traffic in. So that's been part of the shift that we've seen Rachel and the entire RDA team do by utilizing the RDA fund, not RDA funds, using the ARPA monies, is to do regular programming. So on top of the 3 new events that Brian mentioned that will be weekly or monthly, we are continuing last year's events. So there is something that will be happening downtown multiple days per week, every week through our event season because of the dedicated funding that this body has approved. So high effort regardless in order to get the folks down, and ideally those events become very successful on their own, and then the promoters take those on because our support will be limited in the future years.
Great, thank you.
Okay, I believe we're looking for a motion to accept the report.
I make a motion to accept the report.
Have a second? We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. And now we are moving on to item D9, Madam Clerk. Do we
That's
have any
correct.
public comment for this item?
We do not have any public comment registered and have not received any correspondence on item D9.
Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon again. Brian McCardle, Revitalization Manager. We are here to discuss the potential proposal to dispose of city properties. As just some background, Given the fiscal situation of the city, staff was asked to review all city properties to see if there were potential sites for surplus sites for potential disposal. And so staff went through and reviewed over 800 parcels that the city currently owns. Just so you know, many of those are either shrapnel parcels, considered right-of-way. Some are streets that still have APN associated with them. But it really comes down to the bulk of those are either open space parcels or parks. And so those are relatively ineligible for disposal. And so we went through and identified 51 properties that could be considered surplus properties that are not either underutilized or not dedicated for some specific municipal use. These are sometimes vacant lots, but many of those are retract parcels that we received in 2006 as part of the retract project. And we have a couple vacant buildings that the city owns. And so we went through all of them, and what we're asking from this body is to, rather than wait for some of these either tenants of those spots to come in and do the letter of interest and then bring it to you and then go get an appraisal on each one of those things, just get a broad scope to allow us to go and dispose of these parcels in chunks or possibly lease them so that we don't have to constantly bring these things back on a case-by-case basis. Reminder of how we got retrack is in 2006, they had to add an additional line, so we got some access property on the north and south side of retrack. These were conveyed both to the RDA and the city of Reno. I don't have an answer as to why that was done. It was just jointly deeded to both entities. There was some bonds associated with the retract properties, but they've been paid off, and so these properties are no longer encumbered. But I will mention that there is ongoing retract maintenance. I believe the city does own the trench. And so we have a maintenance obligation. Some of the lease payments of the retract properties are being used to maintain and repair the train trench. And so if we were to sell all those properties that we're currently getting lease revenue from, we may have an unfunded liability on the retract maintenance and repair. And it is estimated that there could be about $7 million in repair, about $500,000 a year that is needed going forward. So that's something just to keep in mind. We have already started to sell off some of these retract parcels. This is the area west of Keystone. There is one left. We already took this property to council. You gave us direction to sell off this property. It might turn out that this property owner or the business tenant isn't ready to purchase, and so we have to decide if we want to put this property back on the market. But that is one example. We've sold off the rest of the parcels in that area. It's kind of a hard map to read, but we've color-coded all the parcels. Mostly they're in the urban core. Sometimes people think the city has lots of extra property that they can give away or donate, but really it comes down to these 51 parcels inside the urban core. The green ones have been identified for potential disposition and sale. Most of them are the retract properties, mainly east of Sutro, and there is one Keystone property that is currently being used for forensics, but they're moving. It is on Keystone, it faces Keystone. That could be sold. We might not just go out for auction that, we might do an RFP. The yellow up there are properties that we think that should be retained, and the offer is that the RDA purchase those properties from the city in a transaction. There's strategic value in keeping these properties so that they don't possibly get sold to someone who will speculate or hold on those too long. The ones in purple are properties that have already been given direction from this body to be sold or under contract. That's 0 Riverside along the river. We're waiting for a quiet title action to be able to officially sell that property. The CAC properties have been sold. Those will be paid off of over 15 years as part of that $3.4 million seller's note. And then Hooten Tire is under contract right now. We'll likely bring that purchase and sale agreement back before this body next month. And then the 2 properties for potential lease. One of those is the parking lot of the Lear Theater. There's business owners around there who have expressed interest in just leasing parking. And so rather than use it as a public parking, no one knows it's there, we could lease those parking spaces to the surrounding tenants. And then the last one is the greenhouse property. We're not proposing touching the greenhouse at all, But Grand Sierra Resort has expressed some interest in either using that for overflow parking or for a staging area once the arena gets built. And so they would like to lease that property for a certain amount of time. Currently, that property isn't generating any lease revenue or property tax for the city of Reno. And the last ones in this salmon color are mostly properties that we want to hold on to. And I have different maps that will show each of these. Some of them are bonded, like the bowling stadium, the event center, the ballroom. Many of these are historic properties, like the Lear Theater, like the Amtrak station, and then Lake Mansion is actually sitting on property that's the city owns. And the city is under a lease to purchase agreement with the university for the Innovation Center on Ryland and the Southside Schoolhouse. I think in 3 years, they will officially own those properties. And the last one is the property spec'd out for the future fire station. So here are the parcels and numbers. So the ones we're proposing the city dispose of, there's 12 parcels. If the city were to sell all these, it could generate roughly and conservatively $8.8 million. I will mention that likely these sales could occur over the next 3 fiscal years. It is not, we're not likely to see this revenue be immediately recouped. Land sales transactions take some time. Sometimes you have to wait for the right buyer, the right price, or sometimes there's legal complications to disposing of these properties. But over the next 2 to 3 fiscal years, we could dispose of these and it could generate $8.8 million. The properties in yellow are the ones that redevelopment agency staff considers to be of strategic value, and so we just don't want to go off and sell those. We want to retain those for the future of the Brewery District and 4th Street. And so there are 10 parcels, and the proposal would be that we ask the RDA to purchase these parcels from the city. Because this is an RDA2, and RDA2 has funds available, we would be able to do this transaction next fiscal year. So that is revenue that we would likely be able to see on the city side in fiscal year 2026. That's $4.5 million. There is, in 2020, the city agreed to dispose of a piece of property. It's the property north of the men's club and the retrack for expansion of the bus station. So there's already a contract in place to sell that property to RTC. That has been held up with some court cases. We're near the end of that. But that property, when it was appraised during that contract, was $1.35 million. That could possibly hit in the next year or two. The remaining parcels for lease, sorry, this map is gray on gray, but it is the Lear Theater parking lot as well as the Greyhound bus, or the greenhouse. And then these are the properties that are already under contract. Assuming these move along, we should see the Zero Riverside sale happen next fiscal year. I certainly hope so. And then Hooten Tires could possibly hit this fiscal year, but likely after July, so next fiscal year. And then the CAC, once built, that'll be paid over the next 15 years. And then these are the properties we're proposing holding just because they either require further discussion, planning, resources, et cetera. So in bulk, this is the list, 12 parcels to sell, 10 to possibly have the RDA purchase, and then a few are already under contract. So potentially this could create, and I will again say conservatively, we took these on some low comps in the area, but that could generally create $19.4 million in revenue over the next 3 fiscal years, if given direction by this body to start that process. So, just a reminder how city sells properties. We have 2 options. We can just go out to public auction, entertain any and all proposals to purchase these, or we can go through the economic development, redevelopment process where we can identify, we can sell these properties without offering them to the general public and possibly for less than fair market value. If we go through this process of obtaining appraisals, having this body adopt a resolution that it's in the best interest to sell these, and then as long as they're doing some sort of investment in the property, this could be a new roof, this could be a potential housing complex, as long as it's just not remained blighted, we can sell these through NRS 268. So that is the presentation. Happy to answer any questions or discuss specifics of some of these properties. And what we are looking for is direction to just go through the necessary steps to contact the business tenants, to have the RDA start the discussion to purchase these, and go all the way through negotiations and appraisals, and then bring back to this body the final sale agreements.
Okay, thanks, Brian. And just to clarify, that was approximately, because you would have to
Approximately.
get those appraised.
Yes, approximately and conservatively.
Oh, and conservatively.
Yeah.
Okay, good. All right, I'm going to start to my left. Councilwoman Dewar.
Thank you. Great presentation, Brian, and I like how creative.
I also, sorry to interrupt, but I also had my hand up.
Okay.
Madam Mayor.
Okay.
Okay, great.
We'll come back to you.
Okay.
Okay, maybe we could start the clock over, I don't know. But thank you for doing this. I like the focus in terms of being comprehensive and how you've assessed this. And I love the potential. I don't want to get too excited that this is all going to happen in the next 12 months because it's not. We have sold a lot of property in the 10 years I've been here. And to your point, it is often a laborious, and to the fact that I think it's been 2 years since we entered into a process with Riverside, Zero Riverside, and they're still working on it, and we were very thoughtful and proactive, but they still haven't closed. So I want to, adjust expectations as to how quickly this can add to our bottom line. I only want to speak to one property at the moment, which is the Lear Theater parking lot. I appreciate the innovation of thinking, well, who could use this parking lot? Because it should be put to use. But I want to be cautious because there is a bill pending in the legislature to potentially, I say potentially, make $12 million available, which is about half the cost that it would take to renovate the Lear property. And if we do get any funds, even if it was $5 million, that would allow us to get started. And we would need to have those construction folks park somewhere. Every construction project, they have to have an area where they put their equipment and mow and demow. So before we would ever just start entering onto this one, I want to be cognizant of what's happening at the legislature and what our plans are. And if we do lease these, I want it to be such that it could be terminated with very little notice, because we may have very little notice when we get money or a match to do the project, and I guarantee we're going to need a place for the construction companies to set up. So just if you could bear that in mind, maybe that should be in your hold for the next 6 months or something until we find out what's happening at the legislature. So anyway, good job. I like the direction. We've talked a lot about selling excess properties. I guess I had one question for you. The properties in yellow that you said you wanted to hold or transfer from Reno to the redevelopment agency, what properties are those? I couldn't tell from your map.
It is roughly, to call out a few ones, the area behind Martin Iron Works. There are a couple vacant properties on Morrill and I believe it's Morrill. And then.
Are they along the railroad track?
They're all along the railroad track.
Okay,
on the
but they're
backside
not
the
part of
railroad
our
track.
rate track.
I'm sorry?
They're not part of RETRAC.
They were part of the retrack project, but the city and RDA now jointly
Okay.
own them.
Final thing, you said the RETRAC bonds were paid off. I don't think I was aware of that.
There, I believe there were two segments of retrack bonds. I think the retrack bonds will be paid off over the next 30 years, probably.
30 years.
I mean, it was billions.
You said they were paid off. And
There was a separate bond. These properties were held as collateral as part of that bond. That bond was paid off 2 years ago.
So
That is how we
one
were able
of-
to sell off those properties on
So
Fourth
one
Street.
of the bonds for
Mhm.
RETRAC. Okay,
Yes.
I didn't want to leave everyone with the impression
Yeah.
that we're done paying RETRAC because we are not. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to send it down to you, Councilwoman Anderson. Anything? No? Okay, Councilman Martinez.
Thanks so much, Madam Mayor.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead,
Should we keep
Councilman.
going? Okay.
Trust me, everyone will get their time to speak, and then I'll go
Go up to the side.
Councilwoman Ebert.
Thanks so
Go
much.
ahead.
Thanks so much, Mr. McCardle, for the presentation. I think I just want to build a little bit on some of the questioning that Councilmember Dewar was asking, and I'm trying to understand the differences in your thought process from taking some of the parcels straight to like a private owner or to the market and having the RDA purchase these. And do you feel like if the RDA were to make that purchase, that it fulfills the mission and the role that the RDA was established to meet?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So We see the future of 4th Street. We haven't gone as far as to sort of start the process of doing a neighborhood plan or remaster plan of 4th Street, but we have high hopes of the future of 4th Street, especially with some of the things going on. In the near future, we could have a plan established. We don't want to sell off some of the properties that could potentially be obstacles to helping facilitate that future plan. And we don't want people coming in and doing any sort of land banking or land holding or speculating in that area. We see value from Evans to about Sutro. And so those are the properties that we're asking. And it could be in the future, a redevelopment agency sells off some of those properties to property owners that have plans. I know RHP has said they want to build a new fabrication facility on one of those spots. That's a significant investment, so we may entertain that. But we want to be very strategic on how we sell those off and to who, and make sure that their vision aligns with the redevelopment agency's vision. So it is in the purview of doing some land banking and acquisition of properties to achieve the redevelopment vision.
Right.
And is the process for selling city property the same if it's RDA owned or City of Reno property?
It is easier to sell if it's redevelopment agency owned. Yeah, the NRS is a little bit more lenient when the redevelopment agency sells property versus the city.
And just in terms of the process, I'm assuming?
Yeah.
And it's expedited, I think, from what I
Yes.
understand, a little bit more. Okay, that's all the questions I have so far. Thank you so much.
All right, go right ahead.
Thank you. I had a question on, you mentioned some of the retract properties, and I'm not sure if I understand the liability that might come with that. The 12 parcels that we have that could be sold for $8.7 million, are those the retract properties that could potentially have a funding liability for us? Are those included in those parcels?
I'm not sure I'm following the question,
So
but let me explain. We have business owners and who have put improvements on a lot of these properties. So they're operating the businesses, they own the buildings, but we own the underlying land. And they pay leases on that. We've been putting the lease revenue into a bucket that is paying for retract maintenance.
Okay.
If we sell those properties, that cuts off the revenue stream of the
But we would
maintenance
still get we would get the property
Yes.
sale. Now, when you looked at the revenues, the whatever, 9 million or whatever, did you include property tax in that? Or what property tax might look like if there was somebody else? Or was it just the actual sale of the property?
Just the sale of the property.
Okay.
It is unknown if these are paying property tax or not. There's certainly, some of these have lease language that they pay property tax, but sometimes they're paying property tax on their improvements and not on the land value. That is something we didn't go into, but philosophically, once these go back in full private interest, they would be paying the full property tax.
And if the RDA were to purchase or the properties, where, I mean, it's like the city's buying money or buying properties from the city, but where would that money go? What bucket does it go into?
If the RDA were to purchase those, so it would be a transaction of funds from the RDA directly to the city, but those would be city assets. Those would be RDA assets once under the RDA. So
But
maintenance
the
costs.
proceeds would go into the general fund.
The proceeds would go into the general fund from the redevelopment agency, yes.
Okay. Great. I think those are all my questions. Thank you.
All right, Councilwoman Ebert, go ahead.
Hi, sorry about that. Yeah, so I'm sorry if this question's been asked. I'm in a position where I can't hear everything very well. One of the things I wanted to find out about is properties that have been recommended to move into the RDA. Once those properties move into there, they are not subject to property tax. Is that correct? Like if we were to sell them where they are now, we would get property tax. But if we move them over there, we do not get property tax. Or can you explain to me how that works? And then also, because I don't want to run out of time, I don't understand why we would be able to lease the parking lot of the Lear Theater when we had, what was it, the Stevenson Street that came in? We asked about leasing it as an option. I was told that legal said that city of Reno is not able to lease public property like that. I also had some areas in Ward 4 that I had asked if we could do leases for our parking passes, permitted parking. And I was told, no, that's not possible because it's city of Reno property. So I'm not really understanding like where the distinction is, like why it would be allowed here and not in other areas that I've inquired about. Some areas around the courthouse as well. So has that been looked into? Like, is that something that legal could come back later and say, no, actually we can't lease the parking lot? And if that's not the case, how is that different?
Councilwoman Eber, Ashley Turney, Assistant City Manager for the record. So the first question that you asked about property tax, these parcels that are currently listed in yellow are owned by the City of Reno today. City of Reno does not pay any property tax on our properties. So the sale from the City of Reno to the RDA would result in a no change to the property tax roll because it's no taxes to no taxes.
So I guess my question is, if we turn them into a RDA zone and then the city of Reno does an RDA project on it, the property's been improved, but we don't get property taxes on it. But if we keep the property out of the RDA zone and we sell it, we would get property tax, correct?
Yes, however, we're not proposing to do an RDA project on these parcels. We are proposing that the RDA purchases them and then holds them for a strategic use in the future. And that would either be a P3 project in which we would talk about what the benefit would be to the city later, or going out to sale for those properties to a private owner and then putting them back on the tax roll later.
Okay, or it could potentially end up being like another ballroom.
If that was the policy direction of this body, we would follow that direction, but what's proposed today is just to transfer the sale in order to have general fund monies available.
Okay,
And
all right.
to your second question regarding parking at the Lear, the reason why that is different from Stevenson or areas out in your ward that we've discussed is that this is not a public area with public right-of-way. This is a private parcel. It just happens to be owned by the city at this time. But it is a parking lot in between houses, so it is a private parcel by nature. That's why it's different.
Thank you.
All right, Councilwoman Dewar.
No, I asked my questions. Thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Seeing if there are none, okay, we just would like to accept the report.
No, I do
Oh.
have other questions. I
Okay,
just didn't
go
want to
ahead.
take up other people's time.
Okay, go ahead.
So I just wanted to express that I think that we should go through the process of selling the parcels individually and not just kind of letting them have like a blanket policy where council isn't informed on the projects. And I think that we should sell them for market value. I know that we did that Ulysses project, that we chose that developer because of the affordable housing component, but that project is really contingent on some federal funding, which I think potentially might not happen now. So just in the hopes of us actually being able to complete projects or get the most money for these properties, I think that we should sell them at market value. So I just wanted to give my opinion on that piece. So yeah, thank you.
Okay, thanks so much. All right, go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah. I'd like to move to approve staff recommendation with one or two caveats. One, I don't want to put the parking lot to lease for the Lear until we get some feedback from the legislature. I don't want to be preemptive. And number two, I don't know if, I can't tell from the motion if you are to bring back the disposition or would that proceed without our knowledge. My recommendation is to please bring it back.
So each property will need to have formal direction on final disposition. The motion that's in front of you today is direction for staff to
go out, start obtaining appraisals, make contact with the current tenants, nearby property owners, and start the process.
Okay.
So if you'll see it again before it happens, however, you would see it after we've done the work.
Okay. In other words, we wouldn't say, okay, go do the XYZ parcel. You would go do it, you'd bring it back.
Correct. So current process right now, just for clarification, you mentioned yourself selling property is very laborious normally, and then you add in the
Yes.
city. So process as it states today is a property submits an unsolicited letter of interest. We bring that to council. Council says, yes, we're interested in this. Go do an appraisal. We go get an appraisal. That takes 2-3 months. We come back to council. We say, council, we have an appraisal. Do you want us to sell? You say, yes, we want you to go sell. Then we have a due diligence period of another 90 days. And then we bring it back to council and say, here are the terms, do you want to do this? And then council says, yes, maybe we do, maybe we want to change it. And then we go back out for another 30 or 60 days. So that process can be 9 months or more from the time that someone raises their hand and says that they're interested.
Okay.
This is streamlining that process to where we move
I'm
forward.
fine with streamlining the process. I just don't want staff to go sell something without us knowing. Like, you may have the 9 whatever yellow parcels and you got interest in 1 or 2. We would like to know what those are and what the deal is before you cut the deal.
Correct. You will have final approval on final sale of everything in disposition.
And then finally, to Councilmember Ebert's point, so I can make this motion where we could all vote, were you saying, Councilmember Ebert, that you did not want the redevelopment district to buy those yellow parcels from the city? You wanted to go straight to a private sale, is that right, or no?
I don't know that I necessarily care about that. My concern is that it turns into a redevelopment project that the city owns, and then it ends up not being something that we collect property tax on.
Okay. Well, let me reiterate the motion. I want to approve the staff recommendation and direct staff to proceed with necessary actions for property disposition and lease agreements with 2 caveats. 1, I'd like to hold on the Lear parking lot till we have more clarity. And number 2, I want to make sure that any sale, it comes back to council, which we've been assured.
Okay, thank you so much. I'll second that.
I'll second.
Okay.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, thanks so much. Sending it back to you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We're now moving on to item D2, Data Centers Text Amendment Initiation.
Okay, Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment on this item?
We do have public comment on this item. We have Henry Dalton.
Okay, Henry, come on up. I believe we saw you this morning.
Yes.
All right,
Sorry, give me 1 second.
no problem.
Okay, my speech is not uploading. 1 second, can I go grab my laptop instead?
Yeah,
Okay.
go right ahead. Is there any other public comment, Madam Clerk? No?
Oh, we do have one attendee via Zoom, Lisa Hill and Robin Palmer.
Oh, okay.
So Henry, if you want to give us a second, we'll let our Zoom commenters go so you can get set up.
Okay,
Lisa
go ahead.
Hill.
Oh, so Lisa Hill. All right. We're emailing each other. Go ahead, Lisa.
Okay, I'm double dipping here today, and I wasn't sure that staff was present for the earlier comments. My name's Lisa Hill, for the record. I live in Ward 5. I've participated in the discussion at the Planning Commission and the city over the past few months. And I am in favor of council giving further direction to the Development Department regarding the administrative interpretation of Title 18. In my humble opinion, there were a couple of things that were left out of the revision or the interpretation as it relates to including power and noise limits. If I had had an opportunity to participate in public comment during your revision process, I would have stated so. I just want to point out that the staff report mentions that wide public comment was obtained. I do live in Ward 5. I'm very active in the NAB and reading all of your wonderful postings, newsletters, etc. I read the local paper as well as other publications regarding our city because I care about our community. In 2024 and 2025, there were 6 Ward 5 NAB meetings and 4 with posted minutes. None of these agendas note the topic of the data center interpretation. And I first learned of the data center development on the Planning Commission agendas as well as through the Barber brief, and this is Reno. And so I do want to thank the development staff and the community liaison department for answering my questions. But I just want to point out, I don't think there was an adequate period of public comment on this. And so I am asking for the council to provide further direction to the Planning Commission, specifically in relation to types of power sources that will be used for data centers, including limits to the amount of power that they will be using. And if those power limits are exceeded, that the city define bringing their own sustainably sourced power. And I'd also like to see noise limits included on that list in your administrative interpretation. I do not personally see any state level barriers for data centers sourcing sustainable power, although some in the dais by the city on the Planning Commission and also in our council have noted some barriers. I did not see any when I just did a cursory search of NRS, in particular NRS 704.01 regarding the definition of a public utility and oversight of the PUCN. I'd like to see that more publicly explored and accounted for us that are concerned about climate change, power source uses, etc. So I just want to thank the council again and all of the staff. I know you're working very hard and trying to take all of our comments. I know the development department has already been through all of this, but I do think there was some oversight in not including power limits as well as noise limits. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks so much, Lisa.
Robin Palmer via Zoom.
Okay, Robin.
Can you try one more time?
Am I on?
You are, Robin, if you'd state your name for the record and begin speaking.
Thank you. Robin Palmer, climate and community advocate. Still, I haven't changed my mind from this morning. I still support a text amendment for data centers and a moratorium on data centers until a text amendment is adopted. I heard on NPR this morning, so it must be true, that Reno is having the fastest warming spring of several United States cities. We already know that Reno is the fastest warming city in the United States, increasing our fire risk, challenging our water supply, contributing to our poor air quality, and increasing heat-related health problems and heat-related deaths. Unchecked propagation of data centers with their massive energy demands is not going to help cool our communities. Data centers may put Reno on the map, all right, but not in a very favorable light. I'm in favor of data centers being required to bring their own clean energy. Thank you for allowing me to comment, and thank you, council members, for your service to our community.
All right, Robin, thanks so much.
Henry Dalton.
Henry, you ready? Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Henry Dalton, for the record. I want to take a moment of silence to acknowledge the original residents of this land in the Wasu, Numu, and Niue peoples. I spoke earlier on this agenda item, but I am here again to restate my position in favor of a moratorium for data centers. As I said earlier, I will be graduating this semester with a computer science degree, a Bachelor of Science from UNR, and I understand pretty intimately what the requirements of data centers are. To add to my comments from earlier, they are a huge noise issue with only one server produces upwards of 100 decibels of noise in the room that it's in, and these data centers are made up of hundreds of these servers. So they are huge noise problems, and I think that having no regulations around their noise levels is wildly irresponsible for not only the people who live near them, who will be forced to live near them, but also the wildlife, as other residents have stated. As a Reno resident for my entire 23 years of life, and as a resident of Ward 1, I've paid more taxes over the course of just the last year than business owners like Elon Musk have in their entire lifetimes to this city and to Northern Nevada in general. Despite that, these businesses continuously get handouts in the numbers of millions of dollars in tax abatements, like as proposed for this item. Not only would these data centers be a problem in terms of noise, in terms of environmental issues, in terms of the stress on our already not well set up energy grid, energy grid which has issues and has had issues in the past, I should say. But they will also not be a producer of revenue for the city either. Continuously, this council and the city is interested in catering to the needs of out-of-state business owners, giving deference to their wants and needs over the needs of citizens like myself and others who have spoken today. I would like to simply remind everyone on this council that you are elected and can be unelected should you continue to show deference to them. Thank you.
Good job. Okay.
Madam Mayor, with that, we have no additional in-person public comment. We did receive correspondence as 11 letters in favor and 1 letter of concern that has been distributed to the Reno City Council.
Okay. Thanks, Madam Clerk. All right, Angela, the floor is yours.
For the record, Angela Foose, Assistant Director.
Before you start, I just want to say there are no abatements given away in this proposal, correct?
No, there are
Okay.
not.
All right, because I've heard it a couple times and I just wanted it on the record.
Except for state law.
Okay, state law does that.
City of Reno has no abatements for data centers.
City of Reno
Nor
has
is it
no
part of
abatements
any
for data
proposal.
centers. Because I had a lot of people angry at us today, so I wanted to just make sure that was on the record.
The state, which is not
State.
Reno,
Okay.
does have abatements
The
for
state.
all kinds of things.
All right, thanks so much, Angela.
So next up on the agenda, I wanted to talk to you about data centers and whether or not you want to open up the zoning code and revisit the rules and regulations we've put in place. But I want you to first understand there's been a lot of misinformation in today's public comments. Number one is this administrative interpretation. So let's go back to why staff put together this administrative interpretation. It was 2023. We did not have data center as a use. We had not been getting a lot of phone calls on data centers or interest in data centers in the city of Reno. And all of a sudden, we were getting a ton of phone calls from developers. And we would say, well, you know, how do you define yourself as a data center? And they would tell us, well, I'm, 10 stories tall or I'm 1 story tall. I'm loud or I'm not loud. I'm this big. And so every one of them had a different plan for development. And we said, I don't even know how we regulate this. There's so many things about data centers we as city planners don't know and don't understand because you all do them differently. So we said, that's problem number one. Let's put in some protection for our city of Reno. So we wrote this administrative interpretation and basically says, until we adopt something in code, we've now put in a new rule that says data centers have to go through a public review process. So we added additional transparency and requirements that all data centers have to be reviewed by Planning Commission. And we also said we're going to put some limits on where you can go.
So all data centers have to be reviewed by Planning Commission?
Correct.
Okay, perfect.
So again, the public seems to think that we did something, secretly, and it was like in the pockets of developers. No, it was the opposite. We actually said, developers, slow down. We don't know enough about data centers. We're going to make you do more than we make any other use in the city of Reno do. So every single data center that talked to us, we said, you have to go through a conditional use permit.
I know.
So number one, misinformation out there. No, they are not warehouses. No, we did not say they were warehouses.
It's probably the most frustrating thing that we do. That there is this big sense of conspiracy. It's just, we're living in this very strange time. And so, anyway, go ahead. I'm sorry. I just wanted to, because when I hear those things, I'm like, then I run right to you. I'm like, Angela, I need to know the facts. So.
Yep. So the next thing we did then is we put that in writing, and that made it much easier for data center developers to understand the rules. They said, okay, Now I know the rules for Reno. I have to go through the planning commission and I have to address all these things. Got it. Then we spent the next 12 months because we were already working on our zoning code update. We said, great, we will include this, we will include data centers as part of that process. So we went out to the NABs, we went to the planning commission, we went to city council. And while we talked about hundreds of things that were being updated, we specifically talked about data centers because that seemed to be a hot topic.
I was right.
So every NAB we went to, we had a PowerPoint presentation that included data centers. And during that whole process, it was 12 months and lots of meetings. While it wasn't agendized specifically for data centers, we covered a lot of ground in those meetings, but we wanted to make sure the public had the opportunity to weigh in. We didn't get a lot of input. And at that time, nobody had actually submitted a data center project. So our staff had not reviewed a data center project. Planning Commission had not seen one. Again, the timeline that was when we first wrote that administrative interpretation, January 2024. The first time we actually got a data center conditional use permit was October. So it took 10 months before anyone actually submitted a data center. Yep, so rather than just.
So here we are putting in more protection. Of concern, and I always was, from what I remember, that we put in more protections.
Yes.
And that's why it had to go to Planning Commission.
Yes.
And what else? There's
And the
something
NAB.
else.
So anytime a project
Yeah, the
comes before
NAB,
Planning
it
Commission,
did
they
go to the
also have
NAB,
to go to the
right?
NAB. So again, multiple steps where the public.
Go to your NAB?
We've had 2 in Ward 4, and I believe 1 in Ward 5 that have come forward.
Okay, so those went to the NABs.
One of them did not because the NAB wasn't happening that month. Was it Ward 1? I believe it would have gone to the Ward 1 NAB maybe in December, and maybe they didn't meet in December. But yes, the 2 in Ward 4 did go to the NAB before they went to Planning Commission. So where we landed then is now we have something adopted in code. So it's in code. That administrative interpretation went from just, again, an interpretation to it's formally adopted into code. The things that we as city planning look at is land use. And that's everything from how's the building designed? How many trees are you planting? How many square feet of landscaping do you have? How tall is your building going to be? What's your lighting going to be like? These are things that every project has an impact, and it's no different from data centers. So again, all the things that we've heard, noise regulations, yep, we regulate that today. It's not specific to data centers, it is all uses adjacent to residential, we regulate noise. Same with lighting. Any building, regardless of if you're a Target or a Taco Bell or a data center, we regulate lighting as well. We regulate parking, we regulate how tall your building is, how close you are from your setbacks. So all of that is covered when we review a project. And again, when we look at a conditional use permit, we spend 3 months looking at your project and tearing it apart. 3 months before it goes to Planning Commission. A lot of people think, oh, we just get an application, we turn it over to Planning Commission and say, you figured out. No, we have torn that thing apart for 3 months and made them come back and redesign. So a lot of thought and input goes into that. One other thing that I think has gotten forgotten about is that the project of regional significance trigger. This is something that Reno, Sparks, and Washoe County all have to follow. Within the regional plan, there's a list of 6 things that was considered a regional impact. And it's everything from businesses with a lot of employment or big hotels, a lot of projects with housing, sewage is another big one, but water. So if you trigger more than 625 acre feet per year, so any one business or a big planned unit development that triggers a lot of water has to go to regional planning for review.
Okay, can you say that again?
So regional planning, it's a separate body. It's made up of planning commissioners that are represented in Reno, Sparks, and Washoe County. So they then get to review all projects. Doesn't matter what kind of project it is. Could be a data center, could be a casino. If they trigger any of these items, that has to go to regional planning for their review.
Okay, so employment by no less than 938 employees. Housing by no less than 625 units, right? All
Correct.
these are a trigger that they go to regional planning. Hotel accommodations by not less than 625 rooms. Sewage by not less than 187,500 gallons per day. water usage by no less than 625 acre feet per year, traffic by no less than an average of 6,250 trips daily. So when those trigger, that means you even add in another layer, correct?
Correct.
Of oversight.
Yep.
Okay, I love that.
Now, I
Great.
will say too, typically, we have other things that would have triggered the planning commission to review. If you have a big casino that comes in, that probably would have triggered a conditional use permit because it was a casino. But we've had uses, I think when Amazon came to town, they did not trigger any kind of public review. They just built their building, and we knew at that point, okay, great, they're good to go. But no, they had more than 938 employees. So
That's
we actually had
the
to make them
thing,
go to
yeah.
regional planning, even though the city of Reno did not make them go to a planning commission, because these triggers happen no matter what. And again, this is if you're in the county or in the city of Sparks or in the city of Reno, we've all agreed on these things. This is as a region, the triggers that require a bigger group to look at.
Okay, so what you're saying is there are bigger warehouse projects out there that didn't trigger this other level of oversight?
Correct.
Okay.
All right, so there's been, again, a lot of misinformation on water. I wanted to highlight the 3 data centers that we have seen, so they're there in red. We've had 3 of them come through. 2 of them were small water users, 2 acre feet. The Open data center, that's the one that's going on appeal to city council next month. They are requiring or needing 8 acre feet. But let's go to the big picture. And I got this information from Tumwa, so no, I didn't just Google it and get an answer. A casino. So we looked at our local casinos, and that's everything from, the big casinos with hotels and the food industry. They average 300 acre feet of water a year. Casinos today do that. Our typical hospitals, again, a lot of water usage, 100 acre feet. Skilled nursing. So nursing homes apparently do a lot of washing, 25 acre feet a year. An average affordable housing apartment. I said, here's one that was just built off of Washington and Vine. How much water do they need? 23 acre feet. How much about these data centers? Well, 8 and 2. So the 3 data centers that we at the city of Reno have looked at and have analyzed are not big water users. But I think there's a lot of misinformation about it's a data center, we're in a drought, why are we approving these things? No, everything we approve requires water. Even 10 houses would require more water than the data centers. So again, understand the facts before we just start assuming, oh, it must be true. Power, that's the other big one we're hearing a lot of concerns about. So we looked at all of the different data centers in our local region. We've got Apple, which is a Washoe County data center. We've got Switch, which is one of the big ones. We have about 9 different data centers in Story County today. There's a lot. Just this month, Story County Planning Commission approved 3 more data centers. It was on their agenda, not because data centers require a public review process, but because of the height they were asking. So they're building basically a data center campus, and those buildings were asking to go taller than 10 stories. So again, relative to what we've seen, we're not seeing anything in comparison to those hyperscale data centers. I will add too, as a region, we should be looking at data centers. Not one person came to that planning commission meeting this month, in Story County, to file concerns about those 3 new data centers. Not one person appealed those 3 data centers that Planning Commission approved in Story County.
You're kidding. Wow, okay.
And again, in comparison, by far, power usage is probably the biggest impact we see on data centers, but they're all different. So we can't assume that every data center that we're looking at is using power of 650 megawatts or 1,200 megawatts. We are seeing much smaller data centers. We call them more boutique data centers. Again, that goes back to why we said, well, let's look at them case by case through that conditional use permit. If we got a switch with 650 megawatts, our analysis would have been very different, right? We would have said, well, shoot, how are you going to build enough power to handle that? And we would have talked to NV Energy and said, have you approved this? But when we get something small, again, very different in comparison. All right, so next thing we said is, well, what is everybody else doing? We're not unique. We looked at ULI, again, the Urban Land Institute, and they said, generally speaking, there's kind of 2 levels of data centers. The big hyperscalers versus the boutique ones. Story County by far is seeing the big hyperscalers. We are not. And when we talked to several different data center developers, we said, well, why don't you come to Reno? And they said a couple of reasons. One is your franchise is much higher than Story County. So they have to pay a lot more when they come to Reno than they would in Story County or Lyon County or even the city of Fernley. So they looked at that. They also looked at land availability. All the data centers that we've seen have been pretty small. The data centers that we see out in Story County are on hundreds of acres and even thousands of acres. So very different in terms of what we're seeing and what their needs are. By far, the biggest thing we're seeing across the nation, when we have zoning codes and they have standards for data centers, it's related to zoning and land use. The things that we've heard about, the noise, the lights, the design of the building, questions about how far you are from residential development, all things that we already cover in our zoning code. Whether you're a warehouse or Taco Bell or Target or a data center, we covered those things already. So I feel like, at least we can check the box that, yep, we've done our job as city planners in protecting the community. So why are we here today? I need feedback from you as to next steps. And I put together a couple specific questions just to get you thinking. I'm definitely open to however you want to go on this. You tell me what you want. We will take it forth and go out through the public process. If we do initiate a text amendment today, just so you're all aware, that will involve us going to the NABs and holding public meetings and going back to the Planning Commission for their input and recommendation before it comes to you. So it's not going to happen quickly, but we have a safeguard in place because every data center that comes before us goes to Planning Commission, and if you as a city council member don't like it, you have the right to appeal it, and it can come before this board. So there are steps in place to protect any data center between now and if we were to initiate a new text amendment, so that we're covered, again, from a city planning side. The last thing we want is to have a bunch of bad development come, and we say, oops, we didn't know that was going to happen. So we feel like we've covered that. But again, let's talk about some specific things that you would like to see done differently or regulated differently, and we can take it out to a public process.
Okay. Thank you, Angela. Great job. I appreciate it. Okay, I'm going to start with Councilwoman Dewar, and then I'm going to end with Councilwoman Ebert.
Great.
So go ahead.
Thank you so much. And just to set the stage, I want to be clear from my perspective, you did nothing wrong. In fact, you're experiencing the no good deed goes unpunished routine that so many of us experience in government, right? You're trying to do something good, and you're getting hit as if you did something bad or there's a conspiracy. So I want to acknowledge that right now. From my perspective, we have heard from many, many residents who have a concern about data centers, and it's national. I know that you just went through a presentation where you pretty much minimized, based on our three recent experiences, any impacts, noise, water, energy use, and I have a little bit different perspective. If you take the three that came before us, 30% of them, in other words, one, that's 30%, want to use about 30 megawatts of power. That's what they're being approved for. That was the web. It came to us on appeal. And just to put in perspective that the energy for 30 megawatts, and I understated it last time I spoke, would actually be enough to power about 20,000 homes. That's 4 day breaks, that's 5 stone gates, or maybe I have it reversed, 5 day breaks and 4 stone gates in terms of energy use. And why that's important to me is this council did a resolution to the PUC about energy increases. And this is what we said. Please listen to the public regarding their concerns about rates. That's what we said. Please listen to the public. They are very concerned, and about 250 groups or individuals commented to NV Energy, to the PUC. And this is important because the reason they came out was to protest increased energy costs. And it was interesting, NV Energy, in looking at the Webb data center, said, we're only going to provide you power if you build a substation, not just for you, but for twice as much as you. So not just for 30 megawatts, but for 60 megawatts. And so they too have said, you're going to have an impact, and we need you to do that at millions of dollars of increased costs to the Webb data center. They spoke about it. I spoke directly to them. This is a requirement from NV Energy. So we are entrusted to protect our residents, and that includes all aspects of community life. The second thing that was important about our resolution was we asked another body to listen to us. We need to do the same and listen to our constituents. And I could debate you, and I don't want to, Angela, because I think you're a very well-meaning person. Where I would like this to end up is I think we should take a look at it based on the input we're getting from our residents, and talk to Tumwa about the water use, talk to NV Energy about the energy use, talk about the noise use, and see if we need to adopt some special regulations just to make sure we're being, properly proactive on this topic. So I'll have additional comments. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thanks so much. Okay, go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for a lot of the information that I think you cleared up. I have a question. Does Story County, do they use different water than us?
No, it's the same water and the same power grid.
Wait, so our council was packed today with people that were concerned about the resources that go into data centers. And 3 data centers got approved in Story County. They use the same resources that Reno does.
That's correct.
Okay. Who regulates, do we regulate power? Can the city council, and maybe this is for legal, can we regulate or put regulations on power? I see noise, building design, screening, lighting, and distance from residents as part of what our standards are.
No, unless you can go through
I mean, I could probably
rulemaking.
tie it to
Yeah,
a finding of something, but do we have any regulating power
No,
for?
I would defer to Angela. We don't.
No, the only thing we do look at is when a building permit comes in, they have to prove that they have approval from the sewer body, which is typically us, Tumwa, the water agency, and NV Energy, the body that controls power. So if they haven't gotten those approvals to build their project, then we do not issue them a building permit.
Okay. I don't understand, and the reason why I'm asking is because I'm not an expert in energy use, and I think the PUC is. So if that is something that we're going to start taking on, I'm going to need a lot more education in that arena. The CUP process, I think you said it, is probably one of the stringent processes that we have for approval in land development. So why, I don't understand, if they have to go through the CUP process, isn't that more stringent than a text amendment?
Yes, today, we don't have specific rules on power or water for any use, other than regional planning says they get to look at it if it triggers so much water. But through that conditional use permit process, it allows us and the public body, being planning commission, or if it's appealed to city council, to weigh in and add additional requirements that are above and beyond the rules that we have in our zoning code.
Okay, and then my third question is probably for our legal team too. What happens to the projects that we already have in the queue?
So they go forward. There's a moratorium.
No.
If you're not asking about that. Right now, essentially, if it's in the queue, it's in the queue. So
the stuff that happens today, whatever we decide, it does not impact anything that has been brought before us or that is in process for appeal.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, go ahead, Councilwoman Anderson.
Something that I've heard in a couple of meetings and in some public comment is how data centers somehow interfere with firefighting. Can you talk to me about fire prevention measures at data centers and how that is different? They're not using water.
Yes, I'm actually going to defer to
Right?
Chief Cracker.
That seemed like timing.
It's a miracle.
Uh-huh.
Dave Cochran, Reno Fire Chief. So you're spot on where you finished your question there. Data centers use very little to no water for fire suppression. They use an inert gas like halon or argon, the idea being, or even CO2, just to evacuate the oxygen from the area so that the fire can't burn, because that water is going to do huge damage to those very expensive equipment setups they have in there. Some of you we all know about Switch, and some of you may have toured it. That fire suppression system costs millions of dollars because of the investment they have. So it's really kind of self-regulating. We hold them to the fire code, and we make sure that they have the system that will mitigate any fire that starts. But they're self-motivated. They're going to go above and beyond anything we would require.
Mm-hmm. But just to add on to that, let me ask you, but I would assume the resources, like with any house fire, whatever that would look like, that would be the same resources that you would have on a data center, or a warehouse, a business, correct?
Absolutely.
You fight the
It's
fire
not
the
any
same
greater
way?
draw on water or power or anything else.
Yeah, so you fight the fire the same way you would any structure?
Yes.
Correct, okay. And then I'm
Yeah,
glad you
well,
brought
let
up.
me add to they're typically a type 1 building construction, which is non-combustible. It's concrete block, it's something that's not gonna burn anyway, so.
So those are easier to put out?
Yeah, because the fire, it's very difficult or darn near impossible for the fire to start because it's not combustible. There may be some interior, furniture or things like that that are in the building. But for
So
the
you
most
would say
part-
they're not high fire risk
Correct.
typically?
Absolutely. That's
Okay.
accurate.
Okay, thank you so much. Councilman Martinez?
Yeah, Madam Mayor?
Go right ahead.
Perfect. Yeah, thank you all for the presentation, and I just want to take a second to not just acknowledge all the public comment that came in today, but also obviously hearing what the Planning Commission has been telling us for the last couple meetings that they had. And so just wanted to acknowledge all the concerns that are coming in and making sure that I put that on the record and acknowledge that those things are being received and reviewed as we have these conversations. I think there have been some concerns about disregard for specific comments, but I think all of us on the council take a very proactive approach of looking at the comments that are given to us from the public and through all of our boards and commissions. And so I just wanted to start there and also ask, Amanda, I know you and I had met to discuss some of these things, and I appreciate Councilmember Taylor asking some of her questions because those are those same ones that I had for Director Foos about exact jurisdiction, and I appreciate the baseline. I'm wondering if you can go back to the slide where it triggers review from the Regional Planning Agency.
Yes. So this, so one thing, so state law has a whole section that says this is what's considered a project of regional review, regional impact. So that then translates to the regional plan. And this is the 6 triggers that they look at of what's considered something of regional impact. Now, they don't have a trigger for power usage. They do have a trigger for when you're adding power to the system, back to the grid, so to speak. So NV Energy comes before regional planning quite frequently because they're putting in a new substation or a new power line. And what we found, even in looking at the Story County lines, our Story County data centers. So a lot of times they are also required to put in new transmission lines and distribution lines and big lines. So those would not have to go through Truckee Meadows Regional Planning because they're not part of our so-called land use region. But any new use that came in that required an additional power source, or again, a big substation, more than 5 megawatts, that would have to go to regional planning. And so these are the triggers from a development perspective that are considered regional impact. And so these are the things specifically that we deal with on a land use perspective that regional also looks at.
Yeah, thank you so much for laying that out again. I will have a couple more comments during my second round, but I'll just leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Okay, Councilwoman Ebert.
Yeah, so question on another, or something that's been brought up a few times, the tax abatement. So according to the Governor's Office of Economic Development, they say that at the state level, data centers can receive a 75% tax abatement for either 10 or 20 years based on some certain criteria. What property tax abatement is that for? Is that their state property tax, or is that something different than the property tax that the city of Reno would receive funds from?
So at the city, we have zero jurisdiction or authority over that. So I cannot speak to what those abatements go towards. We don't ask that. We don't ask any developer when they come in if they're seeking tax abatements, and so we don't get into that level of detail.
But it is the property tax that funds our budget, correct? It's not some separate property tax that goes somewhere else. It's the property tax that funds a large portion of City of Reno's budget, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so even though we're not necessarily granting it, the property tax abatements do affect our budget when we're paying for things like police and fire and other road maintenance, other services that we provide for City of Reno, correct?
Absolutely, and I think that's a good point. I think we looked at just locally some of these data centers, how much are they bringing in? So Switch, for instance, it's in Story County, it's not in Washoe County. They bring in the third most money in the entire county in property tax. Apple, which is in Washoe County, so that's Reno Sparks, Washoe County, is the second highest generator of the entire county in property taxes. So while they may have used abatements, I will still say that they are bringing in a ton of money to this region.
Okay, so another thing I wanted to address, since I was waiting till the end to speak is, the comment about nobody giving public comment at Story County's meeting. The population of Story County is 4,000. So it's not really maybe an issue to the population there as it would be here to have those kind of developments and the impact that those types of tax abatements could have on services being provided versus a city of our size and maybe some of the budget issues we're having. So it's just want to call out that that's not necessarily an apples to apples comparison there with the population size. Also, I have some questions on the noise code regulations. I know that there's some issues that I've had with a warehouse in my ward that was given a citation for noise happening outside at night. And then their attorney had a public hearing at City of Reno and said that they shouldn't have had this citation and the citation was, removed or whatever. So how are these citations actually going to be enforced? How is this code enforced? Because it's been my experience that it's not really easily enforced.
All right, Councilwoman, I'm going to have Angela answer that, and I just want to clarify correctly. I want to make sure the warehouse that had the noise issues, correct, Councilwoman Ebert, was not a data center.
No, it wasn't. But
Okay.
I'm just using that as an example of,
Okay, gotcha.
are we able to enforce noise
Gotcha.
And I think that's a really good example. We have a warehouse type use out in North Valleys that operates 24 hours a day. And so when that project came through, they're adjacent to a residential subdivision. When that project came through, conditions were added that allows trucks to operate 24 hours a day. And so because we added that allowance, again, big semi-trucks coming at all hours of the night, it basically gave them the ability to have trucks that make noise coming and going. When we had a data center, the Keystone Data Center, because they were adjacent to residential zoning, we had them do a noise study and show how they were mitigating their noise. So again, through that conditional use permit process, we were able to require a noise study and say, well, how are you going to screen the mechanical equipment, put it indoors, whatever you have to do. That's something we were able to do through the conditional use permit to make sure that the noise doesn't exceed a certain number.
Okay, so there may be some peripheral things that could happen that maybe isn't going to be controlled by a permit that could still happen, that could be disruptive to the community.
And because for instance, the data center that we looked at, because we specifically address noise and found ways that they said we can mitigate that, if they're not able to meet the noise requirements that's in code, we can cite them because we haven't given them a hall pass to be loud. Versus the one that you're talking about, we basically gave them a hall pass to exceed our noise requirements because we said you can have big trucks coming in and out 24 hours a day. So
Yeah.
two different kind of scenarios.
But can I also point out, and I think I'm right here, maybe correct me, that warehouse should have a CUP but doesn't, correct?
It did have a conditional use permit.
Oh, it did, okay. Whereas I would think you could control, a data center has more control than that warehouse.
And again, because data centers, they're so different and unique, right? And we said, gosh, some seem to be really, really quiet. Everything's in a building. They're not loud at all. Others are loud. So we specifically said, we're going to look at each one case by case. And anytime there's residential nearby, we then trigger a noise study. And then we can say, okay, you've shown us that you're going to cover up all of that loud equipment somehow, put it in a structure, put it in a building, show us how you are addressing the noise concerns, and we will come after you with citations if you're not able to meet our noise requirements.
Yeah.
Okay, it was my time up. I'm sorry.
Thanks
I do
so
have more
much.
questions.
Okay, I am curious, what actually says, what triggers it into a data center? How many cabinets, how many racks it says that's a data center?
And we came up with a definition, again, just on best practices. Our biggest issue is how is a data center different from a warehouse, different from an office? We have really old data centers that, again, aren't recent, but they're in office buildings. And
That's what I was saying. Why?
They're even in downtown.
When does that?
I would tell you where, but I'm not going to.
No, but usually, like, I hate to say it, they're like in closets, they're like in really strange places.
Yes.
But my point is, when does that constitute a data center?
Yep, so we have a definition. I can read it to you if you'd like. It's just something we've adopted into code so that, again, from...
Is it so many square feet?
Nope, it's
No?
not based on size. It's based on what's happening inside it. So we're looking at water cooling, we're looking at what they're storing, we're looking at how much power they're using, how are they handling their air. You could have a warehouse that's storing boxes of computers. That's not a data center. But when you start storing equipment that functions to hold data, that becomes a very different use.
Right. And then, so here's the other thing, to your point, what my experience has been, because I've been at Switch a lot, and it's very, very, very quiet. You wouldn't know there is a data center there at all. And so to your point, and then some data centers use recycled water. So I think that's where you get the standards, you put the mitigation in, so everyone knows, you know, sort of what the city council sort of expects whenever they come in. But that's, I think the hard part is like, no two are the same.
Yep.
Correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna go back to Councilwoman Dewar for
Thank you.
3 minutes.
Sure.
And then I'm gonna end with Councilwoman Ebert.
Yeah. First of all, I'm going to restate this because I don't know if you heard me, Angela. I am not being critical. I want to continue the work that you started back in last January when you said data centers are different. We should call them out as a separate use and require them to have a CUP. The only part we didn't go, the next step, in my opinion, is to identify the potential impacts and talk through whether they need to mitigate those or not. If they're not using a lot of water, proposing, maybe they don't have to be assessed for water use. If they are using a lot of energy, maybe that should be something that is assessed inconsistent with our sustainability plan. As one of the speakers said today, we have a tremendous opportunity to forward the plan that we've laid out in our sustainability and the state's sustainability goals. So, just to be clear, you mentioned you have still the slide up for the Planning Commission. My understanding, so please correct me if I'm not correct, the one you had up, when the Planning Commission reviews, no, the one you already had up, you were perfectly fine. This one, these standards were set, to my knowledge, in the 90s. They're not, the numbers have not been changed or updated. In fact, we went to update the school one and have spent now 5 years just trying to update the school requirement here to be reviewed, and we haven't been able to come to consensus. But we fixed it here at the City of Reno. But those were set, and my understanding of what they do is it's a thumbs up or thumbs down. I've been told, I think by Jeremy, that they cannot put on conditions.
Correct.
Correct. So it's either yes, you pass, or no, you don't. Nothing in between. No, like if you put on this one condition, it would be better. So what I'm asking the council to do, and I hope we do, is let's not wait for a crisis. Let's be thoughtful and proactive.
we're in a good situation. You just said we've only had 3. 2 of them have relatively low water use and low energy. What I want to do is head off any problems that we could foresee in the future. And I want to remind this council who may not know, when Switch, to use their example, they wanted to be 100% sustainable. And so as a result, we ended up, the city of Reno, working with Tumwa and other partners to send 4,000 acre feet of reclaimed water to Story County so they could use that instead of regular water. I think that's a great principle and that we should endorse that kind of thing, not just have it be a one-off. In terms, I mentioned previously that I'm a pretty big data and energy user myself. And that is why almost 15 years ago, I installed 36 solar panels on my house, 2011, so that I could cut my energy use by 50%. The Webb Data Center came in. Apparently, the Planning Commission asked them to install solar. They installed almost the same exact amount of solar that I installed on my own house, about 7.5 kilowatts. And so if I may finish my sentence, Madam Mayor.
Go ahead.
So that is 1/4 of 1% of their energy use. But people said, okay, they tried. I think they could have tried more. I think it's a fantastic opportunity to put our sustainability in a plan into action. And the power demands will be paid by us, the ratepayers, not by any particular data center. So I do encourage our council to at least ask you to review the issues and make some recommendations. I think it's a thoughtful, proactive, good way to go. So thank you.
Okay, thanks so much. All right, go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to ask for your professional expertise here. Because when I'm looking at a CUP process, the process that we have is more restrictive than a text amendment. So if we want to regulate and look at these as individual applications or developments, projects coming forward, and be able to have more say in what we want them to look like, is it a text amendment or is it a CUP?
I think if you open up a text amendment and you put very specific requirements in terms of, here's everything we want every data center to have to do. My concern with that is that no data center's alike. And you will be coming back constantly saying, well, we can't make this work, we need a variance. Well, we can't make that work. That only worked on that project, not on that project. So, I mean, that was the intent of a conditional use permit, is we can look at them case by case. I think if there's key things that you guys are concerned about, we can put those in as part of a text amendment so that everyone knows coming in, here's the minimum requirements, whether it's noise, power, water, again, above and beyond what the rest of the region does. Then we could add those requirements so that data centers know coming to Reno, it's going to have different sets of rules, and then they can decide if they want to come to Reno or not based on those rules.
Okay, do you think that going through the CUP process for an applicant, as the city, we can get what we need through conditioning and through the findings? I mean, I guess I'm asking what's not working? We've had data centers for a while, and within the last 10 months, we've had a lot of discussion about it. So what's not working about what we're doing?
I think from the Planning Commission's perspective, they don't know what you want to regulate in terms of water and power, noise. From a city planner hat, it's in code. And it doesn't matter if you're a data center or a warehouse or Target. Like, we have the safeguards to say, here's how we're going to address all your concerns. Now, we currently do not address power usage.
But we wouldn't address power usage anyway. We're not going to put a text amendment that says you can only use 30 or 1, or that wouldn't be something that we would do.
It's not something we have historically done, nor do most jurisdictions do that.
Okay, I just don't, I mean, I think Councilman Reese has said this. I don't know what problem we're trying to solve besides what you said of the Planning Commission doesn't understand the direction, but I fully believe that your team gives them all the information that they need, and if they stay within the guidelines of a land use decision, we can make thoughtful decisions. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thanks. Councilwoman Anderson.
Just one question. I've done my own research on this, but I wanted to hear it from you and on the record. If someone were to bring their own power to a project, what does that mean and look like?
Are they building a power plant?
We've heard multiple public
Yeah,
commenters
right. Saying,
say
"Bring your own
require
power."
them to
Yeah.
bring their own power. What does that mean?
Again, not something we regulate, it's something that's regulated by the PUC. And so they have a completely separate process. When we do have like big solar fields and they want to come in and maybe not tied to the grid, they want to have their own power source. We have zero authority over that. That is 100% NV Energy and the PUC.
Okay, so just to make sure that I'm understanding this correctly, they would need to bring power to the PUC. The PUC would have to say, yes, we want that project. Yes, we want that power on the grid, and we want it to be delivered specifically to this one business so that they can operate in the city of Reno.
Correct, and it would be most likely, they don't even want to be on the grid. They don't want to be on our region's grid. They're creating their own grid. Again, that does happen. It's just not something we are involved in.
Okay, and then also the applicant, in my limited knowledge, it seems like they would also have to build the power station that transferred that energy that they
100%.
own and have brought to the project.
100%. And whether it is a residential development that is coming to town and NV Energy says, you need to build your substation because there's not enough power in this grid. That residential this happens all the time. Substations are built all the time. The developer has to pay to build it. And then NV Energy makes sure the power is going back and forth. So again, any use that comes before us that wants to build their own development, they go to NV Energy and they say, how much power is available near me? Here's how much I'm going to need. And then they work it out with NV Energy as to, do I need to increase the transmission lines or the distribution lines? Do I have to build a new substation? Do I have to, all of that is dealt with NV Energy through PUC as really their ultimate kind of guiding group.
Okay, great. In my opinion, the conditional use permit, although I'm sure developers would love for that to go away, it provides the community and the council maximum transparency project by project, and also allows us to learn project by project and optimize project by project. So that's all I've got.
Thanks so much. Just backing a little bit off of Councilwoman Anderson. The CUP, I would assume that they have looked at this with NV Energy. Do you know, do they have some sort of standard guideline?
For a conditional use permit?
No, I mean, sorry, for the PUC.
Oh, again, something we don't get involved in, but we've had multiple conversations with NV Energy, and we've said, help us understand. Well, the three that we've had are very small. How are you guys looking at the big ones in Story County? Story County has, like I said, at least 9 data centers today, and they're big data centers.
Yeah, and we have how many?
So we have technically 3 spaces that house data.
So we have 3, okay. Okay, I got it. Okay, Miguel, I'm gonna send it to you, 3 minutes, go ahead.
Thanks so much, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to add to my previous comments and say, I appreciate you including the information from the Urban Land Institute. I think that's helped inform some of this conversation, at least for me. And I just wanted to read that if we do want to continue to make this type of land use more sustainable, one of the recommendations, or a few of them, are to have specific guidelines for folks, and so for developers to be able to meet those standards and for us to be able to approve these projects coming into the city. And I think that's one of the things that I also wanted to highlight, is that it does seem that data centers are going to continue to come to our region. And so if we want to, again, further the goals of creating a sustainable environment for our future and continuing to be business friendly and allowing data centers a path forward, I think allowing them to be in spaces where there are already transmission lines, or like water reuse systems, like Councilmember Dewar had mentioned, and some of the purple piping. I know that limits it to what we have currently available within the city of Reno, but I'm wondering, Angela, before I run out of time, if you could lay out some of the standards when it comes to some of the things identified within the Urban Land Institute's document when it comes to like parking and plumbing, height restrictions, construction confusion, substation zoning, just because I think outside of water and energy use, a text amendment might allow us the possibility of looking at sort of these parking requirements and having set standards that differ as compared to like a warehouse in an industrial NIC zone. So I just wanted to kind of get your thoughts there, and if you feel like the code is encompassing of some of the recommendations from the Urban Land Institute's article.
Yes, I think for the most part, the Urban Land Institute looks at hyperscale as a completely separate type of data center than boutique. So from the boutique-y sense, the ones that we're looking at, they basically say, allow by right or with a use permit of some sort, and here's your set of standards. All the standards that they provided are related to parking, lighting, noise, the look of the building. For the hyperscale, they propose that they are more clustered in areas, so you can put, again, all these big data centers together, again, so you can work on things like making sure there's effluent to those data centers and making sure that there's sufficient power, because you're probably gonna have to build new power, complete power stations, different than a little substation. So if you're doing these hyperscales, which again, we are not, Story County is, Lyon County is, East Coast 100% is, their recommendation was create areas or zones for hyperscale data centers. Otherwise, more of these boutique-y ones, put in some set standards related to zoning, and that way people know, again, developers know kind of what the expectation is when they come in.
Okay. Councilwoman Ebert.
Sorry about that. And Ms. Foos, can you please say again, do we have, as it's written now, is Reno's process for data centers more stringent than Story County? Is that what I heard you say?
We are more stringent than Sparks, Washoe, Fernley, Story, Henderson, Vegas.
Okay, all right. And we did have more people come and give public comment than Story County. So it would make sense that we should have more regulations. I would like to see us, well, one more thing I want to clarify. Would adding text amendments remove the CUP process, or would it be in addition to?
The process we have today would stay in place. If you want to change it as part of this text amendment, that's something we could do. We might say, as long as you meet these standards, we will allow data centers by right, meaning they can go straight to a building permit. See a lot of enthusiasm for that. But I think that is, again, one option that you have is to say, okay, we're gonna say, here's more specific rules for data centers. If you can follow these rules, we'll allow you to build them by right.
Okay, so it was my understanding that this is in addition to the CUP process, not in place of. So I heard some comments from other council members. I just wanted to make sure I was understanding correctly.
And this is 100%, I take it back, this is 100% whatever you want. If you want to leave the conditional use permit and add standards, that is, again, up for discussion today.
Yeah, that's what I'd like to see happen. And I would like to see, pretty rigid regulations around noise. I know that the Webb Data Center has 3 mobile home parks around it that were not considered residential. So I have concerns about people that live in those type of neighborhoods being more negatively impacted because where they live is not zoned residential. But the reality is people do live there. So if we don't have regulations or code limiting the amount of noise, we can have some people that live in a really bad, unpleasant environment. Just because, you know, where they live isn't zone residential. And I don't know if that's a whole other discussion.
No,
Or maybe we include mobile home parks as residential for the purposes of data centers.
The code we just adopted in January, the zoning code cleanup, says that mobile home parks are now considered residential, so they do have to address noise. So that's something you've already adopted citywide.
Okay, but web data center currently, would they have to follow any new text amendments that we come up with?
Nope, they fall under the regulation that was in place in October when they submitted.
Okay, so this wouldn't affect them at all. Okay, got it. I do still think that we should have restrictions on noise, and I do think that we should ask for them to use effluent water and perhaps a percentage of their power usage be renewable energy. I mean, we had a substantial amount of people have given public comment, and I think that, you know, we are public servants. Our job is to listen to them and represent them. I think that we should add some more guidelines to our text amendment.
Okay.
I don't know if the rest of council will support it, but I think Councilmember Dewar and I are kind of on the same page with that.
Councilwoman Ebert, I'm going to just cut you off right there. A minute 15. Okay, bringing it back to get us back on track. We have exhausted our rounds, so we need to move forward. I think, listen, one thing I want to stress, this council has been really good about, you know, I think sustainable initiatives. We have a whole department dedicated to that. We signed back onto the Paris Climate Accord. We have really cared about this. Trees.
Exactly.
The charging stations, you know, renewable energy with cars, just everything. So I think we have, we're doing a lot more than most cities, I think. And I think we have to continue to stay on that path. So with that being said, I think we would all agree that we should put in some regulations or measures or whatever standards, no different than I think Councilwoman Dewar and I talked about with horses. Benchmarks, what those things look like. I don't know yet. I think before you do that, we need to find out, you know, is everyone moving to potable water? Because I'm hearing that there are different, you know, like there's just things that have been outdated that now, you know, they'll have new benchmarks, right?
Yep.
I don't know what that looks like, but I agree with, and I think everyone up here would agree, because we've seen challenges with certain warehouses. So it makes sense for noise, renewable energy, water, those types of things. So how do we get there, I guess?
So if you would like to move forward today and initiate a text amendment to address data centers, you just need to formally make that recommendation. And again, we can take your feedback. The things that we've heard you specifically want us to address is noise, power, and water, effluent as well. And so we can.
Clustering, to your point.
Clustering. We'll go back and kind of look at best practices and see what's working and what's not working in some of these other jurisdictions outside of Nevada, and come back with some recommendations and go through the full public review process and get input.
Okay, and thank
So
you.
moved.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask, do we have those, don't we already have that in the CUP process? Again, I'm not understanding what you're saying that we don't have in the CUP process.
I think in my mind, we would put probably some kind of threshold to say, this is how much power usage we are comfortable with you using without doing something to mitigate it. So for instance, if we say 30 megawatts, anything more than 30 megawatts, we're going to require that you do something above and beyond with solar and wind, and find some other way to mitigate your impacts. We can come up with some kind of creative language that again allows these boutique data centers that don't have significant impacts to still know that we are welcoming them to Reno. And they do have to go through that conditional use process unless you're telling me you would like to let them come forward by right, which again, it's up to you guys. But we can address things like water. If the water is a certain threshold, and we'll work with TUM on what's an acceptable acre feet, then that would require maybe that they have to tie into effluent.
So I'm not sure I would want to make these text amendments or regulations and then also have the CUP process on top of that. That seems more regulation when it's already in the CUP process. That's what I'm trying to understand.
I guess that's what I'm not clear on.
Yeah, if you are comfortable saying, we're okay with data centers, we'll allow you to come here without that CUP, but here's the triggers of when we will require a CUP. And that's what we're talking about, some of these bigger concerns. So if you're 30 megawatts or more, we're gonna require a CUP. If you're 29 megawatts and less, maybe you don't trigger a CUP, you can go straight to a building permit.
So wait,
sorry.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Or if I could say a different way, the way I might view it is that it would inform your decision-making, because if you don't right now ask them how much energy, how much water, but you would in the future, you can actually make a better decision through the CUP process. But if we don't ask, we remain ignorant of it, and we just say, have you affected land use, the road, you're only having 10 employees and so many, such like that, I think it just makes us do a better process, better evaluation.
Sure.
Gives you some some guidelines.
But then again, I think I understand on this side too, that it also has to go before council and for planning commission. So with that being said, wouldn't that also be the stopgap? So, because here is, I think, maybe to your point, but also, no two are the same.
Mm-mm.
And that's what I learned about the last one, whenever, asking about recycled water. Let me tell you, Switch has a whole patent on the way that they mitigate a lot of that, and it's fascinating, and it's, innovative science. It's unbelievable. And so that's where, I guess depends on what your vision is for a data center based on your company. But I'm just saying that I just think that no two are the same, just like no business is the same. Like, Maverick versus another convenience store, two very different convenience stores.
And I will say that
Right?
the challenge with effluent, we only have really 3 areas in the entire city where we have effluent. We have a little bit in North Valleys. We have a little bit off Veterans Parkway, where it's just right next to all of our flood areas. And then we have effluent down in the South Meadows area. So if we're saying you have to tie into effluent, that pretty much tells the data centers, you're going to North Valleys.
Yeah, so then you're boxing them in one location, which
Yes.
could be detrimental to that area, or let's say to residents that don't want it there.
And that's an area where we have trouble with effluent because
I see, they've
we
got
don't
to
have a
tap
place to
into
dump
it. Yeah.
So again, unintended consequences of mandating that all data centers tie into effluent, that may not be a good thing. But that's why we're trying to look at them case by case and say, well, how much water are you needing? You're barely using any water. Somebody with a pond or a pool probably generates more water than you do. So why would we require that they tie into effluent?
And that's what
Right?
you do through the CUP process,
That is
right?
100% why it's helpful to look at each one through a CUP.
Yeah.
I,
And Angela,
Madam Mayor-
just on the point you just made about why would we even require anybody to tie into effluent? Why wouldn't we rather say a more global statement such as Clark County, which is they've said you can't use evaporative cooling, but you can do a lot of other things, and it may not require effluent.
Correct.
You may use air cooling.
Yeah.
You may use any kind of thing. So I would not get into the detail about effluent. I would say, if Clark County, you said we're being more stringent, but no, we don't have a requirement like that about not allowing evaporative cooling.
Southern Nevada as a whole has that requirement on everything.
Yeah.
Apartments, commercial, retail, warehouse. We as the city of Reno do not. Water is not our issue
Well,
in terms
be
of they
careful.
don't have water, we have water.
Right, we're in better shape, for sure. But my point is that we don't have to get so micromanaging to tell them how to do their cooling. What we can do is say, we don't want to see you use high water intensive cooling. And then there's many options. They could go with reclaimed water, they could go with air cooling, they could go a different process, to the mayor's point about switch. So that's where I see the regulation going, is more generic, less micromanaging. If they're gonna use so much energy, like 30 megawatts, again, that's 20,000 homes worth. Those are power plants we have to pay for. Why not just say, hey, we'd like to see you offset some of your energy use in concert with our sustainability plan that we've already adopted. I mean, that's the kind of where I see this going, not draconian. So,
Angela, how do we get there?
I think if there's 4 of you that want to initiate a text amendment, make that your recommendation, and we will move forward based on today's feedback. And again, it's about a 6-month process with a lot of input from, again, the whole community and Planning Commission and Council. So we'll give this a couple tries to what I think I hear you saying.
But I
and put
feel
in
like
writing.
that's a
It is.
a long way down the road, and I feel like we're aligned that we can do it now based on what we already have in place, because you have to go to Planning Commission.
Today
That
you
would
do.
have to go to the City Council. I think those are good measures. It's no different than, we have an issue right now where the hearing officer makes the final decision on certain impacts in this community. A hearing officer doesn't even come to council, so then we have no ability to yank that back. And I think even on this agenda, we have it on here to say, no, we want to be the final stopgap, which allows us to have a lot more say and mitigation in the process moving forward. I actually think that's the best way, because a lot of times we see this gets a workaround, but when you have to come to council or planning commission, there's a lot more oversight. That's just been my experience. Would you agree?
And I think too, if that's the direction you guys want to go, then you won't be recommending a change to Title 18. You'd say, keep the process you have, keep the conditional use permit. I've heard the things that you have said. Again, as we as staff review these things, we can keep that in our mind, say, okay, here's of these hyperscale potential data centers, things that you're concerned with, we will address those on a case-by-case basis with each one. We can do that as
That is
well and
kinda
not
where
make
I'm
any
at.
changes
Ma-
today.
Madam
I think
Mayor,
that's where
if
I'm at.
I'd like to make a motion, and it's because of transparency. We've had a discussion here today, but all those people that were in the room with us today, they can go watch the tape. But I think that it's important for us to have you take a look at it and come back, even if whether or not we adopt a text amendment in the end, because you've seen it before, we've initiated and then not adopted because we didn't know where it was going or we didn't like where it was going. But I'd like you to, I would recommend what you just said, which was to initiate a text amendment, review other ordinances in Las Vegas and nearby states, using the issues we've already identified for you, and come back with a recommendation. If it takes 6 months, I'm content. At least we're moving the conversation forward, and at some point, we'll have a go, no-go, and that's just a good process.
Okay, wait, let me just ask.
Yeah.
On the text amendment, though, doesn't that mean taking out the CUP?
No.
No,
it's-
we
it's
would
an
still be doing a CUP until you change the rules.
Yeah.
And
And
that
then,
text amendment is the process if you want to change the rules. So in the meantime, we are still processing all data centers through a conditional use permit. If you do want to move forward with the text amendment, again, that doesn't change the rules today. We have to go through 6 months worth of public input, go to Planning Commission, get their formal recommendation, has to go before
But
you
I
guys 3 more times.
feel like we don't need to go that far down the road. I feel like we're close, so I don't want to go 6 months down the road on a text amendment. I think it would be better the sooner, we can get it
Well,
in
if
front
they
of
can
council.
do it in months, I'm
Yeah.
fine with that. But I am a realistic person, and I know that one of the criticisms has been people didn't get to opine. Whether they're for it or against it, they want it or they don't want it. I want to hear from them personally, and I want to continue on our path. I'm not asking to stop things. I mean, I will tell you, when you brought Title 18, that's when I flagged this issue. Nobody from Planning Commission had said anything. No votes had happened. I said, I am comfortable with Title 18, but we need to do more work on data centers. And I'm going to vote yes on Title 18 with the expectation that we're going to take this up separately. So I said all of that in my out loud voice. That's still where I am today. I wanted to support Title 18, but I don't think it's the end. I think it's a beginning. Again, you did a good first step. That's where I am. Let's take our second step.
Okay.
Can I ask a question really quick?
Go right ahead.
So the public comment that we have seen at the Planning Commission, the public comment that we've seen at council, is that not considered being informed on the issue?
Yeah, but specifics, we need to give them specifics.
Okay, so specifically in the conditional use permit process, correct me if I'm wrong, we have maximum transparency to the community on every project, and we have maximum.
A new regulation. It's
I'm not
per
asking for new
project.
I am leaning towards not adding additional regulation here when we have a maximally flexible and a maximally transparent process through the CUP. So hold on, excuse me.
Yeah, sorry.
If staff, which I believe that you have heard us, and I believe that you have heard the public comment, I don't think that you're going to be bringing recommendation approvals on data centers to our planning commission if you don't have these specific answers for them in the beginning. So I do not support an additional regulation on this. I just want to make that clear before we make a motion.
Okay. So if I may just respond, in order to, I've been at this for 10 years, and I know what we can say and can't say. And if it's not very specific, it's very general. People always say, well, there's no specific thing about energy use, water use, noise, this kind of noise. And we don't have a good leg to stand on. That's why it's better to be more clear for both the public and for us, so that we don't make a misstep. And I think that's what the Planning Commission is asking us. They're saying they don't want to vote if we haven't given them criteria like we have for signs, like we have for speeds, like we have for traffic, like we have adopted many, many principles, and we put them in, but we don't have principles on this. We're saying, hey, staff, figure it out, and we don't even know. I mean, we've given them some general guidance, but that's why over and over we have initiated text amendments. That's why, is to allow the public and allow us to understand what we're saying do or don't do. So I'll leave it there.
Okay.
Oh, go ahead.
No,
I did make a motion.
I guess I was
way
looking at,
long
like,
ago.
no, with horses, when we said, hey, we'd like to see these things in place.
Right.
I don't see why we can't take the same approach.
They're not in place, though, and so if we said, we have 8 conditions today, we don't have, let's say, 9. And so if we put a 9th condition on, that was about, let's say, water, it's not supported in our ordinances, and therefore, we're not going to sustain an appeal. I mean, it's just as simple as that.
Okay.
So I did make a motion. I didn't
All right.
have an opportunity. I just said, just to repeat it, and I need a second. I said to initiate a text amendment to lay out standards for data centers, review other ordinances both in Clark County and nearby states, and looking at the issues that we've discussed today, and bring it back to council. when you
Okay,
feel it's
so
ready.
you made a motion, I'll second the,
Okay.
I'm gonna second the motion for discussion.
All right.
Okay, so Angela, help me get there, because what I worry about, because I've seen this before, where it takes forever and ever and ever, and then we have no standards, it gets convoluted, it takes up a lot of resources. I feel like the council is ready to put mitigation in place. I don't know what that looks like, but it concerns me whenever, we're like, okay, we've got to do more and more and more. I love the fact that you can come to council, you can come to planning commission. I mean, I just think you get so much more oversight. I think you get a lot more oversight whenever it comes to the bodies. But that's just
agree.
me. You do agree?
100%.
Yeah, okay. So
So could we ask her to expedite? Is that what you're getting at?
I'm
Like-
trying to figure out, yes, how we do this much quicker, less, time. I just feel like this, we have 3 in the city of Reno. Obviously, we want to put something in place so in the long run that it doesn't become problematic. But it's good to have those benchmarks, the things that we can follow. So what's the easiest way to do that without creating all this delay and I don't know, it seems like a lot.
We will continue reviewing all data centers through a conditional use permit based on these things. That won't change. So if anyone new comes in the door, we're still covered. It will still go to planning commission, and on appeal, it would come to you, so you can add whatever conditions you feel are appropriate for that data center. In the meantime, it will take us about 6 months. That's the fact.
Why?
If you want a public engagement process, and every time we try and shorten that, it blows up and we end up spending twice as much time. So I would suggest that we just have a realistic expectation and say it's probably going to be about a 6-month process.
And
We
the
have to
hard
go to the
part about
NABs.
that for me is exhausting all of the resources that we have on something that we have 3 or 4 in the city. And I feel like we're all aligned on our sustainability goals and initiatives. It's something that's been super important to us. So that one is a hard one for me to swallow. So I can't support it.
And the land use issues, this slide, what aren't we addressing? I still don't understand. What aren't we addressing through the CUP process that we have purview of in a land use decision through a text amendment? I don't know.
If you want to add triggers to say we don't want to accept data centers that use X number of megawatts.
But how do we know that until we see the data center? We know that through the CUP process. I have concerns about noise. I have concerns about resources. I trust the CUP process that all of these things are going to be addressed through that process.
Which does seem like to have better protection.
It does.
It's way better protection. I agree with that. Okay, so I want to move on because we got to get going. So I have a motion from Councilwoman Dewar. I have a second from Councilwoman Ebert.
I thought you were the second. Oh, you
Well, I heard-
changed.
well,
Okay, well, whatever. Madam, since it's seconder.
so
I'd
wait,
like to-
hold on.
oh,
We're down this road. Okay, I have a motion and I have second.
But I want to amend my motion.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to amend my motion to expedite the process so that, we've already heard a lot of public comment today. And I think if you do one round with the NABs, I think you could bring us back something to initiate an ordinance. So I'd like you, I'm not going to give you a specific time frame, but I really feel it's important to expedite, and I guess I'll ask the
Okay.
seconder.
All right.
If that's okay with her, I just have to get her permission. That's why I
Yeah.
asked which of you.
All right.
Am I
okay.
the seconder now?
Yes.
Yes.
Either or.
Yeah.
I didn't, it's hard to know if you're there just because you're not in the room, but I
I
heard.
know, I am. I've been trying to raise my hand and stuff, but that doesn't seem to be working either. But yeah, I'll second.
Yeah, I'm sorry, you're not on my, oh yeah, you are, you're right here, sorry, Megan. No, I second, then you came in second, so I don't know, Mickey.
Okay, I'm going with the mayor.
All right.
Would you accept my
Yes.
amendment to
All right,
expedite this
so I have a
process?
motion and a second. All those, and I am concerned, just so you know, I'm concerned about the time frame. Absolutely. But I think the CUP process is better if we want more regulation. That's what I really think. I think those have always proven to be kind of where you want to put the checks and balances, and it just has more teeth.
So are
Anyway,
you still seconding?
all those
Well,
in favor say aye. All those in favor say aye.
But also
Okay.
just discussion piece, like, I feel like still have the CUP, but we just set that as a minimum requirement, the things that we're talking about, like, establish some minimum requirements that we just know are gonna apply to all data centers, and also have the CUP process. Like, that's my understanding of this.
And that's my understanding too, and I have never seen this as an either or, like somehow we're losing the CUP. I want to have the CUP, and I want to have our staff have done a review so that they can do a thorough review when it comes time. That is all. We're talking about delving into the issue. You said you know very little about it. You have to do some reading, some exploring, that's what we have to do.
Are we voting?
So, I will just clarify in my motion that it is not to remove the
Angela, wait, one more
CUP.
thing that we have not talked about with the
What's that?
CUP, and I just, and we shouldn't, but this is like taking on, and this is my point, if it goes on, and I feel like we're all in alliance to make, regulations here, but it's like, I know this, and it takes forever. So, but the CUP goes with the business,
It runs
correct?
with the land.
It runs with the land. That's another one that I have an issue with too, is it runs with the land, right? That means if someone else comes in and buys the business, they walk right into a CUP and they could be a bad owner.
Yes, if we build a building for a data center, and let's say it would Switch builds it, and then they go away and move somewhere else, and then Apple comes in, they get to use that same building for a data center because there's a conditional use permit approved.
That, sorry, it reminded me of something else too. Something that we didn't talk about was disposal of equipment. If a data center leaves, do we have any requirements that they remove all of the equipment that they've used in there, that they recycle it or dispose of it. I think that's something important we should also include.
Okay. All right, thank you. So we have a motion, we have a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Though, all of those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay.
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 So we have a tie vote. So it does not pass. That's a
Right.
3-3 vote.
So let me try to throw something out here. What about if we look at measures we can put in place, relatively quickly without a text amendment, but keep the CUP in? Like, a lot like the discussion that we had on horse mitigation, those types
Well,
of
the
things.
CUP is staying in, like.
Okay, well
it's
then we
staying.
don't need a text amendment.
I
That's
can
what
try
I'm
a motion
thinking.
if you want.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay,
Then we
I
don't
move
need
to
a text
maintain-
amendment, I guess is my point.
I move to maintain existing data center zoning regulations and make no changes.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Opposed.
Miguel?
Miguel, where were you on that? Or Councilman Martinez?
No, sorry, I was trying to unmute.
Okay, so it's 2-3. You didn't vote, Mayor, so.
No, I didn't, is he? do a
Miguel,
roll
the
call.
motion was,
Okay,
I move.
give me a roll call vote. Mickey.
Sorry.
Thanks.
Vice Mayor Taylor? Dorr?
Yes.
No.
Martinez,
No.
Ebert,
No.
Anderson,
Yes.
Mayor.
Yes.
That's a 3-3.
All right.
Any other motions? Do you want to
Nope.
try?
That's it.
Okay.
All right, thanks so much. Next, Madam Clerk.
So what, it was a 3-3, so what happens?
No
Nothing.
change.
Nothing?
Nope, we'll bring it back to a future agenda, so we can,
All right, Madam Mayor, we're moving on to
Maybe get
item D3 for Building Enterprise Fund Affordable Housing Spending Limit.
Do you need,
no, I'm good. Yeah, thank you.
I meant paper towel?
Okay, no public comment?
No public.
Okay.
I was like, Angela's asking me, but I don't know what's happening. We do have public. We do have public comment on this item from JD Klippenstein.
Okay, JD, come forward. Nice to see you.
Madam Mayor, council members, my name is JD Klippenstein. I'm the Director of Development for the Reno Housing Authority, and I'm here on behalf of our agency and our Executive Director, Hilary Lopez. I'm not here to speak specifically to the cap of the building permit subsidy program, but rather to speak in support of the program itself. I know there's lots of considerations that go into the number, but we did want to just say that this program, as well as the sewer fee connection program, the subsidies that have been available, the waivers, have been very, very helpful. They were instrumental in our Dick Scott Manor project, which provides 12 units of affordable housing for homeless or at risk of homeless vets. And I am really happy to share that as of today, we closed on our Hawkview redevelopment project, which is going to build 200 units of affordable housing right next to the Debbie Smith CTE Academy. And while we weren't able to access this program for that project, the 18 months it took us to pull all the financing together showed me that every tool is helpful. So while you continue to have conversations about this program, I'd just like you to keep in mind that it is really beneficial, and things like these can help the city meet its affordable housing goals. So thank you.
Thank you. Council members, do we need a presentation on this? Or are we,
I have one question. but-
oh, okay. Angela, are you okay if we just ask a quick question?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. My question is, at my briefing, I asked for this agenda title to be rewritten so that was more clear. And the reason is that we've already spent a lot on building permit fee subsidy program. And I asked that, this implies that it's only $60,000 that we're spending, but we've already spent a lot. Do you have that figure?
We do. So we, over the last 4 years, on building permit fee subsidies alone, not sewer, just building permits,
Right.
over $700,000.
Right. So the reason I'm asking you that question is that it's important to know that we've spent over 700,000 and that we're not spending 60,000. What we're doing is capping this so that it would be 736 or 35, I think it is, plus 60,000, and that rounds up to almost $8 million. And so
$800,000.
Excuse me?
$800,000,
Oh,
not 8 million.
I'm sorry, I meant, excuse me.
$8 billion.
No.
No.
No, not even million.
Okay.
I'm sorry, my eyes aren't working well today. So, excuse me, $735,000. And what I'm saying is that we're adding $60,000, right, in your proposal?
For $795,000.
That was my point. So, rounding to $800,000. Okay, so I just wanted to be clear to the public that we're not spending 60,000. We're spending 800,000. And all we're doing is saying we're running out of money and we only have 60,000 left to spend.
That's correct.
Is that correct?
Thank you for that clarification. That's correct.
Thank you.
In the circle, you're juggling lots of balls today, Angela.
So many balls right now.
It's great. Moving one hat. Can we get a motion?
I'm willing to make the motion,
Okay.
sadly, to cap our additional spending on affordable housing building permit fees to an additional $60,000.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. And now I'm not sure where we are. Let's see here. We are up to
Item
D1.
D1.
Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
We do not have any public comment registered and have not received any correspondence.
Okay.
So, Madam Vice Mayor for the city, this is City Attorney's Office, John Shipman. Again, this is an item, there's requested to have discussion amongst council for changing potentially the administrative hearing process. So we're here to hear whatever direction the council wants on that, so.
What item is this?
D1.
I'm sorry. We've taken everything in backwards order today.
I'm sorry, is there a process that we should be looking at to review?
No, my understanding is that there was council wanted to change the administrative hearing process, and so if there were specific recommendations or things that you wanted, we could
I hear a
bring
yes.
back.
I hear a yes.
Yeah.
I dispersed everything, so I don't know what I did.
Do you want an agenda?
Who, no, who's going to present on this item?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, for the record, this is John Shipman. We don't have a presentation. This is like essentially an open discussion amongst council. Whatever you want, we can bring back, give us direction, so.
What I'd like, because I did some research and the previous council had the ability to, so let's say there is a business in violation. They have to go to the hearing officer. The hearing officer does make a recommendation or a finding, right?
Yeah, generally, there's like a code violation, and then they have to come to a hearing, and an administrative hearing officer will listen to the evidence that the city has that they violated a code, and then comes up with a decision. And then
Okay.
the appeal of that would go to the municipal court at this point in time.
Okay, so how do we do, because it used to go, back in the day before I got on council, it came back to the city council, again, me going back to why CUPs also have more teeth in them and we have more purview. Right now, when something goes to a hearing officer, they get to make that judgment. Meanwhile, I have real issues with whatever the business was or however that looks. I feel like it should come back to council because then we have the ability to say, this business is a bad actor. So help us get there.
Yeah, so in the past, the way it worked is that that was done, that the appeals wouldn't go directly to municipal court. They would go to the city council for different things. So if you want that, if you want the appeal to go from, it'll be, the equivalent to like your land use types of appeals. But that would be different than actually serving as the administrative hearing officer. I don't think you're asking for that. But if you're asking for the ability to when an item is appealed, to hear
Yes.
that.
That would be great.
We could go back to that code if you wanted that.
Okay, that would be great. That's just the conversation I wanted to have with council. Go ahead.
Okay, just looking to raise my hand. Are you saying that today, to the mayor's example, something about a code enforcement goes to a hearing officer? So are you saying that's not appealable to city council?
Yeah, at current, those go directly to municipal court for
Once
the appeal.
upon a time, it was appealable.
Yeah, for certain things. I mean, if you're looking at, I think you have a choice if you want to just limit that to certain, types of
of cases.
appeal or for types of cases, you could do that if you have this. But generally, you could make it as wide or as narrow as you want in terms of hearing those appeals. You can have limited appeals over certain things.
So if a data center was a bad actor, then I could come, right?
Well, again, I
I'm
just want to be
kidding.
careful there
I'm
because
just
there's
kidding.
land use. Yeah, there's
Yeah.
land use kind of
Right.
issues there, and what this is dealing with is more kind of like meat and potatoes code issues. Things
Right.
like, people, violating, parking, noise, all the things that code normally responds to. Yeah.
But that gives us more ability to put in place certain measures based on those issues, noise and.
To be clear, it doesn't. I mean, you always have the right to, by ordinance, pass additional standards that people have to comport with. But this process would just give you, if somebody was unhappy with the appeal process, be it the person who's the subject of the code enforcement issue, or if staff felt like the code officer got it wrong, or the administrative hearing officer got it wrong, either the city staff or the person who's the subject of that code enforcement action could appeal it to you, to the city council for an alternate decision.
Yeah. I just think it should be in the hands of the city council instead of the court.
What you're suggesting, it's normally in the muni court. So the muni court at this point would take what the hearing officer did and then look at that appeal and determine whether or not it comported with law. And so you would just be taking over that role. And then that potentially would go to district court for appeal after that point, so.
Thanks so much. Would you like to call him? No, not yet.
I thought you did call him, but you
hold
spoke,
on.
so I
Okay, 1 second.
didn't get my time.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Oh, thank you. I'm just going to say a hypothetical here.
Yep.
We have a bar. Bar gets shut down for code enforcement. They have to go to a hearing officer. Hearing officer says, you have to fix all these things, right? Bar comes back. Hearing officers, you fix da-da-da-da-da, check, right?
Yep.
And then they get to open again, right? So the process that's the end. What would happen if they came to, could somebody appeal that and take it to city council? And what would be able to change? Could we say, never mind, you cannot open, or what? I like the idea of a hearing officer because it isn't a political body and it's supposed to be, I can't think of the word I'm saying, but neutral. It's supposed to be a neutral body where you go.
Yeah, and that's a very good point, just to make that point, that, what the hearing officer does is it collects the evidence, judges the evidence, gives you an unbiased view of, that is kind of a third-party view about like what the person that is the subject of the code enforcement, what his or her case is, what the city's case is. Then you're presented with all that evidence, and you're acting in that capacity more like a court than you are kind of a political body at that point, and you're looking at whether or not, in light of the findings that the administrative officer came to, is the evidence there to support that holding? And if the answer is it's there, normally you would say, you would affirm that appeal just like you would with the planning commission. If the answer is no, I think that the administrative hearing officer got that wrong and misbalanced some of that evidence, I'm going to overturn that. It would come to you as an appeal, and if I'm understanding what people want, potentially, staff would appeal that. If they felt like, look, it really should be closed down, it shouldn't just be suspended, then staff would be coming and filing an appeal. Or it could be the bar owner in your scenario saying, I don't think a suspension is proper, or these conditions are proper, and I'm going to file an appeal to the city council. So those would be the two ways it would come to you. Does that make sense?
It does. I think that the challenge that I have is we would have to know when things are going to a hearing officer, because I don't know if we actually know when everything gets, if council knows, if we get a list of when things are going to a hearing officer, and then we would actually have to work through staff to make that appeal. It just seems like there's a couple steps missing.
Well, and again, so I want to be clear here, is that you're acting as an impartial body. So there wouldn't be the ability to say staff appeal, because that indicates that you're not being impartial, right? So it would have to be staff saying, we disagree with the hearing officer, and we believe that, for instance, this business needs to be shut down, irrespective of what the hearing officer believes. It can't be the type of thing where it's like you are serving as a judge and at the same time directing staff to appeal, because that again undercuts.
Thank you.
That serves as bias, and it undercuts the whole due process of the issue. So.
Okay, I'm so sorry, Carl. I just feel like maybe I need more information, background from some of the previous council, why they did it, why, some of that stuff. So now that I start to think about it, I see where and why they put that in place. So maybe it's something we could bring back to council. I don't want to hit this over the head. I don't think it's of everyone's most important issue right now, unless another council member believes that. No? Okay. Then I'm sorry. I'm going to pull this off the agenda right at this moment. Unless, go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar wants to opine, which is totally fine.
Okay.
I just want to know that I think it's a good.
You're not proposing anymore?
Yeah, I think we should bring it back. I would like to put
Get some more info?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so Carl and John, when you bring it back at some point in the future, if you could provide some clarity. It struck me that it's just allowing an appeal process for, let's say someone came and have a code violation. Let's say the hearing officer opined against them, upheld the code enforcement, said you have to fix these, they're still not happy. They should have the ability to appeal to the city council. I think that's the main thing I want to see. I don't think I necessarily have to appeal it, although you can add that if you want. I don't think the staff should be appealing it. I really think it's up to the person that has been found in fault, whether they want to appeal it or not. So I think it's very simple and straightforward. It's just coming to this body prior, and then maybe the next step, if we hang there and we say, no, person, you violated the code, they could appeal to municipal court.
Yeah, and that's totally doable too. I mean,
Just adding one more step to the process.
It's really up
Yeah.
to the body on how you want to interject yourself there. My only caution would be is that you're really acting as a judge,
Right.
and so it's not the type of situation where it's like
Policy.
Yeah, it's not a policy. It's like you have to show that that the evidence is there to support.
And if you don't bring it back, that's okay too. I'm just saying if you do, I'm advocating for a streamlined process where it's very clear who can appeal and what issues are under review. And in any appeal, we're acting as a quasi-judicial body, and we already are doing that role.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Hey, quick question. Let's say Muni Court came out with the decision, and this council was like, no, we think that they got it wrong. Could we appeal that, Jonathan?
I'd have to check that. I want to say yes, but it might be kind of an atypical appeal because it might have to be almost a writ action, because normally that's the last. You might be able to appeal to district court. I believe that's the rule because of the nature of this. You can probably get to district court. I don't know if you could get to the Supreme Court. So I want to say yes, but I can confirm that.
Okay, so again, we'll get more information, but just something to throw out there for you to, give us an answer later on, if that's a possibility. I don't know. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, I am sending it to you. Oh, is who? Okay, Councilwoman Eber is on the phone? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I had a question, and I'm sorry if this was already kind of gone over or not quite the right thought path here, but would this address situations like when we had the Lake Mill Lodge come to council with just a laundry list of calls for service, and came to council, and I had kind of asked for some kind of action to be taken with the lodge, but nothing happened until essentially 2 years later. Would this address anything like that, where if we have a lot of calls for service, the council can trigger like a review of a business license?
So in general, we have in our code the ability to do, emergency suspensions and revocations of business license, and there's specific due process that has to be given. When we're talking about it within the context of an appeal, again, yes, you can revise the process so that would come to you after the hearing officer dealt with it in the form of an appeal if one of the other parties appealed. It wouldn't, again, the way that came to the council last time, it wasn't as an appeal, I don't believe it. I think it was a revocation of the business license, or maybe it was an appeal.
I think it was. They had been suspended for a period of time, and then they were coming in and as part of an appeal for them, and I believe it was the Right-Way Market also.
Yeah, and I think that currently is the same process right now. So it wouldn't, we could look at it, but that's the process that you have right now. So
Okay. All right. Is there any possibility to change that? Like, I'm just wondering if there's a way that we can initiate removing of a license or suspending a license quicker than the turnaround time with the Lake Mill Lodge. It seemed to take 2 years and a series of other events after we became aware of the 700 plus calls for service.
again, I think you have total flexibility in terms of we can look at the process, and if there's things you want to do to the process, we can definitely look at it. I think the challenge is what is that? We need to know what you guys want in the sense of, what you're really is necessary, and then once we have that, then we can draft an ordinance to get you as close to that as possible. So.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, we're going to move on. We're not going to take any action on that. We're going to bring it back at a later date. So it's a little bit more comprehensive, but appreciate the background from our city attorneys.
We're on to item D7, the fire audit acceptance.
Okay, let's get into it. Hi, you guys have waited all day long. You've been so patient. Okay, go ahead.
Good evening, council. Before you is the fire inspection fees audit follow-up. As you recall, the purpose of this audit originally in August was to provide you an analysis and assessment of the Fire Prevention Bureau inspection fees. So just so you know, our audit standards require that we confirm that management has implemented our recommendations or that management has action plans following an established methodology. This includes us inquiring about the progress on implementation, performing follow-up assessments, and updating you on the status of management's actions. The extent of the procedures that come before you must consider the significance of the finding. And generally speaking, we come back every 6 months if there are still findings outstanding. So there were 15 findings on this audit when it came to you originally in August. There are currently 6 findings on that audit that still need additional follow-up, so we'll come back in another 6 months with where those are at. There are 4 findings that were partially implemented and closed, and then there were 5 that were either implemented or accepted and then closed. And so just as a reminder, internal audit is here to provide you, Reno constituents, and city management accountability, transparency, and continuous improvement in city operations. At its core, we're here to help you achieve our objectives. And so I have a motion to accept the report, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, by the way, we haven't seen you, or maybe I haven't been here, but I swear to God, you were at the university.
I was at the university, and I was here before.
And yeah, well, of course.
Yeah.
That's why I fell in love with you guys. So when did you get back?
It'll be 5 years this month.
Oh my God. How come I haven't seen you?
We hide. We hide upstairs.
Hiding?
Yeah. You know, they stick us
that's
in a little
BS.
corner and they let us hide.
That's total BS. I was going to say, I have not seen you. Emily, are you hiding people in your closet?
She tells
up
me
there?
not to leave my office.
Is that what she's doing? Does she have you like in file cabinets up there?
Oh, you know, she's just tucks me away. Lets me do my
cannot
work.
believe that. Oh my God. Do I feel dumb? Anyway, it was wonderful seeing you, but you don't come to council, correct?
Only when we need to present you with reports.
Yeah. Okay, well, you know I'm a big fan.
Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone, I'm happy to make an motion here if anyone has any comments. Nope? Okay. I'm going to make a motion.
Yeah, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Was it 6 findings that we're still working towards fixing?
Yeah, excuse me. Yeah, most of these findings have to deal with processes that haven't happened yet. So one of them is to add a late fee onto the fee schedule during the budget process. That hasn't happened yet, so I can't close it until I see what that fee schedule looks like, or if we're going to ask for additional resources through the budget process. Hasn't happened yet, so we leave it open. There are also findings on here in which the department has said that they are working collaboratively with other city departments. And so we are waiting for that process to continue through to see what the outcome is before we close those findings as well. So that's what those additional follow-ups are for those processes that haven't completed yet.
Okay. So just so I'm understanding correctly, so that if somebody were to have a fire inspection, let's say at a rental property, and they were fined because, let's say, their fire extinguishers are out of date, and it took them 2 years to pay their fine, would there be an extra penalty associated with that citation for paying it late? Is that one of the things that we're working on establishing?
Do you want to answer that?
John Beck, for the record, Fire Marshal, Reno Fire Department. So basically, the way the process would work is if somebody is out of compliance, we give them an opportunity to fix what needs to be brought into compliance. And if they fail to do so, then what we do is we would give them a notice of violation, and that's the course that we would take. Which that notice of violation fee schedule it mirrors the code enforcement. Sorry, I slipped for a second. Code enforcement. Those are in conjunction with what code enforcement has in place as well.
So would there be a late fee assessed if somebody took a long time to pay the fee for their citation?
No, negative. So we wouldn't assess a late fee. What we would do is we would inform them of what needs to be fixed, and then we would work on a time to come back and actually have it fixed. And if they fail to do so, then what we would do is we would introduce the notice of violation schedule, which starts at $100, and then it moves up according to how long it takes for them to come into compliance.
Okay, so if they had a fee because it took them a while to come into compliance, but then they didn't pay it for a while, there wouldn't be a late fee on that?
I don't believe that there's an actual late fee that's assessed on that. It's just what the inspector would recommend and write as far as a notice of violation.
Okay, Councilmember Ebert, Councilmember Dewar has a question.
Thank you. So my question is really to our auditors. So I know you said some of the things can't be done yet because it has to be in the budget process, but are there some things here that should already be done? In your opinion, I mean, you're the auditor, so you get, I mean, I'm not asking to put you in a bad position. When you do an audit, I think it's very important that we back you up. And if an agency or department is stringing it out and not getting it done, then we need to know, and we need to encourage them to speed up their response. And I want to be fair across all departments.
Yeah. I appreciate, Rob Miller again for the record. I appreciate the comment and the question, and that is why we do follow-ups on a regular schedule.
Well, what am I missing here? Is there something, I mean, the way it's presented here doesn't really tell me, I know I could read the report, but is there something that you feel can be sped up, not wait for budget?
In this current report for the
you've already
findings that
done
we
the
have
review.
outstanding, no.
Okay.
They're moving at a pace that is acceptable, but we always want to trust but verify.
Right.
As far as this
Good.
goes.
Any
So
additional from our auditor?
Go ahead.
A little something. Thank you. Emily Kidd, internal auditor for the record. You've seen some follow-ups come back here once, twice, 3 times.
Exactly.
4 times. The 5th time, the 3rd time, we all kind of sit up a little bit straighter and figure out how we're going to resolve the problem, or we accept the risk of taking inaction.
Gotcha.
And that's what happened on that 5th time related to Acela and building permit.
Right.
I don't see that happening here.
Good.
The department's been very responsive to our requests and talking about the balance between resources, risk, money, and time.
That's what I wanted to get on the
Mhm.
record.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thanks, Councilmember Dewar. Do you want to give us a motion?
Yeah, sure. I'd be happy to make a motion to accept the audit report finding, follow-up.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those
Aye.
opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. We are now moving to item F1. City clerk was proper notice given on this, or do we have any public comment?
We do not have any public comment, and this was noticed in the newspaper.
And now I will turn it over to Carl John to read the ordinance.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. This is ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6703, case number LDC 25-00024, 900 Western Road zoning map amendment, ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.02 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Zoning, Rezoning, plus or minus 0.83 acre site located on the northeast corner of the intersection of Omaha Street and Western Road from single-family residential, 3 units per acre, SF3, to single-family residential, 8 units per acre, SF8, Ward 4.
Thank you. Do we have any council questions, discussion? Ready for a motion?
I'll make a motion to adopt.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. We will move into item J1, public comment. We already did H1. Do we have any public comment, Madam Clerk?
Damian Cole.
Good evening. Can Councilwoman Ebert see this as well?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. So, found out about the idea about annexing McCarran, and that brought up some ideas that I had already been planning for a while. What is McCarran Boulevard? Is it a freeway, highway, road, street? Nobody knows, because originally it was planned as a freeway, a ring road. 1974, this was part of the bike plan for the network that was being planned. I found that out. This was from the 2023 report for the amount of collisions. The information that I saw today, I noticed was a little bit lacking in some of the detail because they weren't showing all the different pages and maps. All of these intersections that you see that had collision problems had room for improvement, and so that's been in the plan for about 2 years now, including Mayberry and Plum. Big area there. Big difference between the character of the road there compared to, let's say, just south of that where it turns into like freeway quality road again. This road here, if you notice, also has bike lanes and bike facilities planned for it. That was something that was missing from the presentation earlier. For the area for Plum and Mayberry, they're planning buffered bike lanes, which is usually found on areas that are more surface street with parking, more condensed areas, versus a shared use path or bike path, which is essentially a fat sidewalk that has a line going through it, which is already been implemented on McCarran in several areas. This right here is also a shared use path. You wouldn't recognize it as such except for the yellow line going down it. This is how it works. Basically, that's what it is. So the deficiencies and opportunities, they're also showing that there's no mass transit in that area of Mayberry and Plum as well. They were looking into increasing that. I found it odd that the presentation today was talking about lane widening. How does widening improve safety? It doesn't. It makes it worse. So there's two different things. There's safety versus level of surface. And they conflict with each other, or do they? Here are the considerations. Free flow of traffic, like a freeway, no stoplights, but we can't have grade separation, so we have to have intersections. Plus, we have residential, commercial, and all these different things here, just within a 3-mile area. We got 2 parks, we have coffee, we have an elementary school, high pedestrian zone. How can we improve this? So here's Plum, because this is the one that came up in the newspaper. Here's how I would do it. That brown line that goes around there, that essentially is a sidewalk with a line going through it. And unfortunately, but these are your benefits. Look through the paperwork that I gave you. It's in part of the public comments. Carmel, Indiana, they replaced.
Thank you, Damien.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Damien.
Yeah.
Kurt Thigpen?
Hello. Weird on being on this side of the dais. I'm Kurt Thigpen. I'm here more to introduce the Gay and Lesbian Chamber of Commerce, which I'm a board member of. We expanded in Northern Nevada a few years ago, and we really just want to work to establish a relationship with City of Reno, all of that to support local businesses. We do a lot with certifications of local businesses owned by LGBTQIA individuals. Lots of members here. We do grants to small business owners. We've given out $40,000 in grants to local businesses here and nonprofits, which we hope to continue this year with our partnership with Cox Communications. I'll be sending City Council more information on some of what we have going on, as well as some programs that we'll have more in the community. We did a morning coffee meetup this morning with local business owners. We'll be doing a luncheon series as well that I'll be making sure to invite you all to attend. We have representatives from across all of your wards that are members of our organization. So we're looking forward to continue doing more great work in Reno, and we thank you all for supporting small businesses in our community and appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Madam Vice Mayor, with that, we have no additional public comment. For the record, we did receive 15 comments, which were either general in nature or received after 4 p.m. yesterday, 10 letters of support, 1 letter of opposition, and 4 letters of concern, and those have been added to the record.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Some council members weren't here when we went through H1. Does anybody have anything that they want to end with or say?
I do. Sorry. Just really quickly.
Councilmember Anderson.
Even though Councilman Martinez and Councilman Reese are not here, I am just wanting to extend my gratefulness for their willingness to shave their heads for the Northern Nevada Children's Foundation Shave for the Brave. I think Monday morning, Councilman Reese and I are going to be watching the sunrise while he loses his locks. We're raising money. All of the money goes to pediatric children's cancer research, which has recently been taken out of our federal budget. So all of your help is appreciated, and we would like to raise more money than Mr. Abbott in Sparks. So that's all I've got to say.
Thank you. Other council members? Okay, adjournment?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thanks for a great meeting, everyone.